Chapter 23:35. Where am I? Puma. Fairy Myrtle had woken up from her dream, but she had forgotten about herself. She had a blank expression on her face as she looked at her surroundings. She realized that she was standing on a piece of yellow earth. It was desolate and lifeless. She looked down at herself. Her body was made of mud. Her hands and feet were small, and her entire body was dry. I seem to have forgotten something important. Fairy Myrtle frowned. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember what it was. She had even forgotten whether the important thing was a thing or a person. She could not remember it no matter how hard she tried. However, this vast and desolate yellow earth gave her a sense of familiarity. The word popped up in Fairy Myrtle's mind. However, the desolate homeland made her feel a sense of sadness. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, causing sand to fly everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were no clouds in the sky, but it was raining cats and dogs. Millions of raindrops the size of beans fell on the yellow earth. Soon, it turned into a huge piece of mud. Fairy Myrtle was standing in the middle of the mud. Her entire body was soaked, and she was in a sorry state. However, no matter how strong the wind and rain became, she kept her head up. Her vision was miraculously not obstructed at all. She realized that she knew this piece of yellow earth like the back of her hand. She also realized that she could control the wind and rain as if she was moving her fingers. She thought to herself, this wind and rain is too strong. Let's just make it smaller. The next moment, the wind and rain really did become smaller. Wisps of green appeared from the swamp and spread everywhere. They were the sprouts of wild grass. Looking at the wild grass, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with endless joy. This was life. She finally felt that she was not so lonely anymore. It's a pity that they grow too slowly. It would be great if they could grow faster. And so, time began to speed up. The greenery grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the grass grew taller than her feet. More and more greenery spread out, turning the barren yellow earth into a grassland. Some of the depressions in the terrain were filled with rainwater, turning them into clear ponds. Fairy Myrtle walked through the lush bushes and stood by the pond. With the reflection of the water, she could finally see her face clearly. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. There were golden patterns on it to depict eyes, nose, and mouth. Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized who she was. That's right, so I'm this blessed land spirit. Zhongzhou State. Under the starry sky calculation array. Outside the embroidery building. By Qing, Feng Kim Hong, pays respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The mother and daughter pair greeted respectfully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was inside Embroidered Tower. She did not open Embroidered Tower and let the mother and daughter in. Instead, she used an information path mortal goo to draw an image in the air outside Embroidered Tower. The image was of those heaven path dream realms. After a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Kim Hong, have you seen such a dream realm before? Feng Kim Hong was watching with rapt attention. He answered, reporting to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I have never seen such a dream realm before. But I have already expected it. According to the current dream realms, they can be divided into human path, beast plant path, and heaven path. The so-called human path dream realms originate from humans or variant humans. They are their dream realms. The beast plant dream realms originate from the fierce beasts and plants that existed in the past and even now. As for heaven path dream realms, they originate from heaven and earth itself. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, saying, very well, prepare yourself, one day, you might need to go to two heavens and explore these heaven path dream realms. But Feng Kim Hong shook his head, rejecting her, please forgive me for not being able to do that. I am only a mortal, I do not have any confidence in exploring such a dream realm, I cannot ensure my own safety either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised her eyebrows. She did not expect Feng Kim Hong to reject her so directly. At once, the scene fell into silence. Fairy Bai Qing, who was at the side, felt the pressure. She wanted to speak but did not say anything in the end. The atmosphere made her feel like she was suffocating. As for Feng Kim Hong, he still had an indifferent expression, as if he did not sense anything. "All right. You can all leave." After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. "I will take my leave." Feng Kim Hong stood up and bowed towards Embroidered Tower before turning around and leaving. Looking at the departing figures of the mother and daughter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Her gaze was complex. Wuxia was devoured by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. It was truly a pity. He was a good pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but Providence got rid of him. Dream realms could not be explored. That meant Wuxia was doomed. Feng Kim Huang's theory of Heaven Path and Human Path Dream Realms proved Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts. But Feng Kim Hong was only a mortal Gu master. He was not a Gu immortal yet. It was understandable that he could not do anything about these dream realms. "But I cannot conceal these Heaven Path Dream Realms. It is only a matter of time before the two venerables find out. The battle of three venerables is about to start again." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried. Because this time, it was much more complicated than before. Black and white heavens had passed, only Spectral Heaven was left. Spectral Heaven was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. If a Venerable barged in, how would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable react? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He was filled with Providence. Heaven Path Dream Realms were the same. What was the relationship between the two? Would they help each other? Previously, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was weak. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not worried. But it was different now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had reached an agreement with Rank 9 Fire Gu. He slaughtered countless life forms in the two heavens. His soul foundation had risen to a terrifying level. If this time, because of the Heaven Path Dream Realms, a fight between venerables would occur, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would likely join in. He would be a formidable existence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought about it. She decided to stop refining Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks. She started to accumulate immortal essence to deal with the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's determination to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since Wuxia is gone, I need to make good use of Bo Qing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful Spectral Soul clone. Even though there was a huge risk, modifying the soul was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was no different from showing off in front of an expert. But the situation forced her to do so. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not care less. Bo Qing's soul was filled with Sword Path Dao marks. He needed a Sword Path Gu immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture. The higher the cultivation level, the better. However, in the entire world, there were not many Gu immortals who cultivated Sword Path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at the 5 regions, there was not a single rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal, lone cultivator, or demonic cultivator. In fact, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some deductions, she found that there was only one rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal in the current world. Western Deserts She Clan's first Supreme Elder? Prince's Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy showed strange expressions. The Celestial Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is crucial to the fight between venerables and the safety of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was still as cold as the moon. The 3 immortals looked at each other and said resolutely, "Lord Immortal Venerable, please give us your orders." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted to the 3 immortals. How could she cooperate with one Zi Hong and Zhou Xiong Xin? The 3 immortals heard this plan and their eyes shined with bright light. They left with great confidence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a moment before contacting Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will was originally stationed in Divine Emperor City, but through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods, it grew stronger and split off a portion to guard the Celestial Court. The main task of this Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court was to nurture Xianxia. Xianxia was a legendary immemorial beast. Her main body was a huge green vine that connected heaven and earth. She took 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit she bore was called the firmament fruit. When melted in a grotto heaven, it could enlarge the immortal aperture sky. Thus, the firmament vine was called the 10th heaven of the world. She had made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She agreed to move into the Celestial Court. She was very special in the Celestial Court. She did not need to listen to orders. She only needed to offer a batch of firmament fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War, she was killed by Feng Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods, but Genesis Lotus Will originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She had a method to revive Xianxia. Xianxia's death is actually very beneficial to the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Xianxia's body will return to its original state. By then, I will take over this body and add another legendary immemorial battle strength to the Celestial Court. Even better, the fruits that Xianxia bears in the future will contain my own will. By using this fruit to reconstruct the Celestial Court, we will be able to isolate Providence. In the future, when we have a new Celestial Court, the results of our derivation formation will all be used by us. Providence will no longer know about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This plan will take a long time. It is not urgent. Regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, what else do you remember? Genesis Lotus Will shook his head. Back then, when my main body set up the revival plan, my knowledge was limited. I only knew that he left behind a self-portrait that could be used to revive. But I don't know where the self-portrait was hidden. I can't recall it either. But you, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are Senior Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple. Don't you know about his revival method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. To speak the truth, Master did tell me to leave behind 2 revival methods, in case of emergencies in the future. The first revival method is the Celestial Court Qi Harvest Fruit. But before this fruit matured, it was plucked by that scoundrel Feng Yuan. The second revival method is related to Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury. Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury? Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury was created by Master in secret. It stored a large number of rank 8 Immortal Yuan stones that Yi Qi Zi produced back then. Master also made arrangements in the treasury for rebirth. But I can't find them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said that she could not find them. It was not that she had no clues. In fact, be it Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival, she had relevant clues. She even knew that they were both in Central Continent. But she could not begin to examine and explore, because she would be discovered by the other Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived. The other Venerables would definitely be on guard against the other Venerables of Celestial Court reviving. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all of Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks to conceal these revival plans. She would not be discovered by the other Venerables. Even if the other Venerables found out, she could use Central Continent's geographical advantage to resist the Venerables' attacks and protect the revival plans of the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks would she start reviving the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was extremely deep. Once the 2 Venerables revived, they would dominate the world once again. After all, the 3 Venerables were united. Their combined strength was terrifying. It was far superior to Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan fighting alone. Even if Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable worked together, they could not match the unity of the 3 Venerables of Celestial Court. This was the same concept. But the appearance of the Heaven Path Dream Realm delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop refining Dao marks and accumulate immortal essence to defend against the upcoming Venerable confrontation. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He tried his best, but after absorbing the rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, the immortal essence he obtained was only 70% of the Immortal Yuan Stones. This 70% was only rank 8 Immortal Essence. Against this providence, I am not a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu after all. I lack the crucial Luck Path Immortal Gu. Maybe I can transact with Fong Yuan? No, I cannot expose myself. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realm? Good. Very good. Fong Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was worried that his Heaven Path attainment level was not high enough, but the Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared. But the contest for the Heaven Path Dream Realm might cause the Venerables to fight again. I should refine another rank 9 Immortal Gu to help me attack and defend. Fong Yuan secretly started to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu again. He had a lot of immortal essence. Even if he refined this rank 9 Immortal Gu, he would have a lot to deal with the future Venerable competition. Chapter 2336. Western Desert. Shi Lunzhou suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal formation was warning, someone was invading. Such guts, they actually dared to invade my Shi clan's skeleton mountain. Shi Lunzhou was shocked and furious. He quickly checked. He saw an Immortal Gu house crashing into the defensive immortal formation. Inquiry Doc. Fong Clan. Shi Lunzhou had a solemn expression. He asked for help from Shi clan while activating the defensive formation. Ever since Fong Clan's chaos, Shi clan had strengthened many immortal formations around their resource points. Almost all of them had teleportation abilities. Thus, Shi Lunzhou was not flustered. He frowned as his battle-intent soared. Since Fong Clan has been hiding for so long and suddenly attacked me, they must have made ample preparations. I alone am not Fong Clan's match, but I can use the immortal formation to stall for time. Once the Anti-Fong Alliance army arrives, Fong Clan will suffer. Of course, if the situation worsens, I will immediately use the immortal formation to teleport myself out. Shi Lunzhou was controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide. He could not help but feel flustered. He was shocked to find that the formation was actually restricted. Even though the formation could still operate, the teleportation ability could not be used. They were targeted after all. Shi Lunzhou gritted his teeth. He forced himself to calm down as he thought about how to escape this dangerous situation. He felt that he had a chance to escape. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Gu Immortal. He was guarding Shi clan's resource point, Skeleton Mountain. This resource point was Bone Path. He had the geographical advantage. Moreover, Shi Lunzhou had been guarding here for a long time. He knew the terrain like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Shi Lunzhou arranged a portion of his will and some immortal essence before leaving quietly. The defensive immortal formation was still defending under his will. Fong Clan's Immortal Gu house's attacks were rumbling like thunder. It was getting stronger and stronger. Shi Lunzhou's will shrunk rapidly, but he could hold on for some time. Shi Lunzhou went deep into Skeleton Mountain. This Skeleton Mountain was dark. Soul smoke was rising from it at all times. Every once in a while, bone armors would grow out of the mountain rocks. Some looked like humans, some were animals. There were all kinds of strange things. Other than these bone armors, there were also black fog crows that flew above Skeleton Mountain, feeding on the soul smoke. Fong Clan's Immortal Gu house's attacks caused the entire Skeleton Mountain to shake. The countless skeletons that were originally stuck in the mountain rocks were motionless. However, the mountain was shaking uncontrollably. These skeletons pulled their legs out and ran wildly in the mountain. The skeletons collided with each other, killing each other. It was extremely chaotic. Shi Lunzhou had already activated his killer move. His appearance changed as he turned into a mammoth skeleton, running in the mountains. He blended in among the countless skeletons, completely inconspicuous. But good things didn't last long. Wisps of water vapor wrapped around his body like ropes. Celestial friend Shi clan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Soon after, a voice entered Shi Lunzhou's ears. Shi Lunzhou fell into despair. Rank 8 Gu Immortal? You are not a member of the Fong family. In the next moment, the water vapor rope exploded and tied Shi Luanjie up. Shi Luanjie frantically struggled, but his eyes darkened and he fainted. News of the Fong family's attack on Skeleton Mountain, a resource point in the Shi family's territory, was quickly transmitted to the Shi family's headquarters. Soon after, the Shi family notified the Anti-Fong Alliance. When the Anti-Fong Alliance arrived at Skeleton Mountain, there was only a piece of barren land left. The entire Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fong clan style. Shi Luanjie is the Gu Immortal guarding this place. He cultivates Bone Path and is quite strong. To think that he went missing. Sigh, I'm afraid he is in trouble. Fong clan is causing trouble again. This is unforgivable. If we capture them in the future, we will tear their tendons and skin them alive to vent our hatred. Just as the Anti-Fong Alliance was cursing and gritting their teeth, another shocking news arrived. Dong Clan's Dragon Roar volcano was also taken over by Fong Clan. Dragon Roar volcano was a fire path resource point, but every time the volcano erupted, it would emit a dragon roar. At this time, they could plunder a large amount of sound path cultivation resources. When the Anti-Fong Alliance arrived at the original location of Dragon Roar volcano, they could not see any volcano. Good heavens, even the magma underground has been extracted. It seems that Fong clan is going to cause a huge commotion again. They have been hiding for some time. They must have exchanged for immortal goo or killer moves from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Their strength has risen greatly. Otherwise, why would they dare to come out? That's right. Be it Dragon Roar Volcano or Skeleton Mountain, they are important places that Fong clan would not easily invade before. But now that both of them have been taken over, Fong clan's strength must have risen greatly. More importantly, will Fong clan continue to commit crimes? Where will their next target be? Where is the nearest resource point to Dragon Roar Volcano? Xianxia Grassland. Xianxia Grassland was a rare grassland in Western Desert. It was rich in water and grass. It produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fong Alliance was discussing this, news of Xianxia Grassland being taken over by Fong clan spread again. The Anti-Fong Alliance was in an uproar. Fong clan's attack this time displayed extremely sharp offensive power. It was several times stronger than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar Volcano, Xianxia Grassland. Everyone, look, Fong clan's route has been marked. Their next target is Dong clan's Ascension Pit. Then what are we waiting for? Go and reinforce them. Dong clan sent news. Because Ascension Pit is in Dong clan's blessed land, it is not heavily guarded. Most importantly, Dong clan did not send any Gu Immortals to guard Ascension Pit. Gu Immortals were far fewer than resource points. Normally speaking, resource points at the border of a territory would be guarded by Gu Immortals. And such blessed lands resource points would reduce manpower as much as possible. The Anti-Fong Alliance rushed to Ascension Pit without stopping. They found that the Immortal Formation was broken. There was commotion deep in the pit. It seemed that Fong clan's immortals were still plundering resources inside. We finally caught them. Kill them. We need to get rid of Fong clan, otherwise, our Western Desert will be in chaos because of them. The Anti-Fong Alliance was filled with anger as they charged down. But not long after, an immortal formation rose from the heavenly pit, trapping the entire Anti-Fong Alliance in it. We fell for a trap. Such a powerful immortal formation, I cannot even communicate with jewel yellow skies, let alone send a message. This immortal formation is mainly used to trap. It does not have much killing power. Oh no. Fong clan purposely set this up. They do not want to fight with us. They want to plunder resource points. Sigh, what do we do? I wonder if Dong clan's resource points will be destroyed next. The Anti-Fong Alliance was trapped by the immortal formation. They lost all contact. At the same time, Shi clan's headquarters received an urgent report. Fong clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert. They were attacking the Giant Spirit Oasis at the center of the desert. Giant Spirit Oasis was Shi clan's super resource point. It was heavily guarded by Shi clan. They could not afford to lose it. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder was still in closed cultivation. the second Supreme Elder thought about it and decided to take action personally. They controlled Shi Clan's 2 immortal Gu houses and mobilized as many Gu immortals as possible to reinforce Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, they asked for reinforcements from the Anti-Fang Alliance. Shi Clan's second Supreme Elder had no choice but to mobilize almost all of their forces. Ever since Fang Clan lost all of their territories, they could easily mobilize all of their forces. This made it very difficult for the other super forces to resist them. Shi Clan's second Supreme Elder would have to deploy enough troops to have any hope of resisting the entire Fang Clan's attack. If they sent too few people, they would be sacrificing their lives for Fang Clan. But this way, Shi Clan's headquarters would naturally be empty. There was a deafening rumble. Several figures suddenly descended and violently charged into the Shi family's base camp. They were Princes Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiongxen who had just arrived from Feather Heavenly Pit. 5 rank 8 experts attacked Shi Clan's headquarters together. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, we came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly. If you surrender now, you will be able to preserve your life. 9 Spiritual Fairy added. In the secret room, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, sighing faintly, what ability does my Shi Clan have to make the Celestial Court make such a huge move? Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path. Why would they launch a sneak attack on a Fangjing Path superforce? My Shi Clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, don't try to argue. You act one way on the surface and another way behind the scenes, secretly protecting Fang Clan and colluding with Fang Yuan. Otherwise, how could Fang Clan exist so freely until now? Zhou Xiongxen nodded. I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a while before smiling. Celestial Court? He, as expected of the Celestial Court. Chapter 2337. Immortal Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Zhou Xiongxen clapped his hands. In an instant, countless silver words flew out, flying around Lin Clan's public blessed land. These words were as large as carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that enveloped the 5 Gu immortals of Celestial Court and Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Success! Zhou Xiongxen let out a breath of air, showing an excited expression. A good start was already half the battle. The other 4 immortals of Celestial Court also relaxed a little. What they were most afraid of was Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder leaving. Everyone was rank 8 Gu immortals, 5 against 1. Celestial Court had the advantage, but if the rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to escape, they could not capture them with numbers. Conflicting Dao marks made it hard for Gu immortals to display their advantage in numbers. Especially when Celestial Court's 5 immortals cultivated Wood Path, Information Path, Fire Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path. They all repelled each other. The speed at which Rumor Cage Battlefield was created is truly the fastest in the world. But to think that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder did not run away. Did he see through it? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court transmitted to each other, conversing rapidly. They had already set up a temporary immortal formation outside the Lin family's public blessed land base camp when they appeared in such a dignified manner. Once Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder escaped and flew out of the blessed land, the immortal formation would activate and he would be attacked. His speed would be affected. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally ordered for the immortal apertures and bodies of sword immortals. Celestial Court's group naturally made ample preparations. Even though this formation did not have much offensive power, it was personally modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to counter Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's escape. And public blessed lands had always had weaker defenses than individual blessed lands. As an information path great expert, Zhou Xiongxen had traveled in Western Desert for a long time. He had already gathered the relevant information. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had already fallen into Rumor Cage Battlefield. Prince's Impatience shouted as he flew in. He moved his body and flew in the air, opening his mouth towards the hall below. Flames shot out of his mouth, landing on the ground and spreading rapidly, turning into an intense sea of fire. The palace was only a mortal goo house. It burned in the sea of fire and quickly collapsed. The first supreme elder of the Lin family was forced to come out of seclusion and fight the enemy in the sky. The prince's impatience retreated slowly. Lin family's first supreme elder Lin Jianxing, have a taste of my power. Wan Zihong giggled and stepped forward. She activated a wood path killer move, flower petals flew and enveloped the battlefield. A sweet fragrance spread rapidly. The 5 immortals of the celestial court held their breaths. Lin Jianxing had a solemn expression on his face as he pushed with both hands. For a time, sword qi swept out and transformed into a huge wave. The waves surged, washing away all the poisonous fragrance petals in the air. Wan Zihong's figure suddenly disappeared among the petals and appeared behind Lin Jianxing in the next moment. Wan Zihong stretched out her left pinky, her fingernail glowing purple, and poked Lin Jianxing. Immortal killer move, flower-piercing finger. Lin Jianxing was hit, and his figure paused. Sword qi suddenly rose and locked Wan Zihong in place. In the next moment, the huge wave of sword qi that he had summoned earlier rolled back. The huge wave of sword qi surged and engulfed Lin Jianxing and Wan Zihong. The 4 immortals of the celestial court did not make a move. They watched from the sidelines to prevent Wan Zihong from being injured. The huge wave of sword qi dissipated, only Lin Jianxing was left, while Wan Zihong vanished again. At the next moment, flower petals flew around Prince's impatience, condensing into Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong's body was already covered in wounds, but at this moment, she smiled proudly and said, "Delay him. He's been hit by my technique, and the longer he stays here, the more thorns will grow on his body, hindering his movements until he's killed." Wan Zihong had already succeeded. She retreated and started to heal her injuries. The other celestial court Gu immortals continued to surround Lin Jianxing, not giving him any time to rest. The celestial court made full use of their advantage in numbers. Every silver character that formed the rumor cage suddenly started to shine with a bright light. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, drifting in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. The tiger group howled and pounced towards Lin Jianxing. It was Zhou Xianxian's killer move, 3 men become tigers. Prince's impatience attacked again. Countless beautiful firebirds formed in the air. The firebirds were burning with extraordinary agility. They formed groups and followed the tiger group. Red Heart Traveler also attacked. Giant pillars of blood-colored light rolled down one after another. The tiger group, firebirds, and blood pillars formed 3 waves of attacks. Lin Jianxing was surrounded, but he did not dodge. Facing the attacks, he howled, sword qi gushed out in all directions and charged into the tiger group. Beside the tiger group, sword qi suddenly condensed and turned into vines that tightly coiled around the countless fierce tigers. The vines had countless sword path thorns that pierced deeply into the fierce tigers' bodies. The fierce tigers howled in pain. They were like balloons that were pierced. Most of them collapsed on the spot. At this time, the firebird group charged into the battlefield with surging flames. Lin Jianxing activated the technique again. The sword qi in the battlefield was replenished and turned into fierce winds. The violent winds whistled, killing the remaining tigers and blowing away countless firebirds. The remaining half were also swaying left and right, unable to form a battle formation. The blood pillars pressed down and suppressed the fierce winds, causing them to weaken rapidly. Lin Jianxing had no choice but to teleport and retreat. After opening up some space, he released a large amount of sword qi. The sword qi turned into an ice wall that quickly condensed and trapped the blood pillars within, continuously wearing them down. 3 waves of attacks were neutralized by Lin Jianxing, showing his incredible sword path attainment. 9 spiritual fairies saw this and praised, "Lin Clan's first supreme elder's method is truly unique, it is truly extraordinary. I can't hold it in anymore, take this." 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Her roar was like thunder, causing rumor cage to shake. 9 spiritual fairy and Lin Jianxing fought. Each of her moves were powerful and heavy. Lin Jianxing was forced to retreat. Lin Jianxing had to continue retreating. he could not block 9 spiritual fairies' attacks. Transformation Path and Strength Path Gu cultivators had a huge advantage when fighting at the front lines. Like this, Celestial Court's 5 immortals continued to attack. From the start of the battle, Lin Jianxing was already at a disadvantage. Even though their Dao marks conflicted, they cooperated with tacit understanding. Celestial Court's attacks were like a tidal wave. They were unending and did not stop. On one hand, they were suppressing Lin Jianxing, not giving him any chance to study Rumor Cage battlefield. On the other hand, they were weakening him and creating a good opportunity for the final captive. Lin Jianxing's sword qi was exquisite and mystical. It turned into all sorts of forms. His sword path attainment was extraordinary. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court praised him inwardly. But he was only one person. He could not fight against so many, while Celestial Court had 5 Gu immortals. As time passed, the situation became more disadvantageous to Lin Jianxing. Strange, what method did he use to suppress my flower Thornfinger? Wan Zihong saw that Lin Jianxing could move freely. She was curious. Right at this time, Prince's impatience suddenly used a move. After Lin Jianxing was hit, his whole body started to burn with gray-white flames. Firebirds flew out of the flames. Lin Jianxing's aura fell sharply. His speed also slowed down. Seeing that the time was ripe, Red Heart Traveler decisively used Blood Sun Red Sun Seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun around, like a miniature blood sun. It emitted endless blood light as it pounced towards Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's body was surrounded by sword qi. He flew out and turned into a giant python, attempting to block the blood sun. But this blood sun seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstruction and directly landed on Lin Jianxing's head, turning into a red sun seal. Lin Jianxing's expression changed slightly. The red sun seal quickly displayed its might, suppressing fiercely and forming blood-colored threads. The blood-colored threads wrapped around Lin Jianxing, gradually forming a blood cocoon. Just as Lin Jianxing was about to be captured alive, at the next moment, Lin Jianxing's body collapsed, turning into vigorous sword qi that poured out of the blood threads. After flying to one side, these sword qi condensed again, returning to Lin Jianxing. There is such a method? No, something is not right. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court's expressions changed. They saw a flaw in this transformation. They were shocked to find that the Lin Jianxing who was trapped was not a Gu immortal, but only a killer move. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court had been toyed with until now, only realizing it now. He is essentially just a lump of sword qi. No wonder my flower Thornfinger did not work. So that's it. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. He did not dodge when I used Rumor Cage earlier. Zhou Xianxia cancelled the battlefield killer move with an unsightly expression. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court appeared in Lin Clan's public blessed land again. The true first Supreme Elder of Lin Clan, Lin Jianxing, stood in the air with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at the 5 immortals. You finally came out. Lin Jianxing has a great method. May I know the name of this move? Red Heart Traveler smiled warmly as he humbly asked for guidance. Lin Jianxing nodded slightly, saying calmly, this move is called Sword Qi Form. Sword Qi Form is a great move. Prince's impatience praised sincerely. After this battle, no matter what happens to you, this move will definitely become famous in the 5 regions. Zhou Xianxia also commented. Even though they were toyed with, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court only felt solemn. Their confidence and fighting spirit did not diminish. Earlier, in the battlefield of Rumor Cage, they were also restricted. After all, Rumor Cage created an information path environment. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court were suppressed. They did not dare to use their full strength, fearing that Rumor Cage would be damaged. Even if it was not damaged, the intense vibrations would cause damage to the battlefield and expose a flaw. Once Lin Jianxing made use of this flaw, he might be able to escape. Lin Jianxing stretched out his palm at this time, revealing several immortal Gu that were suppressed by sword qi. Celestial Court's immortal formation is truly exquisite. It seems to be specially modified for our clan's public blessed land. Is this the work of star constellation Immortal Venerable? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court could not conceal their solemn expressions. The formation that was secretly set up outside Lin Clan's public blessed land had already been dismantled by Lin Jianxing. But at the next moment, Lin Jianxing tossed the immortal goo in his hand to the 5 immortals of Celestial Court. I will return the immortal goo to you. This is our clan's headquarters. It will not be good to destroy it. Let's go to another battlefield. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court silently received the immortal goo. They looked at each other before Red Heart Traveler nodded. Lin Jianxing is truly extraordinary. I am in admiration. There is a desolate area 1,500 li away from here. Follow me. Lin Jianxing flew out of the blessed land first. He was slow and had a calm attitude. Chapter 23:38. What should we do now? Since the immortal formation has been dismantled, we can only rely on Rumor Cage. What is Lin Jianxing planning? If he wants to wait for the Anti-Fang Alliance or Western Desert Righteous Path's reinforcements, he is making a mistake. Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Zhou Xianxia, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy followed Lin Jianxing as they conversed secretly. Lin Jianxing's methods were beyond their expectations. He made the plans of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court fail. Just by relying on a sword chi form killer move, he deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court for a long time. This made the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court lose face. Lin Jianxing's main body used this chance to dismantle the immortal formation of the Celestial Court. This made the immortals of the Celestial Court realize there was a mistake in their formation arrangement. They should have sent someone to guard the immortal formation. In fact, the immortal formation had a certain amount of defensive power and a teleportation method. Once it was dismantled, information would be sent back. Even if the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inside Rumor Cage, they would receive a warning. Rumor Cage isolated communication inside and outside. Even Jewel Yellow Skies could not communicate with it. But this information would go straight to Rumor Cage. It would cause a slight tremor in Rumor Cage to send a warning. At that time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court would know that someone dismantled the immortal formation. They would observe the situation and send a few people back to deal with it. However, Lin Jianxing's methods were extremely exquisite. From start to finish, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not receive any warning. They quietly dismantled the formation. But facing the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, Lin Jianxing actually returned the immortal goo to them. Such magnanimity made even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court admire him. In this situation, when Lin Jianxing suggested moving the battlefield, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not have the face to continue staying in Lin Clan's public blessed land. This is it. Lin Jianxing, who was in front, slowly stopped. He stood in midair and turned to face the 5 deities of the Celestial Court. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court scanned their surroundings. This desert was indeed, as Lin Jianxing had said, barren and devoid of life. It was a perfect battlefield. Fellow immortal Lin Jianxing, if you surrender, I will guarantee your survival with my life. Red Heart Traveler sighed. Lin Jianxing sneered. If you're staying at home, and an outsider suddenly barges in to frame you and make a big fuss about it, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything about it. What would you do if they said they would spare your life? What's the point of saying so much? Just as Red Heart Traveler was about to answer, Wan Zihong suddenly made a move. She disappeared again and reappeared behind Lin Jianxing. All 10 of her fingers were sharp, and all 10 of her fingernails were dark violet in color. They tore through the air and clawed down fiercely towards Lin Jianxing's back. Wan Zihong was a demonic path goo immortal recruited by the Celestial Court. She did not lack viciousness in her heart and also had a sense of pride. Lin Jianxing had toyed with her for so long using sword chi form, she was already feeling indignant. Right now, she was still using the killer move flower-piercing finger, but it was 10 times stronger. This time, you have a body of flesh and blood. Let's see how long you can resist for. Wan Zihong's eyes shone with a sharp light. However, at the next moment, there was a sudden thunderous explosion. By the time Wan Zihong reacted, she had already been sent flying far away. Lin Jianxing, who was originally very close, could only see his back now. Because of the distance, his back was as small as a palm. What's going on? What killer move is this? Wan Zihong had just thought of this when she felt intense pain. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and was shocked to find that her defensive killer move was almost destroyed. What was that move just now? The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals were also uncertain. Lin Jianxing's method was too fast. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly. Zhou Xianxia quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Meanwhile, 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast again and charged towards Lin Jianxing. In this situation, Transformation Path Gu Immortals with thick skin were the best candidates to probe. Boom! But at the next moment, thunder rumbled. 9 Spiritual Fairy was also sent flying back. At least 3 of her ribs were broken. The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals could barely see that this was a sword path killer move. It was completely formed from sword chi, but it was too fast, it could not be seen with the naked eye. Even with investigative methods, they could only barely see it. This move is called Thunder Sword Chi, please appraise it. Lin Jianxing shouted as he counterattacked the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Bam bam bam. Thunder rumbled. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were forced to retreat continuously. Lin Jianxing naturally did not just use Thunder Sword Chi killer move, he also used Sword Chi manifestation methods from time to time. Sword Chi manifestation killer move was exquisite and mystical, while Thunder Sword Chi was fast, too fast. It was so fast that the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly, they could only use defensive methods to resist it. Lin Jianxing actually had such a method. Cover me. Zhou Xianxia transmitted secretly. Red Heart Traveler immediately flew in front of him, activating a majestic blood light. The blood light was like a ball, enveloping Red Heart Traveler and Zhou Xianxia within it. Zhou Xianxia had only prepared for a few breaths of time, but Lin Jianxing had already sensed it. Lin Jianxing pointed at the blood light barrier with his finger. Instantly, at least 3 Thunder Sword Chi killer moves landed and destroyed the blood light barrier. But Zhou Xianxia laughed heartily. You fell for my trap. He had already prepared it. He had only purposely delayed it to create the illusion that he needed a long time to prepare a powerful killer move. After all, the longer the killer move's preparation time, the stronger it would be. Zhou Xianxia cultivated Information Path. This move did not have the ability to attack when activated. However, once the enemy used a killer move and was blocked by this move, it would capture the information of the enemy's killer move and give Zhou Xianxia a warning. Zhou Xianxia had a warning. He quickly used Information Path methods to share the information with the other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court. This way, there was a clear change in the battle situation. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court finally gained a foothold. They started to exchange blows with Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's Thunder Sword Chi killer move was mainly because it was too fast. Before the enemy could react, they would already be hit. But Lin Jianxing still needed time to activate this killer move. Zhou Xianxia's Information Path killer move warning informed Zhou Xianxia and the rest when Lin Jianxing started to prepare Thunder Sword Chi killer move. With this added time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could barely react in time. Both sides fought intensely for a while. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court still had not gained control of the situation. They were still suppressed by Lin Jianxing. How is this possible? Is actually so strong? This is completely different from the information. Thunder Sword Chi and Sword Chi form are already incredible. Lin Jianxing's battle awareness is even more outstanding. It even surpasses mine. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inwardly shocked. Lin Jianxing did not just rely on these 2 moves to dominate the battlefield, he also displayed terrifying strength. There was no strongest Gu Worm, there was no strongest killer move, but Gu Immortals could always be number 1. Even though Lin Jianxing was not number 1, he was vaguely above the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. The 5 of us have different paths, we are restricting each other. This won't do. Lin Jianxing's main body has such battle strength, we need to weaken him to have a chance to use Rumor Cage. Let me do it. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court conversed at lightning speed. Prince's impatience stood up. He sent out balls of sparks that fluttered about, and they quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. Lin Jianxing's sword qi surged, but when it encountered the sparks, it started to burn and was quickly expended. Lin Jianxing was stunned. His vital immortal gu was rank 8 sword qi gu. Be it sword qi form or thunder sword qi, they both use sword qi as the foundation. Prince's impatience's move could actually burn sword qi. This broke the foundation of his battle. At least 50% of Lin Jianxing's sword qi was burned. Its power fell drastically. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court took the chance to counterattack. After several rounds of fighting, a chance appeared. 9 spiritual fairy smoothly grasped it. 9 spiritual fairy turned into a willow tree. Her willow branches coiled around Lin Jianxing like a python, binding him to the willow tree trunk. Using this chance, Xianxia quickly used Rumor Cage Battlefield. Seeing that Lin Jianxing had entered the battlefield again, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court became energized. But at the next moment, 9 spiritual fairy cried out in pain. The willow tree immemorial desolate beast vanished. She returned to her human form. She was covered in blood as she retreated in panic. What happened now? The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court were shocked. Be careful! 9 spiritual fairy was hidden behind Xianxia. Her expression was still filled with shock and even a trace of fear. Lin Jianxing broke free from the bindings. He smiled as his aura slowly rose. Sensing this aura, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court had a change of expression. Pseudo-venerable. He concealed himself so deeply. He is actually a pseudo-venerable. At this point in the battle, Lin Jianxing finally started to display his full strength. Translucent milky white threads appeared around his body. The threads were extremely fast. They shot towards the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Qi Condensed Thread. This is the move. 9 spiritual fairy reminded in a low voice. The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court had stern expressions. The transformation path 9 spiritual fairy who had transformed into an immemorial desolate plant was defeated miserably by this move. They naturally would not let down their guard. Red Heart Traveler activated all of his defensive methods and took the lead to block these threads. The threads were extremely sharp, so sharp that they could not be described with words. They actually cut into his body. If not for Red Heart Traveler reacting in time and pulling some distance away, he would have been cut into pieces. This move cannot be blocked head-on. Soon, the other 3 immortals of the Celestial Court also tested the power of this move and reached a consensus. The threads were unimaginably sharp. Even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could only dodge. Lin Jianxing did not move from the center. He activated more and more threads, gradually filling the entire battlefield. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court awkwardly found that the battlefield they wanted to trap Lin Jianxing in was gradually becoming an obstacle for them to dodge the threads. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court finally realized. Lin Jianxing had not moved the battlefield to stall for time. The reason he returned the immortal gu was because he believed he could fight 1 against 5. He could defeat the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Lin Jianxing, aren't you looking down on us too much? Remove Rumor Cage. Let me use my strongest method. No, let me do it first. Facing the incomparably powerful Lin Jianxing, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court decisively removed Rumor Cage and used their strongest killer moves. Lin Jianxing's smile did not change as he activated another method. For a moment, sword lights danced in the air, appearing out of thin air. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Light Division. Bam bam bam. In this battle, Lin Jianxing won 1 against 5. He killed the Gu Immortal Wan Zi Hong of the Celestial Court and heavily injured Zhou Xianxia, Prince's Impatience, and Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy was captured because she brought up the rear. Lin Jianxing's name spread throughout the 5 regions. Chapter 2339. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Refinement Sea area. The sea breeze blew, the surface of the sea was rippling, the sound of waves could be heard. A rank 5 hairy old man was lying on a small sampan, unconscious. The sampan moved with the waves. If nothing happened, this hairy old man would die in the sea. But a ship passed by here. After noticing the sampan, screams and shouts could be heard from the ship. After the hairy old man woke up, he found himself on the ship. "Old man, are you also going to the refinement path sacred land to compete for the right to enter and exit the drifting refinement nest?" The hairy Gu masters on the ship asked. The old man nodded. "I live in Kokidahara. I heard about the drifting refinement nest. I know that it was created under the orders of the Supreme World Lord, Great Love Immortal Venerable. Such a refinement path sacred land might give me hope of breaking through." The hairy Gu masters on the ship gasped. "Old man, you traveled such a long distance from Kokidahara to here. It was not easy. We are truly in awe." The hairy old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Initially, I was not alone. There were 3 others. But the journey was dangerous. 2 of my companions died. The remaining one did not dare to continue. He returned. Thus, I am the only one who came here." The sovereign immortal aperture was not safe either. Especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently, the only places that had a stable environment were the settlements of large tribes. They usually had defensive immortal formations or Gu immortals guarding them. Thus, even rank 5 Gu masters could not travel long distances. They had to take huge risks. The hairy old man asked the hairy Gu masters on the ship where they came from. Like he expected, these hairy Gu masters came from mini Eastern Sea's 3-hair continent. Back in Langya Blessed Land, the yellow hair continent, black hair continent, and white hair continent were collectively known as 3-hair continent. These hairy Gu masters had different cultivation levels. Most were rank 4, few were rank 5, and there were also rare rank 3. "I am truly envious of you. You live so close to the refinement path sacred land." The hairy old man sighed internally. "So what if it is close? This place is strictly forbidden. How can the refinement path sacred land be freely entered?" "According to what I know, many Gu immortals' descendants can enter freely. Alas, we can't compare. They have Gu immortal seniors. They use flying boats to enter and exit this place. They are extremely fast. Hopefully, this test won't be difficult and I'll pass. From now on, you will have the right to enter and exit this place freely." The hairy Gu masters discussed among themselves. Several days later, the hairy old man and the ship's hairy Gu masters arrived at a floating refinement nest. The drifting refinement nest was so huge that all the Gu masters gasped in admiration. A voice transmitted into everyone's ears, guiding the rookies on the correct path, allowing them to smoothly enter the drifting refining nest. The structure of the drifting smelting nest was even more complicated. There were countless rooms of different sizes and corridors. It was very easy to get lost. Under the guidance of that voice, the hairy Gu masters found their own rooms and moved in. The Fong family had all the necessary living facilities, but they were all very simple. The style of ascetic cultivation was undoubtedly evident. That night, the newly arrived hairy Gu masters rested well. From the second day onwards, Gu materials were transported into the individual Gu refinement rooms in their rooms. The hairy Gu masters started to refine Gu. According to that mysterious voice, this was the first test. The Gu masters were asked to use their most proficient methods to process Gu materials or refine Gu worms. This test lasted for 3 days. During this period, the Gu masters could display their skills to their heart's content. After the test, the Gu masters' rooms were moved. Some went to higher floors, while others went down a few floors. The drifting refinement nest did not prohibit Gu masters from interacting with each other. Thus, all sorts of small gatherings were held at night. The elderly rank 5 hairy Gu masters saw many outstanding Gu masters. Hairy men were the majority, but there were also humans and even a few variant human Gu masters. He also obtained a lot of information from this. One day, according to everyone's conjecture, the higher the floor, the better the results of the test. Because the higher the floor, the bigger and better the room, the better the food. The Gu masters revolved around this standard and started to compete intensely. The drifting refinement nest never lacked Gu materials, refining Gu worms, or trying to create new Gu. Through a good performance, The Gu masters could even seek the guidance of the mysterious voice and learn profound Gu refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for several weeks, all of the Gu masters felt their strength rising rapidly. 14 days passed like this. The Gu masters faced the middle stage test. A set of high-quality Gu materials were processed by many Gu masters together. The Gu masters were in their own rooms, observing the images and processing them remotely. The images were very lifelike, be it the temperature or the smell, they were all the same. The true Gu materials were placed in a secret location. Inside the refinement path Gu formation, they were not placed in front of any Gu master. Such methods were unimaginable. All of the Gu masters were shocked and filled with admiration. After the middle stage test, more than 10 days later, it was time for the final stage test. This time, they were processing immortal materials. Of course, the topic was Gu immortals. Every drifting refinement nest had at least one refinement path Gu immortal. The other Gu masters did some auxiliary work, such as processing the immortal materials and so on. After passing the final stage test, the remaining Gu masters would have the qualifications to enter and exit Refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. After that, they would have to take the test again. The drifting refinement nest that Feng Yuan created was mostly filled with Gu masters. The early stage standard was not high. Most Gu masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, with the explosive growth of the population, the competition in all aspects would become very intense, especially regarding the qualifications to enter and exit Refinement C. Every drifting refinement nest could make use of Refinement C to greatly increase the success rate of Gu refinement. At the same time, the Gu materials that were wasted in the refinement nests would be converted into Refinement C after passing through the drifting refinement nest. Both sides complemented each other. If not for the replenishment of these drifting refinement nests, Refinement C's sea level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Feng Yuan had been refining rank 9 immortal Gu for many days already. The center of Refinement C was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Only Gu immortals with Feng Yuan's permission could enter. Because here was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A pillar of light formed and pierced the sky. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal Gu appeared. This immortal Gu crystal spider was transparent, without any flaws. The spider's 8 legs were very long and slender, while its body was very petite, supported by the 8 legs. It was Heavenly Web Gu. And on the back of Heavenly Web Gu, there was a white mark that resembled a spider web. This was unique to rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu. It did not exist on the back of rank 8 Heavenly Web Gu. The refinement is complete. Master has another rank 9 immortal Gu. Oh heavens, we participated in the whole process. This is the supreme glory of refinement path. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample all the venerables under his feet in the future. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool also had Gu immortals participating in the refinement, the majority of them being hairy men. They looked up at the sky, gasping in admiration. Under the control of Feng Yuan's divine sense, the rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu disappeared. Rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu is also refined. Feng Yuan was calm. After refining many rank 9 immortal Gu, he no longer felt excited or agitated. He was starting to get used to it. Although the Gu refinement failed twice this time, there were no setbacks after that. It was very smooth. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan chose to refine Heavenly Web Gu in the end. Feng Yuan's current situation was not bad. He needed an immortal Gu to help him attack and defend. Between offense and defense, Feng Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Because the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, its defense was very weak. This was Feng Yuan's shortcoming. If this aspect was broken by other venerables, then in a direct confrontation, Feng Yuan would have no place to stand. The consequences would be severe. Heavenly Web Gu could release a huge net to trap the target when activated. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive Gu, it was used for offense. But it was the absolute core of the defensive killer move, expanding Heavenly Web. Expanding Heavenly Web's power rose sharply. It was even more powerful than reverse flow protection seal. Moreover, heavenly web goo could be mixed into obscured heavenly secret, increasing the power of this killer move by several times. The reason why Feng Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path was because Refinement Path was not good at offense, and it was too widespread. Heaven Path had a broad future and was developing well. It was even more outstanding than Human Path in this aspect. The most amazing thing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. Thus, Feng Yuan's choice of using Heaven Path as a base was very wise. Using Heaven Path as an offensive method was naturally the best choice. After storing the rank 9 Heavenly Web Goo, Feng Yuan inspected his inventory. Because he had failed twice earlier, he had expended a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials. As for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Refinement C, even though the sea level had fallen, it had not broken through the limit. It could recover on its own. Of course, drifting Refinement Nest could speed up Refinement C's recovery. Just as Feng Yuan was calculating which rank 9 immortal goo he should refine next, a piece of news entered his ears. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court surrounded Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianxing, but suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Jianxing's pseudo-venerable battle strength was exposed. Not only did he collude with Feng Clan and leak information to them, he was also an otherworldly demon. There was a lot of evidence of Lin Jianxing's collusion with Feng Clan. It could be said to be irrefutable. As an information path great expert, Zhou Xianxia not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to create false evidence. As for Lin Jianxing's otherworldly demon identity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally deduced it. Right now, the world was in an uproar, especially Western Desert. It was extremely chaotic. A pseudo-venerable had finally appeared in this region. Western Desert's righteous path had yet to straighten their backs when they were dumbfounded. This pseudo-venerable Lin Jianxing was actually involved in the demonic path. He had deep connections. Chapter 2340. If not for the Celestial Court exposing it, no one would know that Lin Jianxing had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They had hidden it so deeply, they definitely had ulterior motives. In fact, from the reactions of most of Lin Clan's Goo Immortals, they did not know about it. Western Desert's righteous path super forces were watching. Many of them were waiting for Lin Jianxing to explain, but Lin Clan remained silent and did not give any explanation. Western Desert's righteous path did not make a move. They were not willing to create an alliance against Lin after the anti-Feng alliance. The consequences of attacking Feng Clan were right in front of them. If Lin Clan did the same thing as Feng Clan, with a pseudo-venerable leading the entire clan, how would Western Desert's righteous path survive? Feng Clan cannot attack now. It seems that Feng Clan's previous attacks were all a facade created by the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan looked at the complete information again and understood. Ever since Western Desert's Feng Clan lost the resource points of their entire clan, they had to rely on Feng Yuan even more. Thus, Feng Yuan's control over them was even deeper. If Feng Clan attacked in a large scale, they would definitely inform him and ask for his instructions. Feng Yuan could not help but find it funny. The Celestial Court wanted to interfere in Western Desert. Of all people, they had to choose the strongest opponent. But soon, Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of a question. Why did the Celestial Court suddenly attack Lin Clan? Was it because they found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable strength, so they wanted to eliminate him in advance for the sake of Celestial Court's dominance over the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention the fact that the Celestial Court's biggest obstacle in stabilizing its position as the overlord of the 5 regions were the other venerables. Even pseudo-venerables had to stand aside. If the Celestial Court found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why did they only send 5 Celestial Court Goo Immortals to kill Lin Jianxing? This did not make sense. Then what is the Celestial Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly attack Lin Clan? Feng Yuan learned from Feng Clan that Lin Clan and Feng Clan did not collude in secret. This was all a setup by the Celestial Court. Is it because Lin Jianxing is an otherworldly demon? That wasn't right either. The celestial court's attitude towards the extraterrestrial devils was not completely one-sided. As long as they could recruit him, the celestial court would. Even Feng Yuan had been recruited by the celestial court. The celestial court's recruitment criteria were also very clear, as long as it was a human. Then what exactly is the reason? Even if the number 1 wisdom path expert, star constellation Immortal Venerable, was not the decision-maker, she had at least agreed to deal with Lin clan. However, she made a rare miscalculation. What made her agree to attack the Lin family? The problem here was very crucial and worthy of Feng Yuan's deep consideration. Even though Wisdom Gu was only rank 8, it was helpful to Feng Yuan. After he used all sorts of wisdom path methods, Feng Yuan had a guess, but he was not sure. After all, everything was just a calculation. What was the truth? Feng Yuan naturally had a way to prove it. He immediately ordered for a rank 5 Gu master to undergo immortal ascension. Right now, there were few such rank 5 Gu immortal seeds left in the sovereign immortal aperture. And these Gu immortal seeds did not have a deep foundation, they did not have enough experience, their chances of passing the tribulation were very low. This was why Feng Yuan decided to suppress them and let them continue to accumulate their foundation. But because this problem was very important, Feng Yuan felt that it was worth it even if he had to waste a rank 5 Gu master. In the end, this rank 5 Gu master failed and died because the 3 Qi were out of balance. But during this short period of time, Feng Yuan used Thieving Heaven's secret killer move to find out the truth. When star constellation Immortal Venerable gave the order to deal with Lin clan, she was in embroidered tower outside the celestial court. But Bo Qing's soul was taken out from the celestial court's secret treasury. This was the most obvious evidence. Furthermore, when Fairy Maiden's soul modified Bo Qing's soul, she was in the celestial court the entire time. Feng Yuan obtained even more precious information. Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia were trapped in the Heaven Path Dream Realm, so star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to nurture Bo Qing, even though this was a risky move. This way, star constellation Immortal Venerable's motive was clear. She wanted to use Bo Qing to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie as he muttered. He knew why star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's previous performance was already the number 1 threat to the Celestial Court. Of course, this was star constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding when Feng Yuan tried to conceal himself. If the fact that Feng Yuan had many rank 9 Immortal Gu was exposed, then Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be tossed aside. Not only would star constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal would also have to join forces with star constellation to deal with Feng Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Feng Yuan rapidly deduced and thought deeply. Thoughts surged in his mind, gathering into surging waves that rose and fell. He knew that an opportunity was right in front of him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, as time passed, star constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more opportunities like this. Would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the result would be terrible for Feng Yuan. At once, Feng Yuan could not make a decision. Even though he knew about the Celestial Court's secrets, he did not know about star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. How much progress had she made during this period of time? Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven, and Feng Yuan were all shrouded in mystery. Feng Yuan had refined rank 9 Immortal Gu. He had an advantage in this aspect, but the other venerables might try to offset Feng Yuan's refinement path advantage in other aspects. Feng Yuan did not like war, even though he did not dislike it. In his opinion, war and killing were only ways to gain benefits. Harming the enemy while harming oneself was already a good outcome in a war. The risk of war was huge. Rashly starting a war was not wise. Compared to war, Feng Yuan preferred to do business and plunder. But Feng Yuan was clear about one thing. Venerables had to fight, they had to fight frequently. Then let's fight. After thinking for several days, Feng Yuan finally made this decision. After he made his decision, he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent Gu immortals to Western Desert to approach Lin Jianxing and recruit him. On the other hand, he sent his capable subordinates to make arrangements. After making arrangements, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering spectral heaven. Great Love Immortal Venerable suddenly flew into spectral heaven. This important information was quickly captured by the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. It was quickly spread to the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. A Venerable's every action would attract the attention of all Gu Immortals. Not to mention Fang Yuan's huge action. What is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable trying to do by entering spectral heaven? To fight against spectral soul demon Venerable? Giant Sun Immortal was very confused. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Not long ago, she and Fang Yuan had already completed the transaction regarding the Starry Sky calculation formation. Lin Jianxing exposed his true battle strength. She had miscalculated. She was about to deal with this when Fang Yuan made such a move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not even deduced when an intense feeling told her that things were going to turn bad. But as for what would turn bad and how, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know yet. Everything was waiting for her to continue deducing, or for the situation to continue developing. Among the Venerables, Fang Yuan is in the worst situation. Why did he go to spectral heaven? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confused. Spectral heaven had already become spectral soul demon Venerable's territory. Other Gu immortals entered and left spectral heaven, but spectral soul demon Venerable did not make a move. But what if a Venerable like Fang Yuan went to spectral heaven? This was like a mountain with a tiger. Normally, when small animals stepped on it, the tiger would not move. However, if another ferocious tiger entered the mountain peak, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the original ferocious tiger, and a battle might even break out. Would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable make a move against Fang Yuan? The answer to this question was related to the hearts of the 2 Venerables. They activated investigative killer moves and paid close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. The 2 Venerables were shaken. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. Did Fang Yuan have a way to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? That was why he had the confidence to enter Spectral Heaven? But why did he suddenly enter Spectral Heaven? The same question appeared in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's first thought was, has Fang Yuan already quelled the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal problems and started annexing variant human grotto heavens? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. She had a bad feeling. Does Fang Yuan already know about the Heavenly Path Dream Realm? In the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained the truthful floating ice left behind by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. After entering Spectral Heaven, he went straight for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal's heart shook. This is a dream realm? The dream realm that is most similar to the description in The Legends of Rinzhu has appeared. So Fang Yuan's target is them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. Fang Yuan had Heaven Path Cultivation level and was also the #1 person in the world in Dream Path attainment. The Heavenly Path Dream Realm was too helpful to Fang Yuan. I cannot let Fang Yuan succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal realized that these were all Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On one hand, he agreed to cooperate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Fang Yuan and prevent him from obtaining these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On the other hand, he was thinking, was this real or fake? This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal learned of the existence of Heavenly Path Dream Realms. But he was clear, I already have a rank 9 Gu, even though it is light Gu, it is damaged and useless for now. But this is enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to work together against me. So in this situation, are the 2 of them working together to plot against me? Undeniably, this was very likely. Fang Yuan looked at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm in front of him and used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to enter. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu was an investigative Gu. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the situation in the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. His heart burned with passion. The Heavenly Path has to pay a huge price to create these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. They need to pay the true meaning. That is to say, if I obtain these dream realms and absorb their true meaning, I will obtain them. The parts that the Heavenly Path loses will be obtained by me. My attainment level in Heaven Path is even higher than the Heavenly Path. Of course, this could not be considered a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster, because in the current Heaven Path attainment level, there were too many things that Fang Yuan could not comprehend. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Just as he was thinking, star constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. It is easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. Giant Sun Immortal should be here soon. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled at star constellation Immortal Venerable, saying, Star constellation, I must obtain these dream realms. If you do not retreat, leave your life behind. Chapter 2341. You want me to leave my life behind? It is rare to see such hospitality from Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan's threat, but her heart shook slightly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan had fought several times, but it was rare to see Fang Yuan so unyielding. This showed how much Fang Yuan was determined to obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms. Precisely so, Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to stop Fang Yuan. It has been a long time since we last fought. Fang Yuan must have improved a lot. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said, her long hair fluttering in the air. Her long hair was black like the night sky, but countless starlight specks flickered between her hair. It was like a condensed Milky Way. It was dazzling and could not be ignored. Ding ding ding, countless starlight specks flowed out of her hair, converging into a starlight current. This current was made up of countless starlight fragments. As they surged, they collided with each other and gave off a crisp sound. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He had never seen this move before. He pointed his finger and used a method called 7 Kills Rainbow. At once, Metal Path's yellow light, Wood Path's jade light, Water Path's light blue light, Fire Path's red light, Earth Path's brown light, Wind Path's green light, and Lightning Path's dark blue light fused together, turning into a huge spiral light pillar that crashed into the starlight current. Rumble! The two collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Next, the sound of countless starlight fragments colliding filled everyone's ears. Fang Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow pierced through the starlight fragments and flew up like a mixed-colored dragon, attacking star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She moved like the wind as she retreated to a certain distance. The more Fang Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow entered the starlight, the weaker its momentum became. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrating force, but soon it was surrounded by countless starlight fragments and weakened. Eventually, the light pillar became thinner and thinner. By the time it reached star constellation Immortal Venerable, it was only smoke. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a smile on her face as she watched the 7 Kills Rainbow dissipate like smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly as he stared at the scattered stardust on the battlefield. Each of these star fragments was extremely small. They were not true star fragments, but formed by killer moves. Originally, the stardust shone with a faint blue light and converged into one, turning into a deep blue torrent. But now, these star fragments had dispersed and absorbed Fang Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow. The surrounding surface was stained with golden, emerald, light blue, scarlet, dark brown, and so on. The entire battlefield was covered in colors, and the scene was dazzling and resplendent. However, Fang Yuan sensed a strong sense of danger from this beautiful scenery. He continued to use killer moves to test them, but the result was the same. The killer moves did not show their might for long before their power plummeted and were absorbed by countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her method again. From time to time, she flicked her fingers, and from time to time, her fingers danced in the air. Along with her movements, streaks of starlight Dao marks lit up on the battlefield. The scale of these starlight Dao marks expanded rapidly and connected with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, The incomplete form of a battlefield killer move was created. But how could Feng Yuan let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was created, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately gain a huge territorial advantage. Feng Yuan immediately tried to obstruct her, but the effect was minimal. These star fragments protected the Dao marks. Even if Feng Yuan destroyed them, these Dao marks would break into countless star fragments and replenish them. I still have to thank Feng Yuan. Without permanence Gu, these two moves would not exist. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's two moves were unheard of by Feng Yuan. They were truly extraordinary when used together. Feng Yuan saw that he could not break them directly. He had a thought and decisively stopped probing, using another killer move. At the next moment, 5 colored lights shone around him. They were Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Qi, Central Restriction White-Gold Holy Light Qi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Qi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flames Light Qi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Qi. The 5 colored lights were connected as one, but they were also distinct. They quickly spread and dyed the battlefield, enveloping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move as well as countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Be it the previous 7 killings Rainbow or the current 5 restriction Profound Light Qi, they were both modified by Feng Yuan. If it were the original version, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately use a method to break it and cause Feng Yuan to suffer a backlash. The previous 7 killings Rainbow Killer move was also ordinary in terms of modification. In just this short period of time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already understood it. As long as she had some time, she would be able to deduce a method to break it directly. However, the 5 restriction Profound Light Qi's killer move had been modified very well. Other than the killer move's power being increased, the speed at which it was unleashed had also become much faster. This modification clearly surpassed 7 killings Rainbow. It showed Feng Yuan's effort in this. He must have invested a lot of time and effort into this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to suffer a backlash. She did not have the sovereign immortal body. She had conflicting Dao marks. When she fought in this 5-colored Profound Light Qi, the stronger the killer move she used, the greater the backlash she suffered. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Since 5 restriction Profound Light Qi was exposed, how could she not have any countermeasures? During this period of time, she had thought of at least 3 methods to deal with every method that Feng Yuan exposed. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose the simplest method. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out countless star beasts. These star beasts were as large as white whales, some were as small as mosquitoes, some had sharp horns, some were soft and curved. In short, they had all kinds of shapes and sizes. But without exception, these star beasts were at least immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, there were leaders whose auras were clearly stronger than the others. Their eyes flickered with intelligence. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction Profound Light Qi without any obstruction. It turned out that the killer move 5 restriction Profound Light Qi originated from Tao Zhu. He had created it by imitating the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of the 5 regions, but they did not have much effect on creatures of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had specially nurtured these star path beasts. They were all from the 2 heavens. They were not suppressed by 5 restriction Profound Light Qi. The star beasts attacked in groups. They were ferocious and surging like a tidal wave. Feng Yuan activated killer moves, slaughtering groups after groups. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to increase her forces. The number of star beasts was still increasing slowly. Especially the star beast leaders, they had immortal apertures with goo worms in their bodies. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to nurture legendary immemorial beasts on a large scale? Feng Yuan's heart shook. But thinking about it, he understood. Star constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 wisdom path immortal. She is most proficient in enlightening star beasts and giving them wisdom. Actually, it was not just Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Thinking about the countless variant Gu immortals in Crazed Demon Cave, they were all created by Limitless Demon Venerable from mountains, rocks, wind, and fire. In a way, in terms of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements were even more shocking than Star constellation Immortal Venerable. In order to nurture so many star beasts, Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to expend a vast amount of star path resources. The fusion of the two heavens not only gave me a vast amount of heaven path immortal materials, it also gave her a vast amount of star path resources. Not only did she create the star path calculation formation, she also nurtured so many star beasts. Feng Yuan speculated about Star constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. The truth was, Star constellation Immortal Venerable had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture so many star beasts. Not just the gains from the fusion of the two heavens, but also the star path resources in Celestial Court's treasury. Seeing that the star beasts were charging towards them, Feng Yuan maintained 5 restriction Profound Light Qi while activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Countless dragon souls danced and sword qi spread, but they could not match the star beasts in the sky. They only managed to slow down the star beast army's attacks slightly. When these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments would fill their wounds and heal them quickly. If the star beasts were heavily injured and reached their limits, they would die and turn into countless star fragments. In a certain area, the star fragments would become denser, and when they reached a certain level, they would easily form star path Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were interconnected. One would weaken while the other would strengthen. They were closely linked and coordinated. Feng Yuan's situation became more difficult. It seems that this is another combat system of Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan sensed this. His thoughts moved rapidly. This battle with Star constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also different from the battle for Rank 9 Light Gu. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was about seizing the primordial domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It was about making use of the situation and maneuvering around. It focused on information, the will of the people, and the competition of forces. The battle for Rank 9 Light Gu focused on pursuit. It focused on speed, timing, offense, and defense. This time, if Feng Yuan wanted to seize the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had to occupy this battlefield and have the terrain advantage. Great minds think alike. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. Be it Feng Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Qi or Star constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious incomplete star fragment battlefield, they were both targeting this. The moment Star constellation Immortal Venerable fought, she directly used a new combat system, causing Feng Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Qi and other methods to be ineffective. Feng Yuan was wise and decisive. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped all his offensive methods and only used defense to protect himself. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves. All the star beasts charged forward. Feng Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She suddenly took out a lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was her mental state. She used her mental state to aim at Feng Yuan's direction and shook it lightly. Feng Yuan's mind was filled with countless emotions. They assaulted his body and mind. But Feng Yuan was prepared. He activated more than one defensive killer move. Among them was the killer move Calm and Collected. This move had been used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was modified now. It quickly suppressed and destroyed Feng Yuan's emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's interference failed. Feng Yuan stabilized his footing and prepared successfully. He opened his mouth slightly. A faint smoke came out of his mouth and ears. The smoke was pink. It gathered above Feng Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move erupted with power. Mini Dang Hun Mountain above Feng Yuan's head shook intensely. Ding, ding, ding. It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was so clear that it was piercing to the ears. The pink sound wave could be seen with the naked eye. Wherever it went, star beasts howled and froze on the spot before collapsing. The battlefield was originally filled with star beasts, but now, a large area was cleared. Even the stronger leader star beasts could not resist it. They fell to the pink sound wave. Not just that, even the star fragments in the sky broke apart, vanishing completely. The surrounding star path Dao marks broke one after another, drowning in the pink sound wave. Immortal killer move, Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. This move's power swept through the battlefield, easily changing the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fu Pin Chinese Language. Chapter 2342. This time Shocking Dreams, Soul Sound, this was a combination killer move. It used rank 8 Rule Path Gu, rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Shock Gu, rank 8 Time Path Year Gu, rank 7 Dream Armor Gu, rank 8 Water Path Great Wave Gu, rank 8 Bell Tone Gu, and the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Precisely because the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, it was comparable to a rank 9 killer move, with the amplification of Feng Yuan's Dao marks of corresponding paths. Its power was earth-shattering. With this move, Feng Yuan immediately broke through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 consecutive moves. He swept away the disadvantage and regained his might. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Thoughts moved rapidly in her mind as she tried to analyze this move. This move seems to be Feng Yuan's trump card, the source of his confidence in fighting me. Roughly speaking, this move encompasses Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Time Path, Dream Path, Water Path, Soul Path, and Sound Path. It's truly difficult to resist all of them. Wisdom Path was easy, but Dream Path was difficult. Even though the relevant Immortal Gu was only rank 7 Dream Armor Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist it effectively. Feng Yuan had an advantage in the Dream Path. He was the #1 person in the world. The greatest source of this move's power is still Dang Hun Mountain. I wonder how much time and effort Feng Yuan spent to deduce this move? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She could not help but feel helpless. The new combat system that she had painstakingly designed was broken by Feng Yuan just like that. No matter how exquisite the combination of the 3 moves was, Feng Yuan's Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound was extremely domineering. It swept through the battlefield with invincibility. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about the time and effort she used to deduce these 3 moves compared to Feng Yuan's effort to deduce the killer move Year Shocking Dream Wave Sound. It would be better if she spent less time and energy on it. If she gave up more, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The outcome of the battle between Venerable Ones also signified the level of the Venerable One's cultivation and management skills. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She felt that if Feng Yuan paid less than her, the possibility of that happening was quite low. However, that was not the case. The main source of this killer move, Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound, came from nature. In the remote antiquity era, there was an immemorial desolate beast called the Frightening Year Beast. Wherever it went, Frightening Year Gu would fly away. Now, it was already extinct. Dream waves were a kind of phenomenon. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when dreams appeared on a large scale, dream waves would form. Dang Hun Mountain didn't need to be mentioned. The Soul Sound Withered Flower Tree was also a rare ancient desolate plant that was already extinct. It could use wood path resources as nourishment to send out soul sounds that affected the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and innate instincts were things that naturally existed in the world. After Feng Yuan stole the heavenly secrets, it became an important reference. Creating compound killer moves was actually much easier than creating killer moves of a single path. Especially when Feng Yuan had rank 8 Wisdom Gu, he could always provide him with the most accurate inspiration. He did not have to waste time on the wrong path. This Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound was only a quasi-rank 9 killer move in essence, because it did not contain a rank 9 Immortal Gu, only the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Thus, the rank 8 Wisdom Gu was very helpful to the deduction of this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, can you deal with this move? Fang Yuan smiled as he got closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to retreat, maintaining her distance from Fang Yuan. A combat system was very difficult to construct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking combination of 3 moves was very exquisite. It was already the prototype of a combat system. But after being broken by Fang Yuan's unreasonable move, the combination of 3 moves became a joke. Of course, this did not mean that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's efforts were in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtained rank 9 Star Path Immortal Gu, her power would rise sharply and she would be able to resist Fang Yuan's combination killer move. Thus, the foundation of a combat system was still Immortal Gu. When Venerables fought, they had to compete with rank 9 Immortal Gu. Without rank 9 Immortal Gu, they would have to compete with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal had the incomplete Blood Sea, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Book Mountain, Mental Realm, and Door of Life and Death, while Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Hu Land, Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and the incomplete Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Only with a solid foundation, after fighting to a stalemate, would the combat system be the key to victory. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent indeed, your talent is shocking. This move has great power, it is also mysterious and mystical, it is hard to defend against. But I have a move here, please take a look. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said as she shook the mental realm in her hand. Fang Yuan showed a vigilant expression as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River had already been repaired, Reverse Flow Protection Seal had been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, it turned into a snowy robe with large sleeves, there were ripples on the surface of the robe, it was the scene of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the snowy robe was covered in mist. There was also a rainbow light, it was pure blue and curved like a ribbon, it coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, nape, and waist. Now, other than that, Fang Yuan's handsome face was covered with a layer of translucent veil, causing half of his beautiful face to be faintly discernible, and accentuate that pair of beautiful eyes that were not covered, giving off a mysterious and unparalleled charm. The lantern-like mental realm shook slightly. In an instant, the surrounding battlefield turned darker. The mental realm seemed to have become the only source of light. It had a mystical suction force. This move had a huge range. Fang Yuan was directly hit. The emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fang Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods but could not stop it. His expression changed. Because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Dao marks were also extracted. Wisdom Path Cultivation had 3 main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to Wisdom Path Dao marks to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful. Other than extracting emotions, it could also extract Wisdom Path Dao marks, weakening the opponent's Wisdom Path Foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his Reverse Flow Protection Seal did not react. Clearly, this extraction was very subtle, it could not be considered an attack, it could not trigger Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. She succeeded. Fang Yuan's previous efforts in modifying Reverse Flow Protection Seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already lost 100 Wisdom Path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor Gu, but they had no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state. It was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her Wisdom Path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor Gu's methods were still too weak, they could not resist it. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's level was high enough, it had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fang Yuan had a choice. That was to continue using this shocking dream wave soul sound killer move to fight attack with attack. But he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured. It was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not want to fight star constellation Immortal Venerable. His main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. After a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure white net around the Gu Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure white light and entered the dense fishnet formed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both Heavenly Web and obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Web Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Fang Yuan's emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Fang Yuan did not expose his rank 9 Immortal Gu aura. Because the two moves merged into one, they were concealed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Fang Yuan to use rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu. Because of this, obscured Heavenly Secret had to bear a huge burden. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Fang Yuan's shocking dream turbulence soul sound, but Fang Yuan resisted her Mental State Killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Fang Yuan have wisdom path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Fang Yuan thus gained the upper hand. He finally had time to attack the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He only resisted her and used his methods on those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. The first method was pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, of course. But ordinary dream realms could be turned into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies by this move. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms had no effect. Not just that, they were enraged by Fang Yuan. The Heaven Path Dream Realms turned into a wave of attacks that pressed down on Fang Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with providence, while the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies condense dream realms, using human will as the core to form the human body. Unless I use a method to get rid of all of the providence in the dream realms. After knowing this, Fang Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times against dream realms. It was very effective. But now, even though this move was effective, the side effect was even greater. Fang Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realms that were hit and shrank. He felt a heartache. It seems that my Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move can be used against ordinary dream realms, but it is very crude against Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did it weaken providence, it also got rid of the true meaning in the dream realms. Fang Yuan did not gain nothing. After this attempt, he understood that providence and Heaven Path true meaning were intertwined in Heaven Path Dream Realms. They were hard to differentiate. His wisdom path methods were too crude. He could not differentiate the two accurately. He could not deal with providence alone. But Fang Yuan still had a way to deal with it. At the next moment, he sent out his Dream Path clone Meng Qiuzhen to protect him as he was swallowed by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She was somewhat anxious. Fang Yuan's strength was exposed. She was very surprised. He actually started to absorb the Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her nose. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable absorbs these Heaven Path Dream Realms and gets stronger? Star constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal appeared. P.S. Venerable Goob reached the 100 Alliance stage a few days ago. This is a very rare achievement. Here, I would like to thank all of you for your support and love. Thinking about the difficult past of this book, I could not help but sigh. Originally, the 100 Alliance stage would add chapters every day, but in the last month, my grandmother passed away. It was a huge blow to me. I was immersed in a sea of sorrow. I was unable to extricate myself. From my personal experience, my grandmother was the most important person in my life. In a way, she was even more important than my parents. In the last month, I often cried silently. I was in so much pain that I could not concentrate on my writing, work, life, and many other matters. A few days ago, my grandmother held a funeral. When I went out and returned home, it was designed to be updated at a fixed time, so I could not add chapters in time. Today, I added chapters. I apologize to everyone. Please forgive me. Tomorrow, I will continue to add chapters for April. Chapter 2343. Ever since Feng Yuan ascended to spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal had been paying close attention to this place. When Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal was joyful at first. After all, the fight between two venerables was the most beneficial to him. But soon, he was worried that Feng Yuan would not be able to withstand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and would lose too early. If Feng Yuan cannot hold on, I will help him. Giant Sun Immortal had already prepared to help Feng Yuan in secret. Of course he had good intentions. Firstly, Feng Yuan was too weak. It was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the Celestial Court was his greatest enemy. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal wanted Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to continue fighting each other, so he wanted to help Feng Yuan and maintain the situation of the two venerables. It was most beneficial to him. After all, I have primeval chi seed. My immortal essence is greatly replenished. If I expend some of my immortal essence in a fight between venerables, it would be even more harmful to them. Giant Sun Immortal had such a thought at the time. This was not wrong. It was a wise decision. But he did not know the truth. He only knew the information he obtained from this perspective. But what he did not expect was that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan fought, Feng Yuan actually gained the upper hand. This was out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, Feng Yuan was last in refining Dao marks. Even though he had potential, his immortal essence storage was last. How did he gain the upper hand? He even forced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. However, Giant Sun Immortal had witnessed the entire process of the fight between the two venerables. He was not surprised after the initial shock. This time, the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound left a deep impression on him. Feng Yuan used the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Dang Hun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that swept away Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It was logical that Feng Yuan could win. When the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound showed off, Giant Sun Immortal was not too worried. He even let go of his worries and probed into Feng Yuan's background. The reason? Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence. He was ranked last in terms of refining natural Dao marks. What did he do with his remaining time? But now Giant Sun Immortal saw it. Oh, so it is used to deduce killer moves. Oh, so he was using secluded domain of Heaven and Earth as. He was even more assured that he could use the arcane realm of Heaven and Earth as the core. It seems that Feng Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal Gu after all. He had to use a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal couldn't help but feel envious. Feng Yuan had the most secluded domains of Heaven and Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had many, but Giant Sun Immortal had the least. He only had one, and it was only an incomplete blood sea. He also wanted a complete arcane realm of Heaven and Earth. Giant Sun Immortal watched from the side. When he saw Feng Yuan's Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound gaining the upper hand, he felt reassured. However, when he saw that Feng Yuan actually resisted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move, he could not sit still. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated a Wisdom Path killer move with her mental state as the core. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected it. But he did not expect Feng Yuan to have defensive methods that could block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already a huge headache for Giant Sun Immortal. He had spent a lot of effort to secretly deduce and modify luck path methods to deal with it. To think that Fang Yuan had other defensive methods that surpassed reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's performance was out of Giant Sun Immortal's expectations again. This time, Giant Sun Immortal was wary. There was no helping it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through Fang Yuan's defensive methods. Giant Sun Immortal was the same. To think that Fang Yuan has such deep attainment in Wisdom Path. In such a short period of time, you were able to create, deduce, and modify so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal joined the battle, staring at Fang Yuan as he praised sincerely. This was nothing. Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven's secret and Wisdom Goo. With the advantage of the sovereign immortal body, compound killer moves were easy to create. Individually, these advantages were so outstanding that venerable ones would be envious of them. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Fang Yuan felt terrified. Things like this year's shocking dream wave soul sound, heavenly web retraction, and so on were only a portion of Fang Yuan's recent achievements. The reason why he chose them was because Fang Yuan felt that they were suitable for this situation. Fang Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of the same level as them. This showed the power of Thieving Heaven's secret. Of course, the rank 8 Wisdom Goo also provided a lot of help. Mainly because of these two, Fang Yuan was able to catch up in modifying killer moves. He had many trump cards in his hands. When he used them, he could even choose and think carefully. Of course, Fang Yuan did not show it on the surface. Facing Giant Sun Immortal, he frowned and snorted coldly. I have to obtain the Heaven Path Dream Realm. You want to stop me? Between the Celestial Court and me, who is stronger? Does Giant Sun Immortal not know? Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan's sharp gaze and calmed down, becoming a little complicated. In his mind, compared to the Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was still weak. Why was that? Because Fang Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He became a venerable in the shortest time. He did not even have a headquarters. During this period of time, how many natural refinement path Dao marks did he refine? It was very obvious. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was ferocious now, even suppressing star constellation Immortal Venerable, the truth was he was relying on the novelty and power of his killer moves. How much immortal essence did he have to sustain them? How could he fight a battle of attrition? In Giant Sun Immortal's view, Fang Yuan's situation was not optimistic. But even though Fang Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal still wanted to stop Fang Yuan. He stood on star constellation Immortal Venerable's side for now. But because Fang Yuan wanted the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he could not do that. If so many Heaven Path Dream Realms were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he would definitely rise up. That would change the situation of the Venerables. This was something Giant Sun Immortal did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal felt that the Celestial Court and star constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. He also wanted to stop the rise of Fang Yuan, the weakest Venerable with the greatest potential. Thus, he joined the battle. On the surface, he was helping star constellation Immortal Venerable, but in the dark, he was trying to make star constellation and Fang Yuan fight a battle of attrition. He wanted to maintain and expand his advantage over them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice, from his point of view, was very rational. With his help, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. She suppressed Fang Yuan instead. Remote Heaven Battlefield's environment was of no help to the three Venerables. Both sides relied on their foundation and strength. In this situation, Fang Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2. Of course, this was under the condition that Fang Yuan held back most of his strength. He did not fight with his full strength. The battle of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. The Goo Immortals of the 5 regions watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance Leader's situation is not good. Good. This demon Fang Yuan has such a day. To think that I, Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor, have allied with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court did not find trouble with me. They are quite sensible. Working together, she can easily make Giant Sun Immortal help her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. The rank 8 Goo Immortals had a clearer understanding of the situation. Seeing that Fang Yuan was suppressed and in a pathetic state, the Eastern Sea Immortals had grim expressions, while the Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They had high morale. Thunder rumbled, killer moves collided, causing countless specks of light to shine. Fang Yuan's situation was bad, but he was calm. Even though the two venerables worked together, they did not share the same path. They could only deal with Fang Yuan in a continuous battle. Moreover, the two venerables were wary of each other. If one wanted to set up a battlefield, the other would not allow it. Thus, without the threat of battlefield killer moves, Fang Yuan could choose whether to fight or retreat. It was still in his hands. And most importantly, Meng Qiuzhen had already entered deep into the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He was advancing. Because the clone and the main body had the same attainment level, Fang Yuan could clearly sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was slowly rising. Thus, Fang Yuan only needed to maintain the situation. What was the use of having an advantage on the surface? It was reasonable to say that a man strives for a breath of air and a Buddha bears an incense stick. But Fang Yuan was already past the age of fighting for pride. He was more willing to fight for benefits. If honor and benefits went against each other, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to choose the latter. This was the current situation. He could be very domineering and suppress the two venerables. But he could not kill them, so what was the use? It would instead make them wary of him. The two venerables would work together even more closely. Wasn't this creating more trouble for himself? As for the morale of the 5 regions Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan did not care about that. What was the use of that? Even if Fang Yuan lost today, the 5 regions Gu Immortals could not defeat Fang Yuan. They still feared and respected Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan did not die, who could Fang Clan, the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens variant humans, and Eastern Seas super forces rely on? They still had to follow Fang Yuan. It was just that he felt even more uneasy and worried about his future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not need to care about these things. No matter what, these minor characters were only resources and tools in Fang Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world focused on experts. The true trend was the competition between venerables. Even if Fang Yuan lost, as long as Meng Qiuzhen gained something, he would be the biggest winner behind the scenes. It was a victory even if he lost. As for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal, no matter how much they beat Fang Yuan up, as long as Fang Yuan was alive and absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm, victory was no different from defeat. Fang Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also aware of this. Seeing that the two venerables could not force back Fang Yuan even after working together, he was still able to absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal, Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will really succeed. What are you still holding back? Sukamegent Sun Immortal snorted coldly. Star Constellation, are you not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I will prepare a killer move to find Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to get rid of him. Giant Sun Immortal looked at her deeply and nodded. Then I will break Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and exert pressure on him. I will fight for an opportunity for you. Chapter 2344. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had joined the battle, he had been conserving his battle strength. He wanted to conserve his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards, so that Star Constellation and Fang Yuan could fight against each other. But even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage, he was actually benefiting continuously. Giant Sun Immortal could not stand it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable. He would not be easily deceived by the situation in front of him. Fang Yuan, take this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly gave a low shout. He first used the move Flowing Waste Luck, before using the move Accumulated Weight Return. Wasted Flowing Luck was activated very quickly. Fang Yuan could not dodge it at all. Because Giant Sun Immortal did not use this move against Fang Yuan, it was aimed at himself. Giant Sun Immortal's body was immediately shrouded in a thin golden fog. At the next moment, this golden fog mysteriously appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Feng Yuan was shocked, but he soon understood the profundity. It turned out that after Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan fought, their luck became even more intertwined. It was as if they were building a bridge, forming a close connection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started from there, following the clues and tracing back to the source. This lingering waste luck found its way to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had quite a bit of luck path attainment. He immediately saw through this layer. But at the same time, his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal. Even if he saw through this profundity, he could not block this move. Waste luck lingered around Feng Yuan's body as it continued to whittle away at his luck. Feng Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to begin with. At this moment, it activated and returned wasted flowing luck. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and was overjoyed instead. He used reverse flow protection seal to make this layer of backlash return to him through the luck of both sides. Next, the killer move accumulated weight reflected its effect, causing the golden fog around him to become denser. The golden mist, which had become denser, returned to Feng Yuan's body through the connection of providence. After being reflected by reverse flow protection seal, lingering wasted luck was amplified by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's accumulated gravity retraction killer move. It returned to Feng Yuan. After repeating this several times, the power of wasted luck killer move grew stronger and stronger. Feng Yuan immediately showed a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable think of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal, Giant Sun Immortal also did the same. In comparison, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. She was more thorough in her targeting. She prevented reverse flow protection seal from activating. As for the Giant Sun Immortal, he didn't target it thoroughly. He took a different approach and imitated the reverse current protection seal. If the countercurrent protection seal can reflect an attack, then the Giant Sun Immortal, will also reflect it. Through the combination of the two moves, Giant Sun Immortal gained the upper hand. Because the killer move wasted luck killer move was getting stronger, even if reverse flow protection seal could reflect it, the scale of reverse flow river was fixed. Before both sides reached their limits, Giant Sun Immortal achieved the tactical goal of using his immortal essence to exhaust Feng Yuan's reverse flow river. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed difficult to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal fought Feng Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed hard to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought Feng Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Now, he was using the combination of waste luck and return from accumulated weight, which was much more effective than his previous direct attacks. Using immortal essence to exhaust secluded domains of heaven and earth was also a great advantage. After all, accumulating immortal essence was much easier and cheaper than restoring reverse flow river. Feng Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal, I will definitely repay you for what you did today. Giant Sun Immortal looked at Feng Yuan and sighed internally. He felt that Feng Yuan was very unwise to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realm. But Giant Sun Immortal thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the Heaven Path Dream Realm is a crucial resource that can change the situation of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms were rank 9 Blood Path Immortal Gu, Blood Path or Luck Path secluded domains of heaven and earth, I might also be blinded by the benefits. It seems that Feng Yuan wants to develop in the Heaven Path aspect. Giant Sun Immortal used his hidden method to suppress Feng Yuan even more. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also prepared her move. She activated a move that shined with boundless blue light. The light shone on the dream realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realm suddenly went crazy. Its shape kept changing. It was like a ball of dough that was being kneaded continuously. Oh no. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to deal with dream realms. Feng Yuan saw this and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he cancelled reverse flow protection seal and only used obscured heavenly secret and heavenly web to endure Giant Sun Immortal's 2 attacks as he charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Back to when Fang Yuan's clone Meng Qiuzhen entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Next, he found that he had turned into a pink doll-like land spirit. Meng Qiuzhen was not surprised. He chuckled and started to use his abilities to modify and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia, Meng Qiuzhen came prepared. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack, he had naturally made preparations in advance. Even though he could not use Thieving Heavenly Secret to investigate the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had a general understanding of the rules of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen tried for a while and found out the limits of his abilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Gu Dream Butterfly as the core and was modified from exposing Heavenly Secret. It could be used in Heaven Path Dream Realms to detect the calamities and tribulations that would appear in the Heaven Path Dream Realm. This move was one of Fang Yuan's preparations. After Meng Qiuzhen activated this move, he learned about the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied. He activated it twice and expended a lot of immortal essence to investigate the next two earthly calamities types and scales. This was different from exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only detect what the next calamity or tribulation was, and the Gu cultivator could not undergo the next tribulation for too long. But Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret could only detect 3 earthly calamities at most. Of course, this number depended on the killer move's power as well as the current scale of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen started to work on it. There was only a rocky ground in front of him. It was flat and had no signs of life. He mobilized the wind and clouds to form lightning bolts that bombarded the rocky ground. 30% of the rocky ground was blasted away, the rest was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the lightning bolts and started to mobilize the Earth's power. The 30% of the rocky ground was no longer as compact as before. After a while, it started to tremble slightly. Next, the rocky ground started to tremble more intensely. Eventually, several earth trenches that reached deep into the ground were formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhen mobilized the wind and clouds again, accumulating dark clouds. But this time, he did not ask for lightning bolts, he only focused on pouring rain. This blessed land in the Heaven Path Dream Realm had few water path Dao marks. It was not beneficial to Meng Qiuzhen's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhen's persistent efforts, the rain accumulated more and more, eventually overflowing the earth trenches and covering the rocky ground. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen calculated the time. He had already spent a lot of time. The first earthly calamity was approaching. He activated Creation Dream, creating countless hard rock spikes out of thin air. When he created almost all of the rocky ground with spikes, the first earthly calamity descended as expected. Desolate Beast Calamity. A 4-armed ape charged into the blessed land. It roared and chased after Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was a land spirit, but he could not teleport. He was chased around by the 4-armed ape. Looking at the 4-armed ape chasing him and destroying countless spikes, Meng Qiuzhen did not show any fear. He smiled instead. Everything was going according to plan. After the 4-armed ape showed off its might for a while, it was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. This stimulated its ferocious nature. It became even more berserk. Its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was prepared. He did not run on the ground. He entered the underground trenches instead. He was small and nimble. Even though the 4-armed ape was agile, it was like an elephant. It was always blocked outside. Even when it extended its arms into the trenches, it could not catch Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was even calmly experiencing the land spirit's ability. To be honest, this was a rare and precious experience. Gu immortals were not land spirits. Even though they were the owners of the immortal aperture, their control over their immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits and heavenly spirits. Like Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, to understand the situation he had to use his divine sense to cover a certain area. Only then could he find out the situation. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the obsession of the Gu immortal after they died. They were formed by the combination of the heavenly power of the immortal aperture itself. From this, It could be seen that the land spirit and heavenly spirit were one with the immortal aperture. The Gu immortals' obsession gave them spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. If Feng Yuan wanted to know the number of Dao marks, he would need to use perceivable Dao immortal Gu and other methods. However, it was much easier for the land spirits and sky spirits to understand. Just by observing it, it was like observing the texture of one's skin. One could know the number and distribution of Dao marks. After several days of chasing and escaping, Meng Qiuzhen did not have any injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured. It died of exhaustion. After it died, Meng Qiuzhen used wind and rain to make its flesh rot. Its bones were smashed into pieces by the lightning bolts. Then he buried it, adding all of his strength path Dao marks into the blessed land. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen opened his small doll hand and picked up a small hard rock, crushing it with a squeeze. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a joyful expression. Land spirit strength was closely related to the heavenly power of heaven and earth. But where was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the desolate beast earthly calamity of the four-armed ape, the strength path Dao marks in the blessed land increased sharply. Meng Qiuzhen's strength increased greatly. Originally, he could not crush these rocks, but now he could. Crushing the rocks was just a small test. Next, Meng Qiuzhen used his strength to create waves on the water surface. Chapter 23:45. The waves continued to crash on the rocky ground, destroying all the rocks and earth spikes. The rocky earth trench was already submerged in water. The underwater force was surging and colliding continuously, widening the earth trench. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds resounded throughout the blessed land. The originally intact stone ground, under the continuous flow of water, was being split apart. The scattered rocky ground formed 5 large rocky islands and dozens of small rocky islands. After this step was completed, Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not easy to reach this step. Initially, this dream realm blessed land had the most earth path Dao marks. The remaining water path, wind path, lightning path, and other Dao marks were few. The difference between the former and latter was huge, causing the rocky ground to condense into one and be hard to split apart. The pros and cons of the rocky ground were obvious. It could produce stone materials and produce ores. It was good for the reproduction of rockmen, but it was not good for the growth of vegetation. The blessed land's terrain itself was not a bad thing. However, when Meng Qiuzhen investigated the 3 earthly calamities, he found that the first was the strength path calamity, the four-armed ape, the second was the fire path calamity, the third was the transformation path calamity, the flying fly tribulation. Meng Qiuzhen knew that this dream realm blessed land's calamities were not mainly earth path. Using earth path as the direction did not have much future. Meng Qiuzhen immediately decided to modify the terrain. After Gu masters advanced to immortal, very few would change the terrain of their immortal aperture first. This step was not easy. Thankfully, this was a dream realm, and Meng Qiuzhen had the power of an earth spirit. He first tried to break apart the intact rocky ground, but because he lacked strength path Dao marks, he could not do it fully. Next, he used a dream creation method to create earth spikes, using the earth trench's cave to kill the four-armed ape. This step was very difficult. Without the dream creation method, Meng Qiuzhen would not have earth spikes, and the four-armed ape would be able to last for a long time. He would have to wait until it starved to death, and the blessed land would slowly digest it before he could obtain strength path Dao marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhen quickly killed the four-armed ape. But because of conflicting Dao marks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the strength path Dao marks. Thankfully, this portion of strength path Dao marks was enough. Meng Qiuzhen successfully split the intact rocky ground. Next was the detailed work. Meng Qiuzhen chose a large island and started to crush the rocky ground around the island, forming large amounts of rubble. It was a tough job. It was better to first accumulate the thunderclouds and release the thunderbolts to bombard them. After the bombardment, he would use the strong winds and waves to wash them away. With the strength path Dao marks, the violent winds and waves were much stronger than before, but when used to crush rocks, the efficiency was not high. It took a lot of effort, but the results were not much. In fact, there were many good methods, such as using fire to roast the rock and then pouring water on it. That way, the hard rock would break into pieces more easily. But the Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have fire path Dao marks. This made Meng Qiuzhen very vexed. What he was doing now was like cutting a tree trunk with a knife. The tool was not the right one. After grinding like this for many days, there were crushed stones around the island. These crushed stones were ground by wind and water, becoming very small and smooth, like miniature pebbles. After completing the first island, Meng Qiuzhen went to the second island and continued his work. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. To be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiuzhen could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have space path Dao marks. The space was not big. Meng Qiuzhen could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiuzhen finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the fire path tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a wash basin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rain smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted. The stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone islands sank, the edges reached deep into the water, the middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen hid underground. The earth path Dao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain tribulation lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiuzhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Dao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Dao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen felt it was a pity. Even though this Dream Realm Blessed Land had light path Dao marks, they were few in scale. Thus, the blessed land had always been dark. Since the sun plan did not work, Meng Qiuzhen had other ideas. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move. After more than 10 steps, he gathered a large number of fire path Dao marks at the base of the main island. The fire path Dao marks were restrained by the even denser earth path Dao marks, forming magma inside the main island. Outside the stone island, because the number of fire path Dao marks decreased, the temperature fell rapidly. There were only a few thin clouds floating in the sky. There were no longer any problems. Even though there is no artificial sun and there is no heat with magma, it is like geothermal heat. I can still use it. Meng Qiuzhen only needed to use the strength path Dao marks to erupt with firepower, turning the main island into an active volcano that would erupt with air currents and loud explosions, followed by magma and volcanic ash. At this moment, Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. He had a realization. My blessed land has no chi path Dao marks or sound path Dao marks, but when a volcano erupts, air currents can erupt, and thunder can erupt. Earlier, when the fire rain hit the water, it created a layer of water vapor. I do not have any cloud path Dao marks here. This is probably the source of the imitation of paths. Gu cultivators usually cultivated one path. After reaching a certain level, the Gu immortals' methods would be able to imitate the power of other paths, creating an overall balance. For example, would Path Killer move Fleeting Bloom could imitate the power of Time Path. For example, Bai Xiang was an Ice and Snow Path Killer move, but it had the power of Transformation Path. For example, Tossing Rock to Seek Path Killer move was an Earth Path Killer move, but it had the effect of Information Path. After comprehending this, a portion of the Dream Realm's true meaning was absorbed by him. Meng Qiuzhen's Heaven Path attainment level rose a little. His main body and other clones also advanced together. Meng Qiuzhen recalled himself and found that even though he became a land spirit, he could not completely control the Dao marks of every path. Even though the land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was only a portion of the immortal aperture's foundation. For example, Meng Qiuzhen's painstaking effort to crush the rocks was essentially a lump of condensed earth path Dao marks, continuously scattering them. If Meng Qiuzhen had complete control over earth path Dao marks, he could turn the rocks into sand with just a thought and scatter them with the wind. The land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, but it was only at the most superficial level. Moreover, he had to follow the rules. If he wanted to crush rocks, he had to use wind power, water power, and so on. Then how could he increase this level of usage? To be more specific, how could he turn a solid stone into flying sand? Meng Qiuzhen quickly thought of turning sand gu. This gu worm could turn soil and rocks into fine sand. He thought of all sorts of killer moves. There were fire path, water path, refinement path, and poison path. All of them could turn rocks into fine sand. At once, Meng Qiuzhen's perception of killer moves and gu worms was different. There were some things that he could not explain clearly. These things were accumulated in his mind. They were still far from the previous comprehension. Only by comprehending them completely could his Heaven Path attainment level rise. The Heaven Path Dream Realm was different from the previous Dream Realms. To absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, while developing the Dream Realm Blessed Land, one had to comprehend the true meaning of the operation of heaven and earth. This was difficult. The Human Path Dream Realm that Feng Yuan explored earlier, as long as he explored it to a certain extent, his attainment level would rise. The exploration of the Heaven Path Dream Realm was only to maintain close contact with the Heaven Path true meaning. To raise one's attainment level, one had to comprehend it. After all, this is a Heaven Path Dream Realm. It is separated from the human body. Meng Qiuzhen thought about it, when suddenly, the world turned upside down. The entire blessed land shook intensely, the lake water was overturned. The rock islands were flying and colliding. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The dream realm suddenly became chaotic. He felt a huge pressure. Meng Qiuzhen quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Thankfully, the dream realm only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale. He was glad that he had dream armor gu and chose to explore the Heaven Path Dream Realm of a medium scale. He was not greedy. If not for that, he would have died in that calamity earlier. This is not a transformation of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, it is the power of the outside world. It is likely a venerable's doing. Meng Qiuzhen guessed in his mind. He looked at the chaotic scene of the blessed land and smiled bitterly. All the hard work he had put in previously had been for naught. If this happens a few more times, I won't be able to explore anymore. The calamity shell is getting stronger and stronger. I hope the main body can protect me. Chapter 2346. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Will Scatter Dream. It was a Wisdom Path killer move, but a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu were used to imitate the power of Dream Path. It could affect dream realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this move to deal with Feng Yuan's Dream Realm methods. Feng Yuan had once used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and create dream realms to fight, but most methods in the world were ineffective against dream realms. Feng Yuan succeeded time and time again. Next, when Feng Yuan wanted to retract these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn the dream realms into pure dream body clones and bring them away. But this situation did not hold true under the killer move Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chaotic Will Scatter Dream's dream path Mortal Goo was only a key. The true method was Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path methods to interfere with the wills and emotions contained in the dream realms, causing them to become chaotic. Be it the previous Human Path Dream Realm or the current Heaven Path Dream Realm, they both contained human will, human feelings, or providence. When these wills and emotions became chaotic, the dream realms, especially the orderly ones, would lose their order and become chaotic. Goo cultivators who explored the dream realms would suffer from this. They would be like fish that entered water but ended up burning. Once a pure dream reality seeker physique body was hit by this move, their stable human body would turn into a dream realm again. The human will, human feelings, and so on would be mixed with the dream realms. They would not be able to think clearly. For people like Meng Qiuzhen, whose body and soul were in the dream realm, as time passed, the chaotic dream realms would tear them to shreds. Thankfully, Feng Yuan's main body intercepted her in time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop this move. Meng Qiuzhen escaped danger. As for the hard work he had put into transforming the Blessed Dreamlands, it was already a minor detail. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while avoiding Feng Yuan's attacks. She observed the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw that the Heaven Path Dream Realm that devoured Meng Qiuzhen returned to normal without any other changes, she knew that Meng Qiuzhen was still alive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She deduced that this Chaotic Will Scatter Dream was already the limit of her abilities. It was mainly the Dream Tao that restricted her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Path attainment level was almost blank. She did not have Immortal Goo and only used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. He relied entirely on his terrifying Wisdom Path Foundation to forcibly raise his killer move to rank 8. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. Therefore, she could not rescue Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia who were trapped in the Heavenly Axiom's dreamland. At most, she could use this technique to kill them. However, Fairy Myrtle needed a living soul clone, so killing him was pointless. She might be able to kill Meng Qiuzhen. But Chaotic Will Scattering Dream needed to be used continuously. If Feng Yuan interfered with her, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer a backlash. It would be very dangerous. Feng Yuan's main body continued to attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move made him nervous. He could only watch closely and try not to give Star Constellation Immortal Venerable any more chances to activate it. The Giant Sun Immortal attacked furiously from the side. Feng Yuan's main focus was on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing Giant Sun's attacks, he could only try to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal was aggressive and had rich battle experience. He did not let Feng Yuan succeed. Most of the attacks landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan originally had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Giant Sun Immortal's lingering Luck Waste Killer move was too annoying. He cancelled this move and used Heavenly Web to block it. This was a true rank 9 killer move. After being amplified by Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were all ineffective. No matter how mystical or powerful Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were, they were like illusions when they hit Feng Yuan. They did not exist at all. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal fought, the more shocked he became. Even his face was twitching. The tighter Feng Yuan's defenses were, the more Giant Sun Immortal wanted to see through him. But Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web were connected. Giant Sun Immortal's investigative methods were also defeated by Obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal could not see through it. Star Constellation Immortal was the same. The two venerables became more suspicious as they fought. Feng Yuan guarded against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal, urging him to turn around and target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He emphasized the strength of the Celestial Court. He even promised that if Giant Sun Immortal chose to do so, Feng Yuan would develop more Blood Path Immortal Goo and research results and trade them to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt better. Fang Yuan made such a huge concession, it was likely that he could not hold on for much longer. But his attacks became stronger. He transmitted, "Fang Yuan, you are too humble, you are probably the strongest of the three venerables. Let's not talk about anything else, just this defensive technique of yours is something we can't even imagine." Fang Yuan quickly said, "This is a killer move that uses the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Citywell as the core. Giant Sun does not have any rank 9 killer moves now, how can you break it? Since you can't, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gain the most benefits?" Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks. But he was thinking, Fang Yuan is trying his best to persuade me, he is trying to be humble, but I am afraid he is really at his limit. He has the least immortal essence, these killer moves are very powerful, how can he not expend immortal essence? I need to slow down my attacks and let him take a breather. I need to maintain the current situation and let him exhaust Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded earlier. How can Fang Yuan obtain so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in such a short period of time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks and felt something amiss. She scolded Giant Sun for his craftiness. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the hardest to raise. Since Fang Yuan wanted to develop in Heaven Path, these Heaven Path attainment levels would be of great help to him. How can we let him achieve his goal? Giant Sun Immortal said perfunctorily. The three venerables were in a deadlock for a while. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade, finally saying, "Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He has many disadvantages now, but he is already at a draw with us. If he has enough immortal essence in the future, what will happen?" Giant Sun Immortal sighed, replying, "I agree with Star Constellation's words." Saying so, he sighed again. He wanted to say something but stopped. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. She knew that if she wanted Giant Sun Immortal to make a move, she needed to show some benefits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to transact many of her Blood Path research results to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal obtained the benefits. He put in more effort to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He knew that the strength he displayed was already close to the two venerables' limit. If he exceeded it, the two venerables' cooperation would become even stronger. The losses would outweigh the gains. Immediately, Fang Yuan shouted, "You forced me to do this." Before he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral rainbow that pierced through the battlefield. The two venerables were stunned, their expressions changed as they understood Fang Yuan's sinister intentions. They quickly blocked the spiral rainbow. The two venerables lacked tacit understanding. They attacked at the same time, releasing Fang Yuan's space. Fang Yuan was not affected by the enemy's attacks. He immediately retreated. After pulling some distance from the two venerables, he activated his killer move again and flew out of the battlefield. The two venerables had no choice but to block him. This time, they communicated using voice transmissions. They did not show any openings like before. But this way, Fang Yuan had the initiative instead. The two venerables could not help but feel frustrated, because Fang Yuan's attacks were targeted at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Right now, the three venerables were fighting, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not go berserk. It was a good thing for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had sinister intentions. He wanted to anger this venerable and lure him over, creating a chaotic scene that would allow him to take advantage of the situation. This battle continued for a while. The two venerables would definitely lose if they defended for too long. Eventually, Fang Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had dissipated. He was more like a soul beast than a venerable. After being provoked, he immediately charged towards the battlefield of the three venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who they were. As long as they were in front of him, he would take care of them. During this period of time, his strength had risen greatly, he was no longer in his weakened state. The three venerables fought Spectral Soul even more carefully than before. Spectral Soul's moves were vast and fierce, he even used killer moves from time to time. The three venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic, they had to fight each other again. The battlefield was chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was most beneficial to Fang Yuan. He finally had time to rest. If the situation had continued, his obscured heaven secrets wouldn't have been able to hold out. Immediately, taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Yuan secretly activated two obscured heavenly secret killer moves. His aura was concealed as he replenished himself. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, she finally grasped the opportunity to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heavenly Path Dream Realm did not clash with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan failed. The four Venerables entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm group. As long as it did not involve Dream Path, the Venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they attacked the other three Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and exert pressure to prevent her from harming his clone, Meng Qiuzhen. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, no matter who he was, he had to be killed. The Heavenly Dao Dreamland was no exception. It was just that his attacks were ineffective. After this chaotic scene lasted for several minutes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained the upper hand. She was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. She was skilled in scheming. The chaotic scene meant that she had to make more calculations. As she got used to it and understood the relationship between them, she could make use of the surrounding environment and become more composed. After realizing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was using the surrounding Heavenly Dao Dreamlands, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to block him, Fang Yuan knew that it was time to use another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan passed through Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms openly, quickly arriving in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This ruthless killer move caused Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was caught off guard, to suffer a loss. Fang Yuan, well done Fang Yuan, so that's it? Chapter 2347. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the first to be completed. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment killer move was countered. Fang Yuan had the idea of modifying Ghostly Concealment. After that, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose rapidly, and with the killer move Thieving Heaven Secret, he modified Ghostly Concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was rank 9 to begin with, it had not been modified much. But after adding in the Heaven Path Gu Worms, the method to deal with Ghostly Concealment immediately became ineffective. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of translucent black armor. On his face was a pale white skull mask. This was the sign of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Different from obscured Heavenly Secret, Heavenly Ghost Concealment had a strong aura, but in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes, it was completely invisible. Giant Sun Immortal used many methods, but none of them had any effect on Fang Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment. This is a Heaven Path method. This shows Fang Yuan's talent and attainment in this aspect. Giant Sun, are you going to watch Fang Yuan obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms and become even more powerful? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to persuade Giant Sun, increasing his wariness towards Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. Fang Yuan cultivates all paths. Once he succeeds in Heaven Path cultivation, he will form a mystical connection with other paths. The results will be unpredictable. He was moved by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His attacks against Fang Yuan became fiercer. Even so, Fang Yuan's situation was much better now. He fought around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his main target was still Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was frequently used by Feng Yuan to disrupt star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use chaotic will scattering dream many times, but she was chased by Feng Yuan just as she was about to activate it. Sometimes, he would have to stop after just a short while to deal with Feng Yuan's attacks. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal attacked Feng Yuan got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and circled around, making Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the brunt of the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked, he became even more furious, he unleashed a torrent of attacks, he treated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal as a thorn in his side, he ignored Feng Yuan who was making use of him. After a long stalemate, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed her strategy. She asked Giant Sun Immortal to guard her and fight for opportunities to use her killer move. Feng Yuan's expression turned cold. As the intensity of the battle deepened, the two Venerable Ones joined forces even more closely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he pounced. His countless arms were like black pillars as they slammed towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal shouted as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A vast golden fog covered most of the battlefield. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms slammed into the golden fog. His ferocious ghostly claws scratched everywhere in the golden fog. The golden fog dissipated but was quickly replenished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind. He should use a killer move now to have a chance of breaking the defense. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the right choice. Feng Yuan sighed. He had no choice but to attack again. He used another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Permetha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Detonation Wind. Feng Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in pain. 100 thick black arms twisted and turned into dragons and snakes, breathing out dust and thick fog before exploding. Countless wind blades swept out, blowing away Giant Sun Immortal's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood. His defensive method was broken, he suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also affected. The chaotic will scattering dream that she had activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously as he attacked the two Venerables. Because Feng Yuan was covered in heavenly ghost concealment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was heavily injured. He thought that it was the work of the two Venerables. A new killer move. This aura. The core is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley. Giant Sun Immortal placed his hand on his chest, healing his injuries as he retreated, evading Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws. How many killer moves of this level has he deduced? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth, her eyes flickered with starlight. She wanted to see through Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan still had obscured heavenly secret on him. She could not see through it. After using this move, Feng Yuan immediately became exhausted. He did not attack anymore. He looked like he had expended a lot of energy. The reason why he did not use Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound anymore was because he had already given rank 7 Dream Armor Immortal Gu to Meng Qiuzhen. The killer move Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind he was using now was not inferior. But because it was a compound killer move, there were many paths and goo worms involved. Feng Yuan's thoughts were quickly depleted. After all, he was currently maintaining Heavenly Web and Heavenly Ghost Concealment, these two killer moves. Thankfully, after activating rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret, he did not need to expend mental energy to maintain them. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too many thoughts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some adjustments but still failed. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explore dream realms, bringing endless benefits to Feng Yuan's main body. Even though Feng Yuan's attacking frequency fell, he used Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind to force the two Venerables into a disadvantage. Spectral Heaven had just formed, the Heavenly Wind Qi wall was not thick and there were no obstructions. It was easy for the 5 regions Gu Immortals to watch the battle. Seeing that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu immortals were shocked and worried. Some scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless, some prayed for the righteous path, while some had pale expressions due to the demonic might. As for the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, they were overjoyed. Damn it, if my Blood Sea was successful, I would have such a powerful blood path killer move. Why would I be afraid of Fang Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. The suppressed emotions in his heart had reached the limit. He finally used his full strength. Luck Path Killer Move, all living beings of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal activated this move, forming a huge pillar of light. The pillar of light was golden and dazzling. It stood in the sky. It was extremely thick and tall. Giant Sun Immortal was inside the golden pillar of light. His arms and legs were spread out. He was in a posture. His hair fluttered in the wind. He screamed continuously. His expression was twisted and his veins were bulging. He seemed to be in great pain. During the activation of the killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all obstructed by the golden pillar of light. Fang Yuan tried to attack, but found that every time he attacked the golden pillar of light, his luck would be shaken. There were strong signs of it being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan thus stopped wisely. Giant Sun Immortal, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was ugly. Giant Sun Immortal's move had immense power, even she was affected. The golden pillar of light lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before it stopped and dissipated. Giant Sun Immortal's body was covered in a layer of golden light. His muscles bulged and his golden hair danced in the wind. His entire body had expanded by a size. His gaze swept towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His gaze was so sharp that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but squint. Giant Sun Immortal grinned. Star Constellation, don't blame me. This move has a huge range. It covers the whole 5 regions. You cannot avoid it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he raised a terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal roared as he puffed his cheeks and blew, forming a boundless tornado. The tornado swept everything. The black fog revealed hundreds and thousands of tadpole-tailed soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal snorted in disdain. That layer of golden light allowed him to remain unharmed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms attacked. Giant Sun Immortal used his fists and legs to clash. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws and black arms were like eggs smashing into rocks. After the clash, countless golden lights entered the black arms and shot out, causing the black arms to explode. Giant Sun Immortal started to counterattack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how he resisted, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were even more merciless. Fang Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal. He found that be it offense, defense, movement, or healing, they were all strengthened in all aspects. Fang Yuan was also suppressed. He gradually realized something. This move is likely to forcefully extract external luck and use it on himself. But how big is the range of this killer move? Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable using voice transmission. Fang Yuan did not know that this move had an incredibly huge range. It directly covered the 5 regions. This move had an even more profound effect. It affected the luck of heaven and earth and all living beings, causing all of their luck to be affected and move around Giant Sun Immortal intensely. The killer move was named All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth. It was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Slow Heavenly Web. His luck was not affected by this move. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Luck Path defensive method was seen through by Giant Sun Immortal. It was useless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any signs of it. After all, the urgent matter now was to deal with Fang Yuan and kill Meng Qiuzhen. After activating All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth, Giant Sun Immortal's luck grew to a terrifying scale. Together with his combat system, his strength was amplified to a terrifying extent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his mind. After struggling for a while, he showed clear signs of defeat. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either, but he still had to focus on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Actually, giant sun immortal's strength was not the main point. As long as there was no battlefield killer move restraining him, Feng Yuan could advance or retreat freely. In Feng Yuan's opinion, the main point was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable without transmitting his voice. Star Constellation, you have a good plan. You let Giant Sun and I expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can you really destroy my Dream Path clone with this method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Feng Yuan, since you have such a plan, why don't you let me try again? Feng Yuan replied calmly. Star Constellation, you are more skillful. You predicted that I would not dare to take the risk. In that case, I will have to use other methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal became vigilant. Since the start of the battle, Feng Yuan's killer moves had been very shocking. Especially his defensive methods, even the two venerables could not see through them. But even after the two venerables paid attention for some time, they did not see Feng Yuan revealing any more methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Feng Yuan, simply threatening is not a good method. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. I have already used this method. Speaking of which, Star Constellation's starry sky calculation formation is grand and profound. It is truly mystical. It is a pity that it was constructed in a hurry and is about to be destroyed in a hurry. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. At the same time, Central Continent. Outside the starry sky calculation formation, Chi Si ancestors slowly appeared. Rumble, a Chi Path killer move was activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook. Chi surged as if it was boundless, pressing down on the starry sky calculation formation. According to the management's understanding, as long as they complete the daily missions, they would gain a lot of battle strength. Chapter 2348. Ever since the sun had been destroyed, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had sunk into darkness. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was burning with blue eerie fire, could never replace the sun. Because what he gave to all living beings in the world was not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. Under the dark curtain, the countless stars shining in the sky above Zhongzhou State became the comfort of mortals. But now, even these dazzling and resplendent starlight had been brutally murdered. The airflow surged, vast and majestic, drowning out the myriad of starlight. Chi Si ancestor's sleeves fluttered. He had an indifferent expression as he flew horizontally, continuing to press forward. Previously, when Feng Yuan mobilized the troops, he was one of Feng Yuan's arrangements. Now that he received the main body's notification, he immediately acted. It was noisy inside the starry sky actuarial array. There were many Gu immortals guarding this place. Because the starry sky calculation formation's offense and defense were weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged many Gu immortals here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also knew that the starry sky calculation formation, which had only been constructed for a short period of time, would become the target of other venerables. It was currently the weakness of the celestial court. Therefore, she also left the embroidered tower and the constellation chessboard in this array. Chi Si ancestor appeared in the northeast direction. With one move, he destroyed 3,871 stars. Urgent report. Feng Yuan's Dragonman clone of the enslavement path appeared in the northwest. Wu Shuai, 2,664 stars were destroyed. Star Constellation's will in the embroidered building was about to give the order, but suddenly the whole formation space shook violently. Next, the investigating Gu immortal shouted in a sharp tone, revealing a panicked expression. Jean Budu has appeared. He's attacking from the south and he's heading straight for me. Jean Budu? Star Constellations will immediately mobilized her thoughts and looked through the starry sky calculation array. She saw a radiant youth wearing a huge bright red cloak. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a mad dragon descending to the world, exploding the air and causing a rumbling sound as he charged over. Star Constellations will side. Feng Yuan could revive Gu immortals. They had already obtained clues from Feng clan. The resurrection of Jean Budu did not surprise the will of the constellation. However, the situation before her left her in a difficult position. Qi Si Ancestor and Zhan Budu had pseudo-venerable battle strength, while Wuxia was a peak rank 8 expert. On this level, the Celestial Court lacked elite experts who could face them head-on. Qing Chou could be counted as one, but right now, it had to protect the God Emperor City. In terms of strategic significance, the Divine Emperor City was even more important than the Starry Sky Calculation Array. As for Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were also rank 8s, but they were clearly inferior to Qi Si and Zhan Budu. Fang Yuan can revive Gu immortals and preserve their cultivation level. Where are the variant human rank 8s among his subordinates hiding now? The situation was unclear, so the star constellations will decided to fight conservatively. It would focus on protecting the sky full of stars calculation array, and not rashly counterattack. Star constellation immortal venerables will personally control the starry sky calculation formation. Starlight shone brightly and dazzlingly. Qi Si Ancestor and Wuxia had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Zhan Budu was thick-skinned. He opened his eyes wide and had no qualms about it. The starlight quickly dimmed. Qi Si Ancestor, Wuxia, and Zhan Budu's vision changed. They were in the middle of a huge chessboard. This is Star Constellation Chessboard? This sky full of stars calculation array can actually make use of Star Constellation Chessboard. Not just that, Embroidered Tower might be helping it as well. Fang Yuan's 3 clones conversed while attacking fiercely again. After a series of explosions, the sky full of stars calculation array shook intensely, but it barely managed to hold on. It was all thanks to Embroidered Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. Oh no, if the situation falls into a stalemate, how can the main body exert pressure on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body? Qi Si Ancestor's heart sank. The other 2 immortals knew that something was amiss. They attacked even more fiercely. Spectral Heaven. The fight between the 4 venerables continued. Fang Yuan's clones attacked, but they were blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerables arrangements. But Fang Yuan's situation was turning for the better. Earlier, he was in a difficult situation because Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Now, his situation was turning for the better because of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to fall. It turned out that even though all living beings' world, self-centered was strong, it forcefully absorbed external luck. It was like water without a source. The more it was used, the lesser it became. Not just that, when this move's effect completely disappeared, Giant Sun Immortal's luck would fall into a weakened state. It would only recover after a period of time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already learned of the attack on the sky full of stars calculation array. But she could not return to help immediately. Once she did, she would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. By then, would Giant Sun Immortal be left alone to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan's alliance? Would Giant Sun Immortal be willing to do that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only cared about Celestial Court's benefits. This would definitely cast a shadow over the alliance of the 2 venerables. After all, Giant Sun was not a venerable of Celestial Court. He was not on the same side as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was only because of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even suspected that if she returned to Central Continent, Fang Yuan might pursue her relentlessly. In any case, among the venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuzhen. Fang Yuan dragged the battlefield to Central Continent. It was disadvantageous to Celestial Court. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed at Fang Yuan's craftiness, he could see through people's intentions and chose the perfect time to attack. She had to resist Fang Yuan's constant interference. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried to use other killer moves against Fang Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he lacked intelligence. He was only a problem. Fang Yuan was the key. He was the biggest threat. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's repeated attempts had no effect. Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cover. It was a shallow tactic but had great effect. The 4 venerables fought for some time. Seeing that all beings in the world were about to weaken, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use this move again. For a time, the golden pillar of light appeared once more. It lay across the heavens and the earth, and it was grand and resplendent to the extreme. Giant Sun Immortal's luck was strengthened again, his battle strength rose again. All beings in the world could be used continuously, but the backlash would become stronger. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal was in a difficult situation. His entire combat system was built on his positive luck. If his luck weakened, his battle strength would fall. Giant Sun Immortal naturally did not want to expose the weakness of all beings in the world the first time he used it. Fang Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal was raring to go again. He wisely retreated, using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a barrier to avoid the attack. Giant Sun Immortal saw Fang Yuan's actions and gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he did not take any measures, the situation would repeat itself, thus he immediately used a trump card. Luck Path Killer Move. Myriad things have flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's body flickered with golden light. The golden light was restrained as it slowly rose above his head, turning into an orange-yellow pill jade. The pill jade was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt waves of fear. Next, Giant Sun Immortal gave a low growl. He raised his head and slammed his head towards the orange-yellow pill jade. The orange-yellow pill jade was sent flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal's luck that had risen earlier had mostly collapsed because of this move. It almost returned to normal. He knew that this move was powerful. He could not deduce the profundity of this move. He did not take it head-on. He hid behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no qualms. He swept his arm and slammed with his ghostly claw, sending the orange-yellow pill jade flying far away. The orange-yellow pill jade fell down from spectral heaven like a rubber ball. Seeing this, Fang Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly stunned. Giant Sun Immortal's move was extremely powerful. To think that it would be suppressed so easily? Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted. Giant Sun Immortal smiled confidently. Star Constellation, watch carefully. This move is extraordinary. It is the culmination of my own luck, the luck of all living beings, and the luck of heaven and earth. It is no longer limited to the concept of offense and defense. It can make use of the variables of heaven and earth and all living beings to create a stupefying battle result. It's just that this move requires a period of time to manifest its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and immediately asked the crucial question, how long will it take to see the result? Giant Sun Immortal's expression froze. The time is uncertain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal said again. This move has already been used, no need to worry. Star Constellation, why aren't you attacking Fang Yuan with me? Saying so, he charged at Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a glance at the orange-yellow pill jade before cooperating with Giant Sun Immortal to circle around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Fang Yuan. The orange-yellow pill jade flew down and encountered a soul beast army. After piercing hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%. Its direction also changed slightly. It continued to descend, piercing the heavenly wind chi wall. Its aura fell by another 10%. After reaching the sky of Central Continent, it shot straight into the star array formation. Star Constellations was controlling Star Constellation chessboard and the star array formation to deal with Fang Yuan's 3 clones. While the two sides were in a deadlock, suddenly, an orange-yellow luck path killer move that looked like an egg squeezed into the huge chessboard with star paths. What is this? Chi Si Ancestor and the rest became alert. Oh no! Star Constellation's Will's expression changed. It turned out that the star array formation or star constellation chessboard, they were wisdom path methods. They were intricate and complicated. But the orange-yellow pill jade was a great achievement in luck path. It was a huge variable. The orange-yellow pill jade entered Star Constellation chessboard and immediately interfered with the entire battlefield. It absorbed and repelled Star Constellation's Will's arrangements, making everything even more chaotic. Star Constellation's Will quickly made arrangements to suppress this variable and maintain the battlefield, but she could not help but expose a flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones were overjoyed. They immediately used this chance to attack the flaw. A moment later, with a loud sound, Fang Yuan's clone's vision changed. They returned to Central Continent sky. A small part of Star Constellation chessboard was destroyed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will quickly stored it in Embroidered Tower. Chapter 2349. Remote Heaven Battlefield. Sush. The 7 Killings Rainbow arrived. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she successfully dodged it. She was about to retaliate when she saw Fang Yuan hiding behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. This had happened more than 100 times since the start of the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as angry as before, seeing that Giant Sun Immortal was being attacked by hundreds of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move and destroyed dozens of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal used this chance to escape the encirclement of the giant arms. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was ambushed. He gave up on Giant Sun Immortal and targeted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. Star Constellation, distract the Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I will capture Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and quickly communicated. Next, his body turned into a golden rainbow as he flew out, trying to get around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Fang Yuan, who was behind him. But at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not engage in a stalemate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Instead, she left behind a star form phantom while her true body moved. The star form phantom was instantly destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter immediately turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was trapped again. He was a little surprised. He quickly transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation, why are you doing this? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sent the report of the battle inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation to Giant Sun Immortal. She asked, Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? This. Giant Sun Immortal smiled awkwardly. He immediately understood the reason. He explained, Star Constellation, have you heard of the true meaning of luck path, fortune and misfortune come together? This luck path killer move is exactly like that. After I activated it, I completely lost control of it. I do not know how it works or how it manifests in the end. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was not destroyed. This is just a small disaster. Misfortune turns to fortune. This small disaster now can be exchanged for great fortune in the future. We should be looking forward to it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, using my small misfortune to exchange for your great fortune? Giant Sun Immortal, is that what you mean? The Giant Sun Immortal choked and said, I will compensate for all direct losses, but as for the specific amount, how about we discuss it after the battle? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal, continuing to fight alongside him. She chose to believe in the Giant Sun Immortal. From her point of view, although the Giant Sun Immortal's standpoint was different from the Celestial Court's, he valued family and had a deep humanity. He loved his descendants and was very protective of them. There was an obvious difference between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no bottom line. He had to be extremely cautious and not believe in his promises. However, the words of the Giant Sun Immortal could still be trusted, especially since the compensation wasn't that great. Of course, more importantly, in such a situation, a single venerable could not deal with Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not watch as Fang Yuan absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm. Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Qi-Si ancestors stirred up countless air currents. It was hard to defend against them. Zhan Budu charged forward like a dragon. Nobody could stop him. Wu Shuai controlled millions of ants to infiltrate and devour the entire Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Star Constellation's will in Embroidered Tower tried to repair Star Constellation chessboard while manipulating Embroidered Tower to help the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had very low offensive and defensive power. If not for this, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not have watched Star Constellation Immortal Venerable create this formation so easily. Even with Embroidered Tower's help and the Gu Immortals in the formation space maintaining and repairing it, The starry sky calculation formation continued to break under the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores all have immortal goo. My ants cannot invade them, they are very mysterious. Wu Shuai transmitted. Qi Si Ancestor and Zhan Budu both tried to do it but failed. These formation cores were shrouded in starlight, they were hard to distinguish between real and fake. Fang Yuan's 3 clones' attacks were like illusions, the starlight only shook intensely. I'm afraid he used a phantom path method. I am powerless. Zhan Budu shrugged. His main trump card was incomplete freedom transformation, he was good at charging at the front lines, he was not skilled in other aspects. Qi Si Ancestor also frowned. In this difficult situation, he suddenly glanced at the orange-yellow pill jade. After this orange-yellow pill jade destroyed star constellation chessboard, it shrunk in size, its aura and radiance dimmed greatly, 60% of it was used, only 20% was left. Why don't we try using Giant Sun Immortal's egg yolk killer move? Qi Si Ancestor had already obtained information from the main body. He communicated with the other 2 clones, arranging a battle tactic. Zhan Budu and Wu Shuai attracted star constellations will. Qi Si Ancestor successfully used his Qi Path Giant Hand to grab the orange-yellow pill jade before tossing it towards the closest formation core. This formation core was under Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhang Ji's control. Seeing the orange-yellow pill jade approaching the formation core, he shouted and asked for help. Star constellations will noticed it and immediately took action. Embroidered Tower shot out countless Dao marks, diverting the orange-yellow pill jade and causing it to land near the formation core. However, the goo worms near the formation core were affected by the orange-yellow pill jade. They became chaotic. Zhang Jigong wanted to suppress this terrible situation, but Fang Yuan's 3 clones continued to bombard him. Embroidered Tower did its best to protect them, but the commotion still affected the other goo worms. These mortal goo were either destroyed or destroyed, it was not a big deal. As long as the immortal goo in the formation core were stabilized, the missing parts could be replenished in time. But the actual situation was not like this. The surrounding mortal goo shook and were destroyed, all sorts of minute changes stacked on top of each other and rapidly magnified, directly threatening the immortal goo in the formation core. Zhang Ji's actions of stabilizing the situation turned into an accomplice. Next, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal goo in the formation core cracked and shattered. Originally, the formation core's formation core immortal goo were all complete, they were closely connected and concealed each other. But now, one of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones immediately attacked fiercely. Star constellations could not care about anything else. She could only focus on maintaining the star core calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? Within spectral heaven, star constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, I'll compensate you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, is this just a matter of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal sighed again. Calm down, stopping Fang Yuan is the most important thing now. How can I be careless? Once this killer move is activated, it will not be under my control. Let's see how it develops. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, this move of yours is helping Fang Yuan's clone, its power has already dissipated, it has completely vanished. How will it develop? How will it affect Fang Yuan's side? Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily. Even though it has dissipated, it is only on the surface. The true variables are formless, they have already started to affect the world and all living beings, everything is changing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart shook slightly, she was also deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move myriad changes, flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's talent was astonishing, this move was truly out of the norm, it was not within the boundaries of any offensive killer move in history, it was extremely unique. Then I will wait and see. With a strong enemy ahead, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to compromise with Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. The yellow pill jade vanished, he relaxed as he thought. Even if Celestial Court suffers losses because of this move in the future, they will not be able to produce any evidence. This move has linked variables, it is most beneficial to me. It seems that Celestial Court is my main enemy currently, thus, this move was not used on Feng Yuan. Instead, it is helping Feng Yuan to deal with Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed the situation in his mind. Inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, Gu Immortal Zhang Ji coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as a sheet. In order to protect the formation core, he had given it his all, but he failed in the end. Feng Yuan's 3 clones had already grasped the weakness, they started to expand their gains. Originally, because of Phantom Path, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation was perfect and flawless. Feng Yuan's 3 clones could not do anything about it. But now, they had a crucial breakthrough. They created a hole in the perfect formation and started to attack the surroundings from this hole. The healing Gu Immortal quickly rushed to Zhang Ji's side and started healing him. Zhang Ji was very dejected, he coughed out blood as he blamed himself. I have failed Celestial Court's nurturing, I have failed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's request, I actually lost the formation core. The healing Gu Immortal quickly consoled him. This is all because of Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, it is not your fault. Zhang Ji still had a look of disbelief on his face. This Luck Path killer move is truly strange, it can link all the variables together and amplify them, eventually harming the formation core Immortal Gu. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's Immortal Gu and the surrounding Mortal Gu were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised. These 2 variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable. Fei Huang did the exact opposite. It gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core Immortal Gu. After a while of healing, Zhang Ji's injuries stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation were destroyed by Feng Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself. He felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time, another Gu Immortal came to his side. This was a Formation Path Grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I am here to repair the formation. I need your help. Zhang Ji quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the formation core Immortal Gu was destroyed, this Gu Immortal Formation Path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed formation core Immortal Gu for emergencies. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. 2. Chapter 2350. The Formation Path Grandmaster calculated with all his strength. After a while, his face turned pale and he was covered in sweat. To repair this formation core, we need 500 kilograms of the rank 8 immortal material, heavy sand. Zhang Ji's heart sank. Heavy sand was Western Desert specialty. It could not be produced in the other 4 regions. Now that they needed such a huge amount of heavy sand, how could they gather it? Zhang Ji was worried when the Formation Path Grandmaster let out a breath of air, saying, "The heavy sand will be replenished by Celestial Court's immortal treasury, but we need someone to enter Spectral Heaven and inject at least 250 kilograms of heavy sand from top to bottom. By then, we will be inside the formation and coordinate with them. We will be able to repair the formation core." "I'll go," Zhang Ji immediately said. The Formation Path Grandmaster shook his head, saying directly, "Your injuries are only temporarily suppressed. Your battle strength is too weak. If you leave the formation now, you will be easily killed by those 3 demons. The 3 demons will also be able to find the vague location of the space inside the formation." "What should we do?" Zhang Ji sighed bitterly. The Formation Path Grandmaster was slightly dazed. He received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders and said, "All right, be it immortal materials or manpower, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will arrange them personally. Zhang Ji, use this time to heal your injuries. I will go to the next formation core and decide on the method to repair it." Saying so, the Formation Path Grandmaster left hurriedly. Zhang Ji looked at his back as he looked around, only to see that the formation space was in chaos. The Gu immortals guarding here were all extremely busy. Even with star constellation immortal venerables will here, Fang Yuan's 3 clones still gave them huge pressure. Zhang Ji felt his own weakness deeply. He sighed helplessly as he used this time to heal his injuries. Western Desert. Lin Clan's headquarters, the Blessed Land. Lin Clan's first supreme elder, the #1 Gu immortal in Western Desert, Lin Jianxing, walked out of the Blessed Land with 9 spiritual fairy. I wish immortal friend Jiuling a smooth journey. Lin Jianxing smiled. Celestial Court wanted to take Lin Jianxing's body to quickly refine Bo Qing and restrain Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. 9 spiritual fairy and the other 4 Celestial Court Gu immortals attacked Lin Jianxing but suffered a crushing defeat. 9 spiritual fairy was captured by Lin Jianxing because she brought up the rear. But at this moment, she was personally released by Lin Jianxing. 9 spiritual fairy's expression was grim. Even though she regained her freedom, she did not feel any joy. She stared at Lin Jianxing and asked, "What did the Celestial Court pay to redeem me?" Lin Jianxing did not conceal it. He said frankly, "Star constellation immortal venerable values you greatly. I mustered my courage and offered a price. I was lucky enough to obtain 11 desolate sword leaf trees. 8 desolate sword leaf tree." 9 spiritual fairies' mood turned even heavier. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees had a huge origin. They originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an immemorial desolate plant created by the Venerable One. It was not a natural product of nature. The 8 desolate sword leaf tree contained dense wood path Dao marks, but its roots were in a metal path immortal material mine. The leaves it produced were pure sword path rank 8 immortal materials. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees were unique. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had nurtured them personally, but he only left 20 of them for the Celestial Court. A portion of the 8 desolate sword leaf trees died or were used in the following days. Only these 11 trees were left, and now Lin Jianxing had obtained them all. Lin Jianxing escorted her all the way to the intersection of the regional walls of Western Desert, Central Continent, and Northern Plains before stopping and watching 9 spiritual fairy leave alone. My negotiations with star constellations will had been in a deadlock. To think that star constellations will suddenly relented and was willing to give me 11 desolate sword leaf trees, but apart from releasing 9 spiritual fairy, I also want 100 kilograms of heavy sand. I obtained these 11 desolate sword leaf trees. They were truly beneficial. My earlier guess was not wrong. As long as I comprehend them properly, I can recreate the scene of the sword forest in the future. The Celestial Court is a huge force after all. It has an extremely deep foundation. Even after multiple losses, it still has a foundation that other superforces cannot compare to. It is a pity that in the previous battle, I only captured 9 spiritual fairy. Otherwise, I could have asked for more cultivation resources from the Celestial Court. Fate Gu's destruction had a profound effect on the world and on Gu cultivators. The Celestial Court had an immortal graveyard. Gu immortals could revive after dying in battle. Thus, seeking death and not preserving their lives was a correct tactic. Fang Yuan was even more excessive in this regard. He purposely revived Gu immortals as Gu masters and made them undergo immortal ascension again, using the killer move Thieving Heaven's secret to gain the greatest benefits. Thus, Lin Jianxing killed a member of the Celestial Court, but it did not amount to enmity. He could revive anyway. Instead, he captured 9 spiritual fairy alive and stopped her from seeking death. He became a problem for the Celestial Court. After a long negotiation, the Celestial Court finally redeemed this captive, allowing Lin Jianxing to get what he wanted. It is a pity that even though my sword path is strong in offense, it is not proficient in restraining and capturing. Sigh, this world is different from the rest. Originally, heaven and earth focused on cultivation methods, but this place focuses on Gu worms, immortal essence, immortal materials, and other cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are the foundation of everything. Now that the venerables are confronting each other, it is suitable for my Lin clan to expand. If I wait until the venerables decide the victor, I, Lin Jianxing, would not be able to become a sword path venerable. I would probably have to submit to them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction was not wrong. Lin Jianxing was indeed an otherworldly demon. In his original world, he was the leader of a sword path sect. He was also called an ancestor. Such a person was naturally not willing to be subservient. He was an ambitious person who had seen through the ways of the world. Thus, after Lin Jianxing defeated the 5 immortals of the celestial court, he did not explain himself. He was happy that people thought he was a demonic path force. He was a sword path pseudo-venerable. What did he have to fear? Did he have to fear other Western Desert super forces? What a joke! Thus, the ones who wanted Lin Jianxing to clarify that he and Lin Clan were righteous path forces were these Western Desert super forces. This way, Lin Clan would be restricted by the righteous path super forces, unable to act freely. But so what if he clarified himself? Wasn't Lin Clan previously a righteous path superforce? But if the Celestial Court wanted to attack them, they could. The latter was the #1 righteous path superforce in the world. On the contrary, becoming a demonic path was more suitable for Lin Clan to annex and expand. Of course, Lin Jianxing could not resist the attacks of venerables. But if he could not resist, did he have to give up? In Lin Jianxing's mind, there was no such logic. Precisely because he was weak, he could do his best to become stronger, to become an expert. Precisely because he would be bullied, he had to grab onto any hope to resist and become stronger. Lin Jianxing thought like this and also acted like this. He had already made ample mental preparations. Even if a venerable came to deal with him in the future, he would bear the consequences. As long as he could preserve his life, he would join another venerable. Perhaps he could even turn his misfortune into fortune, obtaining the venerable's support and achieving greater things. After Lin Jianxing sent off 9 spiritual fairy, he did not return to his headquarters, but continued to head north, deep into northern plains. He concealed himself and flew swiftly. Not long after, he arrived at the forbidden area of the Flower Forest. Flower Forest Forbidden Area was one of the 10 great forbidden areas of northern plains. Countless mushrooms grew inside. These mushrooms were as large as trees, forming a vast forest. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the forest. Their fragrance permeated the air, forming a dense fog. Every time the moon was full and night fell, the fragrant fog would condense and turn into liquid that flowed around the roots of the mushroom trees. The fragrance flowed and nourished these mushroom trees, allowing them to grow even stronger. Like other forbidden areas, there were countless desolate beast groups living here, including many immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. Zui Hui had been hiding in Flower Forest Forbidden Area for the last few days. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It could enter the forbidden area and settle down. It was much more convenient and suitable than Gu immortals. Zui Hui was hiding in Flower Forest. He had his own motives. He was after none other than Yu Tianguang, who was imprisoned in Longevity Heaven. He wanted to save the latter. And Flower Forest Forbidden Area was a rare Northern Plains forbidden area. Not only could it hide him, it was also the closest to Longevity Heaven. I will have to rely on you two now. Don't think of escaping. I have my methods on you. You do not have Huang Jin bloodline. Who can save you? Before Zui Hui left, he did not forget to warn Lu Qingming and Su Guang. These 2 Gu immortals were unlucky people. They wanted to leave Northern Plains and go to Western Desert to develop, but they were kidnapped by Zui Hui and brought to Flower Forest Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area was extremely dangerous. With their strength, they could not escape. If not for Zui Hui's protection, they would not even survive a day in this forbidden area. Of course not. Our lives are in your hands. We will do our best. We will not slack off. Facing Zui Hui's warning, Lu Qingming quickly replied. Zui Hui snorted coldly. Its huge body turned into a pool of black liquid. It drilled into the ground and vanished. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were helpless. They could only follow Zui Hui's instructions. They stepped into an immortal formation and slowly activated it. The immortal formation's power slowly seeped out. The entire process was silent. This was the specialty of Dark Path. As time passed, the immemorial desolate beast groups around Flower Forest Forbidden Area started to become restless. especially when Zui Yihui had done something to the beast leaders, but they did not notice it. Most Gu immortals could not do this. Zui Yihui was a legendary Dark Path immemorial desolate beast. It could be said to be the #1 Dark Path Gu cultivator. It used all of its methods. Not long after, the immemorial beast groups started to roar in anger. The beast groups lacked intelligence, they were wary of each other and influenced each other. Soon, they started to riot. Groups of immemorial beast groups started to move under the influence of the immortal formation. They completely disrupted the order of the entire forbidden area, creating a huge beast tide. This wave of beasts broke through the borders of the forbidden flower forest and swept towards the nearby golden tribes. The Huangjin tribes were shocked. They quickly reported to Longevity Heaven and asked for reinforcements. In this situation, Lin Jianxing arrived above Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Chapter 2351. Long before the Huangjin tribes asked for help, Longevity Heaven had already detected the disturbance in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Longevity Heaven was guarded by Bing Saichuan. Bing Saichuan discussed with Yao Huang and the 8 extremities. The disturbance in the forbidden area is no small matter, we need to save it. In my opinion, we need to find out the reason for the disturbance. Maybe because the sun was destroyed and spectral heaven was formed, light path weakened while dark path flourished. And the flower forest forbidden area itself has abundant dark path Dao marks. After discussing for a while, Bing Saichuan personally went to investigate the forbidden area, while the rest continued to guard Longevity Heaven. The reason for this arrangement was because Bing Saichuan had a time path killer move that could trace back to the past and see the truth of the past. Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance opened. Bing Saichuan's body turned into a flash of cold light as he flew down towards the flower forest forbidden area. Meanwhile, Zui Yihui was already hiding in spectral heaven, near the entrance of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture. He watched as the entrance opened and closed. He did not move. The opening of the entrance was a good opportunity to enter and exit the grotto heaven, but it was very eye-catching. Even if Zui Yihui had concealment methods, he could not do that. Every time the immortal aperture's entrance opened, the Gu immortals in the immortal aperture would be the most concerned about it. If Zui Yihui did that, he would be exposing himself, he would be looking for trouble, he would not care about Bing Saichuan at all. Zui Yihui did not want to fight him head-on. Even though he was a great legendary immemorial beast, compared to Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal, he was nothing. From start to finish, he had never thought of going in to save Yu Tianguang. Saving people was a technical skill. If he tried to do it forcefully, he might end up getting himself killed instead. Zui Yihui continued to conceal himself as he activated his killer move. This is a rare opportunity. Giant Sun Immortal is fighting the other 3 venerables. He has no time to spare. Flower Forest Forbidden Area has also lured out a rank 8 expert. The location of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance has also been exposed. I need to hurry. Zui Yihui and Yu Tianguang had a mystical connection. Using this connection, Zui Yihui's Dark Path killer moves started to show their effects. Within Longevity Heaven, Yu Tianguang was imprisoned in Calamity Luck Altar. Suddenly sensing something, Yu Tianguang lowered his head and looked at his heart. After that, he came to his senses, raised his head, roared, and started to struggle fiercely. The Calamity Luck Altar shook continuously. The members of the 8 extremities were standing guard outside. Seeing this, they quickly acted and suppressed Yu Tianguang. Yu Tianguang, you've tried so many times, but you still don't understand that you can't break free from Calamity Luck Altar by yourself? Surrender to my Longevity Heaven is your only way out. As long as you pledge allegiance to my Longevity Heaven, you will receive the protection of the Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang shouted, return my rank 9 light Gu. The 8 extremities urged again, blessed heavenly light, light Gu has always been wild, it is currently residing in your body, how can it be yours? Not bad. Our Giant Sun Immortal fought against 2 venerables to obtain this Gu. It belongs to my Longevity Heaven. You should thank our Lord Immortal Venerable and Crown Prince. If not for them, you might have died to Star Constellation or Feng Yuan already. Yu Tianguang's aura weakened from the suppression, but he still shouted, "Return my light goo, I will consider surrendering." The 8 extremities looked at each other, they shook their heads and increased the suppression of Calamity Luck Altar. In the end, Yu Tianguang was filled with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. His strength was exhausted and he was suppressed. But this time, he had a new hope. "Brother, I am here to save you, we need to plan properly." A lump of black liquid appeared in Yu Tianguang's heart, it turned into a tiny Zuiyi Hui. Zuiyi Hui paused before continuing. "This killer move of mine has been modified, it will accumulate strength in your body. When it accumulates enough, you can use my strength to burst forth. When the time comes, I'll cooperate with you outside the longevity heaven and create an opening together." Yu Tianguang was not assured. Giant Sun Immortal is not to be underestimated, pay attention to him, don't get yourself killed. Zuiyi Hui told Yu Tianguang about the situation. Yu Tianguang was overjoyed. "The 4 venerables will fight for a long time. This is the best chance for me to escape. It is a pity that your arrangements in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area only drew out Bing Sai Chuan. Longevity Heaven is probably being cautious against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's 3 clones are wreaking havoc in Central Continent. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is already beyond recognition." Zuiyi Hui analyzed. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts communicated secretly, no one in Longevity Heaven noticed them. Back to the day, Bing Sai Chuan left Longevity Heaven and flew towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. He investigated along the way, getting closer to the location where Zuiyi Hui set up the Immortal Formation. This is bad. Inside the Immortal Formation, Lu Qingming and Su Guang controlled the formation. They sensed Bing Sai Chuan's traces. Their expressions were ashen. They knew the situation was dire. Once they were discovered by Bing Sai Chuan, they would not be able to escape. The 2 immortals thought of surrendering, but they were hit by Zuiyi Hui's Dark Path method. If they tried to surrender, the Dark Path method would activate and take their lives. But the 2 had to activate the Immortal Formation to expand the Beast Tide. They could not stop for even a moment. Otherwise, the Dark Path methods on his body would also be activated, and the 2 of them would be killed cleanly. "Zuiyi Hui is using us as cannon fodder. Sigh, I never thought that today would be the day of our deaths." Just as the 2 were in despair, a turning point appeared. "Who is it?" Bing Sai Chuan stopped moving, his eyes shined with cold light as he was on full alert. Lin Jianxing's heart jumped. He had concealed himself and come to the Flower Forest Forbidden Area with the objective of obtaining some rare immortal materials to help him perfect Sword Forest. But he found out that a beast tide had appeared. This was good news for Lin Jianxing. In this chaotic situation, it was more suitable for him to fish in troubled waters. Lin Jianxing went deep into the Forbidden Area and met Bing Sai Chuan. Even though he had pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not proficient in concealment methods. Thankfully, Bing Sai Chuan stopped on the spot. After looking around, he shook his head. "Maybe I saw wrongly?" Bing Sai Chuan muttered. He continued to move forward and continued to investigate. He did not find any signs of human activity in this beast tide, but he also did not find the source of the beast tide. Thus, he followed the various traces and gradually approached the Dark Dao Immortal Formation. Right at this time, a group of 4-legged white-scaled snakes flew over. The white-scaled snakes were already raging. After discovering Bing Sai Chuan, they charged over without hesitation. Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. He was about to kill the snakes when a sword chi shot towards him from the left. Bing Sai Chuan was not surprised. He quickly blocked the sword chi and said to Lin Jianxing, "He, there is someone, Lin Jianxing." Bing Sai Chuan recognized Lin Jianxing's identity when he said the latter half of his sentence. Ever since the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were defeated by Lin Jianxing, his appearance and voice had spread far and wide. Bing Sai Chuan, who was on Longevity Heaven's side, was naturally aware of this. In an instant, Bing Sai Chuan frowned. "Immortal friend Lin Jianxing, are you going to make things difficult for my Longevity Heaven?" Lin Jianxing frowned as well, yet he looked at the group of white-scaled snakes and said frankly, "The tongues of these white-scaled snakes are immortal materials of the Sword Dao that I need, and I came here for them as well." I hope that immortal friend Bing Sai-chuan will be magnanimous. Is that so? Bing Sai-chuan was very suspicious, but Lin Jianxing was a pseudo-venerable after all. He did not want to start a war. These white-scaled snakes are indeed rare resources. However, there is no need to worry, fellow immortal Lin Jianxing. The celestial longevity plane has many storehouses. If immortal friend is interested, I am willing to form a good relationship with you and give these treasures to you. Lin Jianxing raised his eyebrows. He was about to consider when a large group of immemorial desolate beasts charged over. The scene became chaotic. The white-scaled snakes were only ancient desolate beasts. They were not the match of these immemorial desolate beasts. But they could not dodge in time. Their formation was broken by the immemorial desolate beasts. Lin Jianxing had to take action and deal with these immemorial desolate beasts. He tried to take out the tongues of the white-scaled snakes. Bing Sai-chuan watched from the side while contacting Longevity Heaven to send Northern Plains and Western Deserts harem. He would not believe Lin Jianxing's words easily. Against a pseudo-venerable, he had to send out immortal goo houses to defend them. Giant Sun Immortal had been searching for beauties back then. He had set up 5 harems in the 5 regions. They were all immortal goo houses. Several of the 8 extremities received the order and flew out of Longevity Heaven with their immortal goo houses. Zui Yihui saw this and was both suspicious and happy. Honestly speaking, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had not been discovered until now. It was already out of Zui Yihui's expectations. And now, Longevity Heaven sent out 2 more immortal goo houses and several goo immortals. They were clearly flying towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Zui Yihui could not understand this. But no matter what, his situation was much better than before. A moment later, Yu Tianguang roared as he unleashed his accumulated dark path strength. The 8 extremities guarding this place were caught off guard. Yu Tianguang found an opening and attacked fiercely. After more than 10 breaths of time, he got out of Calamity Luck Altar. But he did not escape. He followed his senses and flew towards a secret place. The 8 extremities guarding this place were shocked. Oh no! That is the Crown Prince's closed cultivation area. Yao Huang had already come out of the Blood Sea. He wanted to stop Yu Tianguang, but he was too late. He and Mao Liqiu, who had just arrived, saw. Yu Tianguang took Light Emperor away. Light Emperor's body was nurturing rank 9 light goo. Even though he suffered such a huge change, his eyes were shut. He did not move. He was like a statue. He had lost all senses of the outside world. Don't provoke me, I will crush him to death. Yu Tianguang shouted. The surrounding goo cultivators hesitated. They could not advance or retreat. Don't kill him, otherwise, when Lord Giant Sun Immortal returns, you will die. Friend Yu Tianguang, we can discuss this. Calm down. Quick, call Bing Sai-chuan and the others back. While the Longevity Heaven goo immortals were panicking, Yu Tianguang attacked again. Zui Yihui was not hiding anymore. The 2 cooperated extremely well. They tore a hole in the formation. This hole was not big, but Yu Tianguang had a method. He first swallowed the Light Monarch in 1 gulp, and then his figure transformed into a ball of light. He forcefully squeezed into the opening, and then flowed out into the outside world. After coming out, the light turned into Yu Tianguang's light again. Longevity Heaven's goo immortals chased after them. Seeing Yu Tianguang and Zui Yihui, their expressions turned ugly. We fell for it. Yao Huang stomped his feet in anger. Bing Sai-chuan received the news and squinted at Lin Jianxing. So that's it, Brother Lin and Zui Yihui are working together. What do you mean? Lin Jianxing was confused. Meanwhile, in Heaven Path Dream Realm battlefield, Giant Sun Immortal was concentrating on fighting Feng Yuan. Hearing this news, his heart sank. This seems to be caused by my flying yellow killer move. The Luck Path connection made Giant Sun Immortal feel a little dazed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to explain to himself, but he could not. This killer move of mine should be correct, right? I rarely used it in the previous life. Recently, I've made some improvements to this move. Indeed, it should probably not be a problem. Taoist Giant Sun, what happened? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She was very sensitive to changes in emotions. She asked directly. Oh, nothing. Giant Sun Immortal felt a little depressed, but he waved his hand on the surface. Chapter 2352. Heaven and earth were torn apart like a huge open mouth. Boundless thunderbolts bombarded the area in a frenzy, fighting against the violent tornadoes. Meng Qiuzhen was floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. "Lightning, come!" he shouted. At the next moment, countless lightning balls fell from the sky, crashing into the tornadoes and causing a deafening explosion. More than 10 tornadoes were destroyed, but there were still over 100 tornadoes that were like pillars that supported the small world. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth, realizing the crucial point. He had to find the exact location of this dream realm land spirit as soon as possible and deal a targeted attack. Otherwise, even if he could destroy so many tornadoes, he would have to use all his strength. It would not be beneficial for his dream realm exploration. With Feng Yuan's main body protecting him, after that close shave, Meng Qiuzhen did not encounter any more mishaps. He continued to explore Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did he raise his Heaven Path attainment level, his strength in the Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also rose rapidly. From a land spirit to a celestial court, his methods were completely different from before. Meng Qiuzhen could now manipulate the heavenly power of heaven and earth. He could already form tribulation-like powers. Moreover, he found that Heaven Path Dream Realms would annex each other, bringing him endless risks and opportunities in his exploration. "Ice, come!" Meng Qiuzhen saw an opportunity. His 2 small hands turned into palms and pressed down. Hailstones rained down from the sky. It was extremely violent. In just a few breaths of time, the hailstones grew larger. Some were the size of small mountains. These hailstones crashed into the tornadoes, but most of them were quickly swept away. The dark green tornadoes were soon dyed with a layer of blue-white frost chi. Their spinning speed fell drastically. "So it is here." Meng Qiuzhen succeeded in creating a flaw. He found a white feather flying fish hidden in the leftmost tornado. This white feather flying fish was the heavenly spirit of another dream realm immortal aperture. Heaven Path Dream Realms annexed each other. The manifestation in the dream realms was the annexation of 2 dream realm immortal apertures. As the heavenly spirit of a dream realm immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen had to control his own dream realm immortal aperture to suppress and annex the other party's dream realm immortal aperture. There was a crucial step in this, and that was to find the other party's heavenly spirit and then completely destroy it. Die! Meng Qiuzhen continued to use his methods, causing flying fish heavenly spirit to become dizzy. Lightning, rain, meteors, lava, and other attacks later, the flying fish heavenly spirit was destroyed by Meng Qiuzhen. Without the support of the heavenly spirit, although the tornadoes still existed, they had dispersed and changed directions at will. They were no longer as orderly as before, and the threat level immediately dropped to the bottom. At the same time, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also increased the speed of annexing enemy Dream Realm Immortal Apertures. Once the flying fish heavenly spirit was eliminated, it would be like a general being beheaded in the midst of an army of 10,000. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would fall into chaos and collapse. Meng Qiuzhen continued to press on, eventually expanding his Dream Realm Immortal Aperture by another half. The increase in wind path Dao marks is not bad. Another Dream Realm Immortal Aperture has come into contact. Meng Qiuzhen did not have time to rest before he saw a faint red shadow appearing outside his Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. The faint red shadow covered heaven and earth, covering the sun and moon as it crashed into Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture's regional wall shattered. While the 2 Dream Realm Immortal Apertures connected, they also started the bitter process of annexing each other. Wait a minute, this heavenly spirit seems different. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. He found that the other party was very astute and had many methods. They were not inferior to Meng Qiuzhen. Don't tell me, profound literature grotto heaven. Qi tides moved and formed countless qi monsters that covered heaven and earth. It was a huge calamity. A large number of mortals lived in profound literature grotto heaven. Under the assault of the qi monsters, they turned into corpses. Damn it! We have to persevere. These qi monsters are endless. When will they end? Profound literature. Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals resisted with all their strength. Old immortal Hua Yu even personally fought. They barely managed to maintain the situation. This was not a heavenly tribulation or heavenly tribulation. It was a Chi path killer move that Chi Si ancestor used to attack the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had a large number of formation cores. After the immortal Gu and the formation cores were destroyed by Fang Yuan's 3 clones, the formation bases were exposed. These formation bases were Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, Skeleton Grotto Heaven, and so on. As long as these Grotto Heavens were destroyed, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation would lose its foundation and vanish completely. If we had known this, why would we have tried so many ways to escape? Sigh, it is too late now. Now, we can only hope that Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has enough methods to protect our homeland. These Grotto Heaven Gu immortals felt regret to some extent. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Chi currents surged like a stampede of horses. Chi Si ancestor gradually appeared in Skeleton Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton was deeply shocked, but before she could save him, many rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court also arrived in Skeleton Grotto Heaven with their immortal Gu houses. Without any delay, a huge battle erupted. Heaven and earth shook, Chi Si boiled, golden light shot out, jade water filled the sky. A large number of killer moves were activated. The aftershocks caused a huge number of casualties. Immortal killer move, Unlimited Chi Si. Chi Si ancestor accumulated his advantage and could finally use this move easily. With one move, heaven and earth shook. Several immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were heavily injured. One of them was destroyed on the spot. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were heavily injured and coughed out blood. Persevere. Qin Ding Ling shouted. Watch me. Che Wei was valiant, fighting attacks with attacks. Chi Si ancestor was hit by his killer move. His injuries were not light. Immortal killer move, Chi Ju revival. At the next moment, a large number of Chi path immortal materials were expended. Chi Si ancestor rapidly recovered. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court saw this and turned pale. Time to end this. Chi Si ancestor grunted as he activated his killer move, Hu elevation. The energy pillar that overflowed into the heavens was grand and terrifying. It fiercely smashed out, directly splitting the heavens and earth, piercing through the entire skeleton paradise. Granny Skeleton's eyes were wide open. She could not dodge in time and was destroyed by the Chi pillar, leaving nothing behind. Skeleton Grotto Heaven was heavily damaged. Winds of assimilation started to appear. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court quickly retreated through the huge hole as Chi Si ancestor chased after them relentlessly. Star Constellation's Will, who was inside Embroidered Tower, saw this and was about to make a move when Jean Budu charged into the formation space. It was here after all. Wu Shuai was relieved. The enslavement path killer move that he modified manipulated the ant group to infiltrate the depths of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, creating a path for Jean Budu to squeeze into the formation space. The Gu immortals in the formation space were mainly from the 10 great ancient sects. Even though they were all elites, they were inferior to the members of Celestial Court. Even the Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not deal with pseudo-venerables, not to mention them. At once, Jean Budu was like a tiger that entered a flock of sheep, creating a storm of blood. Star Constellations will sighed. She could only give up on dealing with Chi Si ancestor and personally activated Embroidered Tower to block Jean Budu. After a period of stalemate, Fang Yuan's 3 clones finally broke the deadlock. They continued to destroy the Starry Sky Calculation Formation like a hot knife through butter. Celestial Court's side was forced to retreat. They could not stabilize their footing. This situation was immediately transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she activated 2 human path killer moves. One was called Hope of the People, the other was called Heroes Among People. Divine Emperor City, which was at the largest node of Central Continent's human network, suddenly burst out with countless white lights, specks and lumps. Like candlelight, there were countless of them. The specks of light were like fishes swimming or birds returning to their nests. they gathered and attached themselves to the Gu immortals inside the starry sky calculation formation, forming a dense white halo. Next, the white halo started to weaken rapidly, while the Gu immortals' auras rose rapidly. Just like during the Fate War, they received a huge amplification once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this move after all. It did not exceed Lord Alliance leader's expectations. Lu Wei-yin looked at Divine Emperor City not far away with an excited expression. She is using the same move again. It is a sign that she is out of tricks. Shen Shang smiled lightly as he attacked Divine Emperor City with Lu Wei-yin. Genesis Lotus Will and Qing Cho were defending Divine Emperor City. After being attacked by two experts, they could only stop supporting the two human path killer moves and start to defend themselves. Remote Heaven Battlefield. The white halo formed by human path killer moves also enveloped Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Both of them received amplification. Their strength rose greatly. As expected of a human path method, even a venerable like me can benefit from it. Giant Sun Immortal praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. Heaven Path Dream Realms are almost depleted. We have lost this battle. Chapter 2353. In the Battle of Heaven Path Dream Realms, Fang Yuan initiated the battle. In this battle, Fang Yuan used new killer moves like Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound, Permitha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. 7 Killings Rainbow, Tongue Sword Dragon Soul, and other killer moves were greatly modified, while concealing obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web. Thus, in the early stages of the battle, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had to work together to resist him. But because Fang Yuan had to protect Meng Qiujin, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had Chaotic Will Scattering Dream, gradually gained the initiative. At the same time, Fang Yuan's dominance also made Giant Sun Immortal wary. No matter how Fang Yuan persuaded, Giant Sun Immortal was determined to stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not waver. Fang Yuan mobilized his subordinates to attack various important areas in Central Continent, to make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw through Fang Yuan's scheme. She did not retreat to Central Continent. To continue hiding his strength and feign a lack of immortal essence, Fang Yuan angered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and lured him to participate in the battle. Meanwhile, he used Heavenly Ghost Concealment to become half an ally of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. Because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's interference, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not exert enough pressure on Fang Yuan. On the contrary, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was constantly disturbed by Fang Yuan. She could not threaten Meng Qiujin. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used 2 human path killer moves, she could not change the situation. The battle fell into a stalemate. As time passed, the Heaven Path Dream Realms devoured each other. Most of them were absorbed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's gains in this battle far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In contrast, of the 2 venerables, one lost his eldest son and rank 9 Light Gu, the other's starry sky calculation formation that he had painstakingly created was almost destroyed. More than 10 Central Continent Gu immortals were slaughtered. The members of the Celestial Court were in a dangerous situation. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable realize Fang Yuan had won this battle. No matter how pathetic he looked, he was the one who benefited the most. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan still has trump cards, or if he really lacks immortal essence, the most crucial factor in this battle is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the heavily injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She felt indignance, anger, and helplessness. She had wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago, but she had not succeeded. There had been a good opportunity last time, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had covered for it. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was able to survive. In this battle, Fang Yuan made use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to gain huge benefits. It also proved that he had great foresight. 80% of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were borne in place of Feng Yuan. He only had less than 1,000 arms left now. His huge body had shrunk by 60%, even his roars were hoarse. Maybe this is the time to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts moved. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge obstacle. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she knew better than anyone else that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was filled with providence, could no longer be controlled by her. Sometimes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable admired Feng Yuan's craftiness. The latter had successfully turned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into half an ally. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind, under Feng Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment Killer move, he was more resolute and easier to use than ordinary allies. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but look at Giant Sun Immortal. Even though the two of them worked together, Giant Sun Immortal still had his guard up against her. Looking back at this battle, even though Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength, he did not have much effect against Feng Yuan. He even caused Central Continent a huge loss. Comparisons were the worst. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would rather have an ally in a daze than a clear-headed Giant Sun Immortal. But now, to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she needed to rely on Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately transmitted, "Giant Sun, there is no need to care about this Feng Yuan now. Let's work together and get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The results of today's battle are right in front of us. We cannot let this Venerable continue to live." Giant Sun Immortal agreed with this. He felt that the reason why he could not deal with Feng Yuan was because the latter was using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength. With these two working together, he felt a headache. Of course, the reason why Feng Yuan could work together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was because of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. As long as this move was broken, the alliance between Feng Yuan and Spectral Soul would be severed. But Giant Sun Immortal knew that if he cracked it now, Feng Yuan would be able to modify it the next time. Originally, as a refinement path venerable, Giant Sun Immortal did not think highly of Feng Yuan's modification attainment. But after this battle, after being baptized by killer moves like Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound and Prometha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, Giant Sun Immortal completely changed his view. Now, from his perspective, Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment was above his. In fact, among the venerables of the past, other than Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only one below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to play the senseless game of deciphering, modifying, deciphering, modifying, deciphering, and modifying with Feng Yuan. Getting rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed a good idea. This way, we can get rid of him once and for all. Feng Yuan will have no more allies. Giant Sun Immortal transmitted to Star Constellation. Furthermore, Feng Yuan is lacking immortal essence now, but we are different. It will be much more difficult for him to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he tries to protect him, he might fall into danger if he is not careful. By then, we can target him instead. We can even create a chance to kill this heaven-refining Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as optimistic as Giant Sun Immortal. She replied, "Feng Yuan will not put himself in danger just to protect Spectral Soul." The two venerables came to an agreement. They focused their attacks on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As expected, they did it. Feng Yuan immediately showed a difficult expression, but he was actually getting more excited in his heart. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought with the two venerables, with Feng Yuan's help, both sides would suffer heavy losses. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would most likely die. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was filled with providence. He lost his rationality. He could not even use his immortal killer moves properly. He was at a huge disadvantage. But this way, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be greatly weakened. This was the best chance to get rid of the two venerables. As long as they did not escape back to their headquarters, after Feng Yuan used his full strength, he would be able to get rid of one of them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, while Giant Sun Immortal wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was also plotting to get rid of these two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked by the two Venerables, his injuries worsened, many of his thick black arms were cut off, he only had 200 or 300 of them left. Go! Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shot out a golden meteor. The meteor landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, smashing one of his heads. Out of his 3 heads, only one was left. He was forced into a desperate situation, he was surrounded by danger, but Feng Yuan was still attacking at a steady pace. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared. His body suddenly burned with an icy blue fire. But this fire was not hot at all. Instead, it gave off an intense icy cold energy. The temperature of the air fell rapidly. Rank 9 Fire Goo could not sit still anymore. Sensing that its host's life was in danger, it finally showed its might. It was a rank 9 Fire Goo after all. The 3 Venerables retreated together. Even Feng Yuan, who had Heavenly Ghost Concealment, was the same. Feng Yuan could deceive Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with his killer move, but he could not deceive rank 9 Fire Goo. After all, the latter was a goo worm, not a soul beast. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stopped moving. The blue fire on his body spread rapidly, forcing the 3 Venerables to retreat. The fire spread to the surroundings of the Heaven Path Dream Realms. The size of the Heaven Path Dream Realms shrunk rapidly, they were about to be destroyed by the fire. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he thought. The legends of Rinzhu recorded that the Dream Realms are countered by Fire Goo. It seems that it is true. He felt great regret. His Heaven Path attainment level had already risen from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster in the fight between the Venerables. Furthermore, he had not just stepped into Great Grandmaster realm, he had deep accumulations in this level. If Feng Yuan absorbed all of the Heaven Path Dream Realms here, he might even advance to Supreme Grandmaster. Even if he did not, there was still a high chance of him becoming a quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. However, after being burned by Fire Goo, more than half of the remaining Heaven Path Dream Realms were destroyed. This is an opportunity, Giant Sun. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to activate Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Giant Sun Immortal did not protect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he charged towards these Heaven Path Dream Realms instead. Feng Yuan was caught in a dilemma. In an instant, he made up his mind, he gave up on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was obstructed by Feng Yuan. The 2 Venerables fought intensely. During this process, the Heaven Path Dream Realms were burned intensely by the fire, almost nothing was left. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Ing Wuxia, or Meng Qiuzhen, they were all burned out. When Feng Yuan obstructed Giant Sun, he also approached the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Seeing this, he quickly turned around and gave up on Giant Sun Immortal, approaching his Dream Path clone. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes were shut, he had not woken up yet. Giant Sun Immortal saw that Feng Yuan had turned around and left, he shouted furiously, "Feng Yuan, you are so arrogant. I will make you pay the price." At the next moment, hundreds of golden meteors shot out with terrifying power, heaven and earth changed color. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally succeeded in activating Chaotic Will Scattering Dream for the second time. She aimed directly at Meng Qiuzhen. Boom 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 boom. The golden meteors landed on Feng Yuan and Meng Qiuzhen. Thunderous explosions shook heaven and earth. Terrifying air currents surged in all directions. The golden light quickly faded. Feng Yuan and Meng Qiuzhen flew down at an extremely fast speed. Giant Sun Immortal's eyes widened. He saw that Feng Yuan was unharmed. What defensive killer move was this? Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Feng Yuan was flying towards Central Continent. As for Meng Qiuzhen, he had already woken up, using Dream Armor Goo to protect himself. At the same time, a layer of rippling reverse flow protection seal appeared on his body. After Feng Yuan's modification, reverse flow protection seal could be used to help others, it was no longer limited to himself. With 2 layers of protection, Meng Qiuzhen was completely fine even though he was hit by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move. Chapter 2354. Damn you, Fang Yuan. At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan's move was ingenious. He brought Meng Qiuzhen to Central Continent, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable into a dilemma. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to fight with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan would take the chance to open his immortal aperture and keep Meng Qiuzhen inside, before wreaking havoc in Central Continent. In Central Continent's battlefield, Celestial Court's side was already in danger. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was broken, 80% of it was destroyed. Divine Emperor City was attacked by Xianxia and Lu Weiyin. They could not even maintain their human path killer moves anymore. In this situation, if Fang Yuan's main body made a move, he would definitely cause an unimaginable massacre in Central Continent and even the Celestial Court. In an instant, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was the #1 person in Wisdom Path, made a decision. She sighed as she said to Giant Sun Immortal, "Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. He wants to use this method to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's life. We cannot fall for it. I will chase after him. I will not give him any chance to keep the Dream Path clone in his aperture. Giant Sun, I hope that you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." Giant Sun Immortal knew clearly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this was Fang Yuan's scheme, but she still fell for it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to make things difficult for Fang Yuan, but she wanted to protect Central Continent. But Giant Sun Immortal did not mind. If it were him, he would also protect the Huang Jin bloodline of Northern Plains and fall for it. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal nodded and said firmly, "In today's battle, between Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan, one of them will die." Giant Sun Immortal's cooperation made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. At the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal still had a clear mind and made a wise decision. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately accelerated and chased after Fang Yuan. Within the Starry Sky Calculation Formation's formation space, the Demon Judgment Board retreated. On the Devil Judgment Board, Guiyue Fangjing and Red Heart Traveler were both sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and they revealed a hint of panic as they concentrated. At this moment, the former and current Demon Judgment Board lords had joined hands. But they were all at a disadvantage. What was forcing the Demon Judgment Board to retreat again and again? "Be careful, he's approaching again." Scarlet Heart Traveler, who was mainly responsible for controlling the Demon Judgment Board, suddenly warned. Jean Budu's cloak fluttered behind him as he flew. When he activated the incomplete freedom transformation, he was a genuine beast in human form. Even the Demon Judgment Board found it hard to withstand one of his attacks. When Guiyue Fangjing received Red Heart Traveler's reminder, he immediately quivered and anxiously shouted, "Then again!" In the next moment, the Demon Judgment Board exploded with a bloody light. The bloody light was like a tide, instantly spreading thousands of steps. The scarlet blood light was mixed with endless coldness. If Jean Budu wanted to get close to the Demon Judgment Board, he would have to charge into the bloody light. Unavoidably, his movements slowed down abruptly. This move again. Jean Budu could not help but have a strange expression. He had already been obstructed by this blood path killer move 3 times in a row. Demon Judgment Board took advantage of the fact that Jean Budu's speed was falling to pull open a safe distance again. And the one who did this was Guiyue Fangjing. Red Heart Traveler looked at Guiyue Fangjing with a gratified expression, showing clear admiration. The killer move Guiyue Fangjing used was blood gradually colding, but he was so closely connected to the Demon Judgment Board that it was as if blood gradually colding was the killer move of the Demon Judgment Board itself. This was an extremely ingenious creation. None of the previous Demon Judgment Board lords had managed to do this. Speaking of which, Red Heart Traveler was Guiyue Fangjing's master. But the reason why he took him in as a disciple was not voluntary, it was more due to the orders of the higher-ups and his own benefits. Thus, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guiyue Fangjing had always been bad. He did not put this disciple in his heart. But now, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guyue Fangjing had changed greatly. Handing Demon Judgment Board to you was not wrong. Fangjing, you need to work harder in the future. Red Heart Traveler encouraged. Ah, yes, I will engrave Master's words in my heart. Guyue Fangjing was a little surprised, but he soon sighed. I entered the derivation formation and came into contact with the essence of painting path. I modified the killer move Blood gradually colding. After going through Demon Judgment Board, its power rose sharply and can freeze the blood of rank 8 Gu immortal experts to death. But when it comes to Jean Budu, it can only obstruct him for a little while. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, encouraging, it is not that you are not outstanding, but the opponent is too strong. Is one of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clones after all. When his brother Guyue Fang Yuan was mentioned, Fangjing heaved a deep sigh again. His emotions were complex and indescribable. All right, we need to hold back Jean Budu. We cannot let him destroy the formation space too quickly. Red Heart Traveler could not conceal the worry in his heart. Sigh, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clone is still Qi Si Ancestor. I hope Lady Qin Dingling can delay him. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's formation base was set up in the two heavens Grotto Heavens. There were only a few of these Grotto Heavens left. It could be said that Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was the final pillar. Qi currents surged like an ocean covering the sky. Qi Si Ancestor looked down at everyone from the sky. Qin Ding Ling, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest were either controlling immortal Gu houses or floating in the air. They were all looking at Qi Si Ancestor with extremely solemn expressions. Up until now, Qi Si Ancestor had displayed the strongest battle strength among pseudo-venerables in the current era. Especially when Hu Ang's move could forcefully destroy a Grotto Heaven, no one could resist it. Be it Qin Ding Ling's Luck Path, Che Wei's Weapon Path, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the other older generation Celestial Court experts risking their lives to fight, or Zhou Xiong Exen, 9 Spiritual Fairy, and the rest's constant harassment, they could not stop Qi Si Ancestor from destroying the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Magnificence Du Pill. Ruan Dan was constantly activating his Pill Path Killer Move to heal the Celestial Court's immortals. He still had a life extension pill that could forcefully extend the life of others, even if the target had already suffered a fatal blow. This was the result of him entering the derivation formation. In this battle, if not for Ruan Dan's spectacular performance, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals would not have lasted for so long. Be it Ruan Dan or the other Celestial Court Gu immortals, they had made considerable progress, but Qi Si Ancestor had become even stronger. He could almost match Duke Long at the final moment of the Fate War. Qi currents surged and suddenly turned into countless giant dragons that scattered. They gave up on the Celestial Court's immortals and attacked Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu cried out in grief, Lord Fang Yuan, are you really going to kill us all? Before he finished speaking, tears were already falling down his face. Duke Tong shouted, everyone, don't be shaken, don't rashly save the mortals. This demon is using our compassion to mess with our minds. Once we split up, we will definitely be destroyed by him. It is up to us now. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch suddenly transmitted to Shabi 95. Master, are we going to use that move? But we are not proficient enough in our practice. There is no other way, we can only try. We need to exert pressure to disrupt him, otherwise, once Qi Si Ancestor finds a chance, he will use the killer move Hu Elevation again. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch said as he activated his killer move. Shabi 95 breathed in deeply and also activated its Gu worms. The two's auras connected. Shabi 95 suddenly turned into a grand Qi that poured towards 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The round-headed and big-eared 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch opened his nose and inhaled this grand Qi. His body expanded rapidly. When he absorbed all of the Qi into his body, he turned into a giant that could support heaven and earth. The giant 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch pounced. With a loud sound, he crashed into the huge Qi Si and stirred up countless Qi currents. Qi Si Ancestor's body shook uncontrollably. He almost lost control of the boundless Qi Si. The giant seven-fiendish primeval monarch opened his nose and inhaled continuously in the Qi Sea. The Qi Sea rapidly shrunk and entered his stomach. We need to hurry up. Seven-fiendish primeval monarch is using Shabi 95's special trait to absorb all the Qi outside. He cannot last for long. Once he reaches his limit, he will self-detonate. The Celestial Court Gu immortals who knew the details of this move quickly moved out and attacked. Qi Si ancestor was attacked alone. He first pushed with his palms, creating a 100 feet tall Qi wall that obstructed the Celestial Court's attacks. Next, he waved his arm. Qi blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at Duke Tong and 9 spiritual fairy, causing them to vomit blood and retreat. The Qi currents became grand and majestic. Qi Si ancestor was about to attack again, but seven fiendish primeval monarch ignored his own life and started to devour the Qi currents again. Qi Si ancestor snorted coldly as he used Yin Yang Great Killer Move, sending seven fiendish primeval monarch flying like a ball. He used finger flick to hit Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, Old Immortal Hua Yu, and Zhou Xiong Xen, easily defeating them. Jun Shenguang had incredible speed. He attacked again and attacked Qi Si ancestor, but was blocked by Qi Si ancestor's defensive method. Immortal Killer Move, Orchid Breath. Qi Si ancestor's injuries recovered rapidly. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers. This was a killer move from Primordial Origin's True Inheritance. It was modified by Qi Si ancestor. Its activation speed was more than twice as fast. Seven fiendish primeval monarch, Duke Tong, 9 spiritual fairy, and the rest who were about to counterattack were all stunned. They fell from the sky. In the chaotic battle, Wan Zi Hong, Prince's Impatience by Tsang Shui, and Uncle Feng quietly occupied the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west, surrounding Qi Si ancestor. Immortal Killer Move, Earth, Water, Wood, Fire, for elements deviation formation. This was not an ordinary killer move, it was an ancient battle formation. This formation needed to be formed by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. 1 more or 1 less was not allowed. Not just that, these 4 Gu immortals also cultivated Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and Fire Path. After the killer move was activated, Wan Zi Hong, Prince's Impatience, by Tsang Shui, and Uncle Feng were covered in armor, green, red, black, and yellow. Their bodies were shining with bright light. The 4 colored lights spread rapidly, becoming one. It was turning into a battlefield killer move. Qi Si ancestor's expression changed slightly. He showed a look of praise. This move was innovative. It had already touched upon another level. Not only was it an ancient battle formation, it was also a battlefield killer move. We are going to trap him. Don't relax. Success or failure depends on this. The Celestial Court immortals were excited. Qi Si ancestor laughed heartily. It is a good move. Just as he said that, a figure descended from the sky. The immortals' expressions changed when they saw this. Chapter 23:55. Seeing that Qi Si ancestor was about to be trapped by the earth, water, wood, and fire 4-phase deviation formation at the crucial moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked. The immortals looked at him, seeing that this immortal had a muscular body, a tall nose bridge, his body was covered in golden dragon scales, his dragon eyes were like amber, there was a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He was extremely handsome. It was one of Feng Yuan's 3 clones, Dragon Man Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai had just entered profound literature grotto heaven when he was chased by 2 members of Celestial Court, Fairy Charming Soul and Golden Hooped Great Immortal. Wu Shuai had fought with them earlier, but he had not gotten rid of them completely. Be it Qi Si ancestor, Zhan Budu, or Wu Shuai, they had all made breakthroughs in strength. Qi Si ancestor's strength rose to Duke Long's level during the final stages of the Fate War, while Zhan Budu gained many Gu worms. His methods became more comprehensive. As for Wu Shuai, he was originally on par with 1 Celestial Court Gu immortal, but now he was above 2 rank 8s of Celestial Court. At this rate, Wu Shuai will definitely become a pseudo-venerable in the future. Quickly stop Wu Shuai. Don't let him save Qi Si ancestor. Celestial Court Gu immortal Jun Shenguang was the first to attack, followed by 9 spiritual fairy, Duke Mei, and Duke Tong. Wuxia was attacked by 5 or 6 celestial court Gu immortals. He was in danger. He could only protect himself. Countless army ants surrounded him. There were tens of millions of them. No matter how many were destroyed, they could be replenished at any time. It was as if they were endless. Open. Qi Si ancestor waved his sleeves, creating hundreds of feet of Qi currents again. The 4 Gu immortals who formed the 4-phase deviation formation had a change of expression. They felt like they were mortals fighting against a sin dragon. The 4 Gu immortals tried their best to maintain the formation. This was like a contest of strength against Qi Si ancestor. They coughed out blood at the start. Quickly help us. Bai Tsang Shui quickly called for help. Oh no. Quickly go and help them. This formation cannot fail. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were anxious. Duke Tong, Duke Mei, and the other immortals surrounded Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor did not move. He defended with a smile on his face. Let's see how long you can defend for. Because of Qi Si ancestor's display of might, Wuxia had a chance to catch his breath. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A large number of army ants condensed into the form of a giant eagle and attacked profound literature grotto heaven. Old immortal Hua Yu's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he stood up to obstruct the attack. However, he was only able to eliminate 15% of the attack with all his might, and he was powerless against the remaining 85%. The entire profound literature abode trembled violently while army ants were gnawing everywhere, and they emitted dense and tiny chewing sounds that were horrifying to the extreme. Quick, save profound literature paradise. It's the final pillar of the myriad stars calculation array. Old deity Hua Yu cried out in grief. Celestial Court's Gu immortals could only mobilize manpower to protect profound literature grotto heaven. This way, the pressure on Qi Si ancestor's side lessened. He could find opportunities to attack more easily. Celestial Court had to protect the myriad stars calculation array. It was in a very passive state. This disadvantage was exploited by Fang Yuan's 3 clones. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had almost no time to breathe. Profound literature grotto heaven was already in a state of collapse. Countless living beings died tragically. Ants were everywhere. Many places had been drilled through, creating a passage that could leave profound literature grotto heaven and reach the outside world. But this was not an escape route. Most Gu masters did not have the ability to fly. They would die if they left the grotto heaven. Gu masters were already like this, not to mention mortals, beasts, and plants. Xiao Bai, take my daughter and leave. Imperial Minister Su was a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature grotto heaven. He stood in front of Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan, protecting them. No, I want to continue fighting. This is my home. Li Xiaobai was already heavily injured as he spoke. His voice was trembling as tears of blood flowed down his face. Imperial Minister Su turned his head and shouted at Li Xiaobai, "Rascal! How can you show off your bravery now? Profound literature grotto heaven is in danger. You are our hope. The people in your immortal aperture are the seeds of profound literature grotto heaven. Get lost, get lost. Father-in-law, let's leave together." Li Xiaobai pulled Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su waved his hand, shouting furiously, "I am an important official of the Imperial Court, but you are not. Thus, you can leave, but I cannot. The Empire is at stake, so what if I die?" Ha! Imperial Minister Su laughed loudly as he pushed Li Xiaobai out of profound literature grotto heaven, before flying into the ant group and starting an intense battle. "Father!" Su Qihan screamed. Her voice was filled with sorrow as tears rolled down her face. She was forcefully dragged away by Li Xiaobai through the hole in the grotto heaven. But right when the two were about to escape, a change occurred. The entire aperture wall of profound literature grotto heaven collapsed. Replacing it was a black-brown barrel-shaped earth wall that was full of holes and holes. There were countless caves and tunnels in the earth wall. It was like a maze. Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan, this pair of desperate lovebirds, almost escaped with their lives, but they were repelled by the earth wall. What is this? At once, almost all the Gu immortals were shocked. A battlefield killer move. It is even faster than my rumor cage. Zhou Xianxia's expression changed. The other members of Celestial Court also had ugly expressions. Before they could trap Qi Si Ancestor completely, they found themselves trapped in a battlefield killer move instead. It is Wu Shuai's killer move. Qi Si Ancestor smiled. Before the battle, they had already exchanged their strength and methods. Qi Si Ancestor knew this was Wu Shuai's Myriad Army Ant Nest battlefield killer move. The core Immortal Gu used was rank 8 Ant Nest Gu. This move used Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens as the foundation, first sending countless army ants to invade them. After reaching a certain level, it could be activated. Once activated, the original Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens could be destroyed, turning them into an ant nest battlefield. The activation process was very fast, but the initial accumulation needed a long time. Thus, among the battlefield killer moves, Rumor Cage was the fastest to set up. After Wu Shuai activated Myriad Army Ant Nest, he directly captured all the existences in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, including them in this battlefield. He immediately activated the army ants to attack the Gu immortals everywhere like a flood. At the same time, he sent many ants to devour the resources inside, allowing the army ants to reproduce rapidly. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were attacked by the army ants. Seeing that the army ants were so compatible with this battlefield, they realized Wu Shuai was the owner of this battlefield killer move. We still underestimated him. Fang Yuan's 3 clones have many new methods. They have modified almost all of their killer moves. What will happen to Fang Yuan's main body? Now is not the time to worry about Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. We need to get rid of this battlefield. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court conversed and came to a consensus. But it was not easy to find one person in this huge ant nest battlefield that was comparable to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court tried many methods but to no avail. Wu Shuai hid in a corner. He began to leisurely mobilize the army ants to attack the 4 immortals of Celestial Court from all directions. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court formed a battle formation to trap Qi Si Ancestor, but now, they were being attacked by the outside world. Qi Si Ancestor saw the chance and created countless Qi currents to attack the 4 immortals of Celestial Court from all directions. They were on the brink of death. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not find Wu Shuai for now. They could only focus on suppressing Qi Si Ancestor. After several rounds of fighting, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court coughed out blood. Their auras weakened again, while Qi Si Ancestor was still full of energy and vigor. If this formation gathers earth, water, wind, and fire, it should be even more powerful. It is a pity that we lack a wind path expert. Qi Si Ancestor smiled. The longer time passed, the more things he could see. Qi Si, take this. Golden hooped immortal monarch flew down, activating hundreds of golden hoops that danced in the air. The golden hoops tried to land on Qi Si, but they were blocked by the Qi currents around Qi Si Ancestor. Duke Mei's figure suddenly appeared. His snow-white eyebrows suddenly grew, piercing through the Qi currents and coiled around Qi Si Ancestor's arms. Qi Si Ancestor gave a growl. Qi currents surged like a vast tsunami, crushing mountains and shattering rocks with unstoppable force. The Qi currents attacked Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch, Duke Mei, and the 4 immortals of Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Jun Shenguang, Zhou Xianxia, and the rest took action to help the 6 members of Celestial Court. The giant 7 fiendish primeval monarch charged over. A mountain-like hand slammed down on Qi Si Ancestor's head. At the crucial moment, Qi Si Ancestor smiled lightly. Immortal Killer Move, Si Qi Sect. This move was modified from the killer move Triple Qi Retraction. It used Heaven Qi and Earth Qi, 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu as the cores, turning all living beings within the range of the killer move into Qi currents that returned to Qi Si Ancestor's body, turning into Qi Path Dao marks. Thus, this was not just an offensive method, it could also be used for cultivation to increase the number of Qi Path Dao marks one had. This move was powerful and mysterious, but it had 2 major drawbacks. First, it expended a lot of lifespan. Second, Once this move was activated, regardless of success or failure, it could not be used again within 100 days, Qi ancestors' own time. Under the killer move Qi sect, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were first restrained, they could not move. Next, Duke Mei was the first to suffer, first his eyebrows, then his skin, flesh, blood, and finally his bones and organs. They all melted into Qi currents and were absorbed by Qi ancestor. When Duke Mei melted to his bones, golden-hooped immortal monarch also started to melt into Qi, turning into nothingness. Duke Mei and golden-hooped immortal monarch died one after another, followed by Jun Xinguang, Zhou Xianxia, and the rest, followed by the 4 immortals of Celestial Court who were the furthest away. The first to collapse was Wan Zihong, followed by Prince's Impatience, by Tsang Shui and Uncle Feng. Qi ancestor looked at the 4 of them. You still lack teamwork, and more importantly, 2 of you have just revived. Your Gu worms are incomplete, they are in a weakened state. This is the greatest weakness of the battle formation. You want to trap me, wishful thinking. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court gritted their teeth, they did not have the energy to speak. 7 fiendish primeval monarch was indignant, he was mostly melted, but he still raised his broken fist, wanting to smash at Qi ancestor. You seem to have forgotten about me. Wu Shuai's voice was transmitted. The army ants were densely packed. They climbed onto 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' body. At the next moment, 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' giant body collapsed. My main body is here, we won this battle. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. He could see that he did not need to make a move, as long as he laughed for a while. Qi ancestor alone would be able to defeat the 4 immortals of Celestial Court. Is that so? At the moment of defeat, Prince's Impatience suddenly showed a smug smile. You fell for it, Qi ancestor. Before he finished speaking, at the center of the 4 elements offset formation, Qi ancestor's body shook. The Qi currents around him changed rapidly. They turned into Lin Jianxing's figure, standing behind Qi ancestor. The Lin Jianxing formed by the Qi currents was very lifelike, but he had no expression. At the next moment, he stepped forward and forcefully entered Qi ancestor's body. Qi ancestor was heavily injured, his defenses crumbled. Not far away in the battlefield, Star Constellations will suddenly smiled. She ignored Jean Budu who was in front of her and threw Star Constellation chessboard. Now, I will let you see the true secret of the star array formation. The starry sky calculation array collapsed with a loud bang, and the remaining stars all self-detonated, instantly spewing out a majestic and mighty force. With the help of Star Constellation chessboard, this force directly shattered the ant cave battlefield, turning Prince's Impatience and the other 3 immortals of Celestial Court into powder before sealing Qi ancestor. Go! Star Constellation's Will's voice resounded from Star Constellation chessboard. Star Constellation chessboard rotated rapidly above Qi ancestor's head, shooting out a ray of starlight that enveloped Qi ancestor and dragged him towards Celestial Court. The door of Celestial Court was slightly opened. It had been prepared for a long time. Fang Yuan's main body rushed over. Seeing this, he showed an expression of shock and anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so this was all your scheme. Chapter 2356. Success. We succeeded. Prince's Impatience shouted, his pale face was filled with excitement. We did not fail you. Wan Zihong's eyes drooped, her aura was almost non-existent, she had never been so weak before. The so-called 4 phases deviation formation was just a decoy, its main purpose was to deceive others, the true purpose was to create an environment to create Lin Jianxing's sword Qi. Prince's Impatience, Wan Zihong, and the rest had died at Lin Jianxing's hands not long ago. After they revived, they apologized to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with heavy hearts, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rewarded them instead. She told them that this was all part of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. As it turned out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path person in history. During the fight between the 3 venerables, she used all sorts of clues to deduce that Lin Jianxing was an otherworldly demon, and his battle strength had reached pseudo-venerable level. Lin Jianxing was in closed cultivation. He had been concealing his strength. Nobody knew about his secret. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable deduced it, she did not reveal it. Next, she sent 5 Gu immortals of Celestial Court to attack Lin Jianxing. The goal was to use phantom path methods to steal the power of Lin Jianxing's killer move. Everyone knew that the immortal apertures of Celestial Court's members were phantom apertures. When the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were injured in the battle with Lin Jianxing, sword path Dao marks were engraved on their bodies. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's modified phantom path methods could contain these sword path Dao marks in the phantom aperture, and after the Celestial Court's members died, they could be secretly retrieved. After retrieving the sword path Dao marks, through a series of methods, Lin Jianxing's methods could be reconstructed. After Qi Si Ancestor was hit by this move, he panicked and was attacked by Star Constellation's will. He could not defend in time and was sealed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable concealed the truth. Only after the Celestial Court's Gu immortals revived did she tell them the true plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable apologized to them. The Celestial Court's 4 immortals said they did not dare to accept it. They only felt immense joy in their hearts. They had no resentment. They were loyal to the Celestial Court. They also understood that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment was reasonable. Only in a situation where they were unaware could they maintain such secrecy. That was why he was able to reveal his true feelings in the intense battle with Lin Jianxing without any flaws. But why do you have to do everything you can to obtain Lin Jianxing's methods? Wan Zihong had raised this question at the time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not tell him. She only told him to follow her arrangements. Now that Qi Si Ancestor was sealed, Prince's impatience and Wan Zihong finally understood Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking effort. The key factor was Lin Jianxing's power. Firstly, he was a pseudo-venerable. Even though his main body was not as strong as Qi Si Ancestor, the sword Qi methods that the Celestial Court restored were amplified many times. Their power far surpassed the limits of Lin Jianxing's current abilities. Secondly, Lin Jianxing's core immortal Gu was Sword Qi Gu. Even though Sword Qi was filled with Sword Path Dao marks, it also had dense Qi Path Dao marks. Precisely because of this, he could target Qi Si Ancestor who cultivated Qi Path. Finally, Lin Jianxing's Sword Qi attack was too sudden. Qi Si Ancestor was caught unprepared. Qi Si Ancestor is finally sealed. But Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spent so much effort to capture Qi Si Ancestor alive. What is the reason? Qi Si Ancestor is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clone. Maybe it is to restrain Fang Yuan. I heard that Fairy Charming Soul modified Bo Qing's soul long ago. Even though the clone is convenient, it is also a huge weakness of the main body. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals watched as Qi Si Ancestor was brought to the entrance of the Celestial Court. They conversed. Don't even think about it. At this time, a venerable flew down from the sky. He wore a white robe, his black hair was fluttering, his eyes were dark and deep. His expression was filled with anger and killing intent. It was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan placed his hand on Meng Qiuzhen's shoulder, maintaining reverse flow protection seal as he attacked. Immortal Killer Move, Permetha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind. Fog rumbled, dragons and snakes roared, forming a terrifying attack. It was like a grand heavenly river was pouring down, targeting Qi Si Ancestor. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not care about anything and wanted to kill her strongest clone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was following closely behind, had a grim expression. Fang Yuan, you are truly ruthless. You did not even hesitate to kill me. It is a pity that I am here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped her secluded domain of heaven and earth. She stretched out her 10 fingers and pointed. Because of the fast speed, a series of finger shadows appeared. Rainbow lights condensed from the finger shadows. They were all blue in color. They were extremely dazzling like crystals. Fang Yuan's soul fog was cut by the blue rainbow lights. It quickly crumbled. The remaining power was blocked by embroidered tower. The remaining wisps reached Qi Si Ancestor but were protected by Star Constellation chessboard. Star Constellation. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He re-evaluated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In their previous fights, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had never used such a method. It was not that she did not have it, but she did not choose to use it. She had been concealing her strength all along. Qi Si Ancestor's clone was sealed. Fang Yuan's counterattack was within Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resisted with all her strength. Fang Yuan could not make any progress. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to deal with Qi Si Ancestor and imprison him, she would definitely be obstructed by Fang Yuan. It would be difficult for her to succeed. But by the same logic, Qi Si Ancestor was already imprisoned. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative. It would be easier for her to obstruct Fang Yuan's rescue. Eventually, under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's obstruction and protection, Qi Si Ancestor was successfully brought into Celestial Court. Master's revival, there is finally hope. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart was lifted. She could not help but feel joy. The three venerables faced off. Under the situation of Spectral Soul Palm Heaven, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan only had one choice, that was to continue fighting and wait for an opportunity to suppress them, while at the same time developing their own strength and starting an arms race. But for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a better choice. That was to revive other venerables. In the history of Celestial Court, there had been 3 generations of immortal kings, including Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It could be said that it had nurtured 4 venerables. But now, out of the 11 venerables came from Celestial Court, this was a huge number. Because other than them, there were no other super forces that had nurtured venerables. Celestial Court was the number 1 and also the only super force. As long as they could revive a venerable, Celestial Court would have a huge advantage. Red Lotus could not be considered for now. Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus were both good choices for reviving. According to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's investigation, Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus both had 2 revival paths, but they were hidden very deeply. Genesis Lotus Self-Portrait and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Celestial Court's secret treasury needed time to find clues. It would be troublesome if they delayed. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had another way to revive. That was the Qi Harvest Fruit. Celestial Court's Qi Harvest Fruit created Qi Si Ancestor. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to imprison Qi Si and force Primordial Origin's revival to continue. This way, killing Qi Si Ancestor would not work. She could only capture him alive and preserve the Qi Harvest Fruit. It was very difficult to capture a pseudo-venerable alive. Against a venerable, Qi Si Ancestor could even resist 1 or 2 moves. He was not completely defenseless. This was because he had the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Hu Land, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lacked the rank 9 Immortal Gu of Wisdom Path and Star Path. Moreover, Fang Yuan had a lot of experience. He had a crafty and sinister nature. He paid attention to the safety of his clones. He kept them in his immortal aperture and rarely sent them out. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally made a move, it would be too grand. She would be obstructed by Fang Yuan before she could make a move. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned this from the start. Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. It was a clear disadvantage, but it was an advantage if she used it well. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. One reason was to calculate and increase the cultivation efficiency of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Another reason was to use it as bait to conceal her methods and deal with Qi Si Ancestor. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Lin Jianxing's strength to obtain a crucial method to deal with Qi Si Ancestor. At the same time, she also left a flaw that was neither big nor small, to show weakness. All these preparations were not enough. Heaven Path Dream Realm. This was a fortuitous encounter for Fang Yuan, but for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was it not a fortuitous encounter as well? As long as she used the enemy's fortuitous encounter properly, it could be her own fortuitous encounter. Fang Yuan will definitely come. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable discovered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, she understood Fang Yuan's intentions. She could not do anything about the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Feng Kim Hong had not matured yet, but star constellation Immortal Venerable could use the Heaven Path Dream Realm as bait. The truth was, even if Feng Kim Hong matured, star constellation Immortal Venerable would be hesitant to use her. Feng Kim Hong's father was Feng Jioga. The latter had an unclear relationship with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Feng Kim Hong obtained Dream Wings Immortal Gu's origin. This was clearly the treatment of a great dream seed. And the so-called Great Dream Immortal Venerable was the plan of Providence when Fate Gu was still around. Could such a person be used? Especially at such a crucial moment? But star constellation Immortal Venerable did not expect Feng Yuan to move so quickly. Since he is so fast, Feng Yuan must have great strength. Before the battle started, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already guessed this secret. Thus, when Feng Yuan continued to expose his strength in the battle, star constellation Immortal Venerable was not as surprised as she showed on the surface. Feng Yuan has modified so many methods and has a new killer move, it is very likely that he will obtain Wisdom Gu again. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stood in front of the entrance of Celestial Court, turning around to face Feng Yuan. This number 1 Wisdom Path person was covered in sparkling starlight. She had a smile on her face. Feng Yuan, do you dare to enter Heavenly Court for a chat? Saying so, star constellation Immortal Venerable floated backwards, crossing the Immortal Aperture's entrance and entering Celestial Court. The entrance of Celestial Court was still wide open. Feng Yuan stopped in his tracks. He snorted coldly, activating killer moves again and again. First was by Lai Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, followed by Year Shocking Dream Turbulence Soul Sound, but star constellation Immortal Venerable blocked them easily. Using the countless Wisdom Path Dao marks in Celestial Court, star constellation Immortal Venerable's strength rose sharply. Feng Yuan's expression was extremely dark. He snickered. Star constellation is truly the number 1 Wisdom Path person. You are truly amazing. Why don't we make a hostage transaction? Feng Yuan, you are empty-handed. Who can you trade with? Feng Yuan raised his arms, saying loudly, at this moment, Central Continent's men, women, children, immortals, mortals, fools, they are all my hostages. Star constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and sighed. She had clearly expected this. She had a complex expression on her face. There was helplessness, guilt, determination, anger, and so on. She opened her mouth, but her expression turned cold as she said to Feng Yuan, then go. Chapter 2357. Then you can go. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's words almost caused the atmosphere between the two venerables to freeze. Feng Yuan could not help but mock. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, Celestial Court Immortal King, a super force indeed, Great Celestial Court, the leader of humanity. But soon he squinted his eyes, his expression turned grim. No, if it is just for my clone, even if he has Qi Si. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, what is your intention? Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not speak. Her figure flickered like a star as she disappeared into the Immortal Aperture's entrance. Feng Yuan's expression was gloomy, a cold light flickered in his eyes, and anxiety gradually appeared on his face. Feng Yuan turned around and descended from spectral heaven, arriving above Central Continent and entering the battlefield. He tried to capture the members of Celestial Court, but these Gu immortals had already committed suicide. They would all revive in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Fate Gu was destroyed. There was a lot of potential in reviving by suicide. Celestial Court had many methods. One was the Phantom Aperture. When the Gu immortal died, the Phantom Aperture would return. There were very few losses. The other side's Gu immortal would intentionally commit suicide. The immortal Gu would be returned to them through jewel yellow skies. Right now, Celestial Court had already developed this into an outstanding battle tactic. It was very difficult to prevent a Gu immortal from escaping at the same cultivation level. At the very least, there needed to be an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield killer move to trap the target. Preventing a Gu immortal from committing suicide was naturally much more difficult than preventing them from escaping. If they wanted to die, what could they do? However, with Jean Boudou and Wu Shuai restraining them, there were still some Gu immortals who were still fighting. Fang Yuan's main body descended, bringing despair to these central continent Gu immortals. He did not hold back, he waved his sleeves and suppressed these Gu immortals. He did not massacre them, he captured them all. He captured more than 10 central continent Gu immortals, but not a single member of Celestial Court, including Li Xiaobai. Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not make a move. Fang Yuan's main body's expression became increasingly ugly. He thought for a moment, then immediately flew towards Feihe Mountain. Flying Crane Mountain of Zhongzhou State was the foundation of Crane Gate. Not only was this mountain a super resource point, but it was also the public blessed land of Crane Gate. Fang Yuan was currently at the center of the Starry Sky Actuarial Array. The closest superpower to him was Crane Gate. However, when he arrived at the original location of the Flying Crane Mountain, the floating mountain range had completely disappeared. Fang Yuan's expression changed again because of this. He turned northwest and headed for the 10,000 Dragon Dock. Like the Crane Gate, the 10,000 Dragon Dock was one of the top 10 ancient sects in the central continent. The headquarters of the Myriad Dragon Dock was situated on an island in the middle of the Dragon Lake. When Fang Yuan arrived, the Dragon Lake and the central island were still there, but the public blessed land was empty. Fang Yuan went to Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, Wind Cloud Manor, Combat Immortal Sect, Spirit Affinity House, and Black Heaven Temple. All of their headquarters were empty and there was no sign of anyone. Evidently, Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable Star Constellation had planned this long ago. She had made ample preparations to give up on Central Continent and retreat. Celestial Court. In Qi Si Ancestor's mind. Qi Si Ancestor could not move. The thoughts in his mind were suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. But the will left in Qi Si Ancestor's mind was still resisting stubbornly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you schemed well. After being imprisoned for a period of time, Qi Si Ancestor had already thought things through. Lin Jianxing's Sword Qi Killer move was very effective against him. At first glance, it was because the Sword Qi was concealed and had Qi Path Dao marks. Qi Si Ancestor could not sense it when he activated the Qi currents. But after analyzing it from a deeper level, Qi Si Ancestor was sure that the culprit was Sword Path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sensed Qi Si Ancestor's thoughts and said, "You are right, Lin Jianxing is different from others, he is an otherworldly demon. And all otherworldly demons carry otherworldly Dao marks with them." Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable carried otherworldly space path Dao marks. That was why the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space he created could stop the Venerables of the future. Inside Crazed Demon Cave, a chaotic hole had once appeared. Thieving Heaven used the otherworldly space path Dao marks as the main force to seal it. Qi Si Ancestor understood. It seems that Lin Jianxing has otherworldly sword path Dao marks on him. This move is likely to be effective against Venerables. Isn't it too wasteful to use it against my clone? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately revealed the truth behind the Qi Harvest Fruit and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. Qi Si's will shook intensely. So that's it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you had a plan long ago. Setting up the Starry Sky Computation Formation was a trap. Next, you used Heaven Path Dream Realms to lure me into attacking the Starry Sky Computation Formation. You were right after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said, as a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, I naturally have a deep understanding of Fang Yuan's nature. Moreover, you are his most capable clone. There is a high chance that he sent you to attack the Starry Sky Computation Formation. Qi Si's will sneered, in that case, you spent so much effort to capture me alive and bring me to Celestial Court. Did you deduce my main body's actions? Your Zhongzhou state is going to be finished. Ha! What a pity. If you refined all of Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks, you might be able to resist my main body. What a pity, what a pity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone turned gloomy. My Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path. It has been over 3 million years since we were established. Since ancient times until now, countless celestial court Gu immortals have sacrificed their lives to protect the righteous path and humanity. Right now, many venerables are confronting each other. It is chaotic. It is even more severe and terrifying than the immemorial antiquity era when variant humans ruled the world. Central Continent's 4 battlegrounds have been confronting the other venerables for a long time. Star constellation, am feeling increasingly powerless. I can only focus on the important matters and the big picture. Since I have already made this plan, I know Feng Yuan's reaction. Now that my plan has succeeded, my Central Continent's people and countless living beings will suffer from Feng Yuan's terrifying revenge. However, as long as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, my Celestial Court will have 2 venerables. The situation of the 5 regions will change drastically. Everyone knows that the demonic path is free and unrestrained, but they do not know that protecting the righteous path requires even more courage and responsibility. I, Star Constellation, have sinned. In order to gain an advantage in the righteous path, I sacrificed countless living beings. I am deeply sinful. But I am willing to bear this mountain of sin. I only ask for more hope for the future, for humanity, and for the righteous path. The truth is, Divine Emperor City already has a record of popularity. In the future, together with the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, we will have even greater power to revive them. I swear, no matter how many humans Feng Yuan slaughters now, as long as I have a trace of strength in the future, I will do my best to revive them. If I go against this oath, let me, Star Constellation, never be human again. Qi ancestor was stunned by these words. Even as an enemy, he could not help but admire Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's courage, responsibility, and decisiveness. Oh, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Sob sob sob. We were too shallow. We were still holding grudges against you earlier. Everything is for righteousness. How can we compromise because of demon venerable's threat and revenge? This is not kindness, it is weakness. That's right, if we compromise this time, we will compromise again and again in the future. We are the backbone of Central Continent's righteous path. How can we bow down to Feng Yuan? The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered together. They heard the entire conversation between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Qi will. Their emotions surged, many of them shed hot tears on the spot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Qi ancestor to explain to them personally the resentment, confusion, anger, and so on that were hidden in their hearts earlier vanished. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were filled with reverence towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as the confidence and courage to defend the righteous path. But at the next moment, a Gu immortal shouted, "Oh no, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable released news from Jewel Yellow Skies. He said that we captured Qi ancestor to create the Qi harvest fruit and revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable." Everyone was in a commotion. Many people immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies. Before someone scolded loudly, "Feng Yuan is such a despicable scoundrel." He even recorded the scene of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rejecting his threat. He made a recording of it and played it in Jewel Yellow Skies. He is trying to disrupt the people of Central Continent and attack the reputation of our Celestial Court. There is a traitor. There might be Feng Yuan's spy among us. Otherwise, how could he know the truth? Someone shouted, mentioning the possibility of a spy. The Gu immortals became even more uneasy. Many Gu immortals requested for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to investigate everyone. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head. "Everyone, don't be anxious. I personally escorted Qi ancestor this time. Feng Yuan was already suspicious of me because of how important this was. Venerables are not easy to deceive. It is normal for him to see through us. Even though Feng Yuan does not have evidence, he might not be sure himself, but he purposely released this news to attract Giant Sun Immortals Alliance. But it is fine, I will stay in Celestial Court and not go out. Even if Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul work together, they will not be able to obstruct the plan to revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. As long as we do not waver and stay here, Fang Yuan and the rest will not be able to do anything." The immortals heard this and their eyes shined. They praised Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's unparalleled wisdom. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly experienced. Even if there were Fang Yuan's spies among the immortals, she did not intend to investigate them. Investigate what? The morale of the people was low now. When Fang Yuan massacred Central Continent, the morale would be even higher. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not wait to deal with the morale of the people. There was no need to panic. Furthermore, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not afraid of any spies. Even if Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, and Spectral Soul attacked together, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confident in protecting Celestial Court. This was the benefit of having the support of the main base. No matter how many people Fang Yuan slaughtered, no matter how pitiful Central Continent was, as long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived Primordial Origin, it would be a huge victory. Just like earlier, no matter how pathetic Fang Yuan was against Giant Sun and Star Constellation Alliance, as long as he succeeded in exploring the Dream Realm, he would be the true victor. In fact, back in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already made preparations to revive Primordial Origin. During the contest for Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had purposely gathered Chi Path and Wood Path. Thus, once Primordial Origin was revived, he would be able to absorb Chi Path. Even if he did not reach Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, he would be close. What Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried about were immortal goo. Even if Primordial Origin revived, without suitable immortal goo, he could not display his full strength. This was like the current Star Constellation, Giant Sun, and the rest. They did not have suitable Rank 9 immortal goo. They also had brand new Rank 9 immortal apertures. They were far from their peak state in the previous life. Right now, Heaven Chi and Earth Chi immortal goo are in Chi Sea. There is also the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Hu Land. Together with the Human Chi immortal goo and others that were left in Celestial Court, Master already has half of his Chi Path goo worms. It is a huge pity that he does not have Rank 9 Chi Path immortal goo. But what if he has them in Primordial Origin's secret treasury? After Master revives, he can open the secret treasury himself. I won't need to spend so much effort to find clues about Primordial Origin's secret treasury. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned quietly. Chapter 2358. Profound Jade Snake Cave was a famous super resource point in Central Continent. It belonged to one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heaven's Envy Manor. Profound Jade Snake Cave's yearly production of resources was among the top 5 in Central Continent. There were many types of resources, including Enslavement Path, Transformation Path, Earth Path, Dark Path, Space Path, and Poison Path. Profound Jade Snake Cave had a vast number of poisonous creatures. Profound Jade Snakes were the overlords among them. They specialized in dealing with poisonous creatures. Every Profound Jade Snake was an immemorial desolate beast. They were born from jade and had no scales. They were light green like jade and emitted a pure fragrance. The most precious creature in Profound Jade Snake Cave was the Profound Jade Snake. It was not easy to find one. Not only because the Profound Jade Snake was small and quiet, but also because Profound Jade Snake Cave's terrain was complex. There were countless caves, and because it contained space path Dao marks, there were often large caves inside small caves that were layered together. Even though Heaven's Envy Manor had this super resource point and set up an immortal formation, they did not have complete control over it. Every year, to capture the Profound Jade Snakes, Heaven's Envy Manor had to send many Gu immortal experts into Profound Jade Snake Cave to explore. But for Fang Yuan now, it was not so troublesome. Rise. After preparing for a while, Fang Yuan activated his killer move. At the next moment, the ground shook. The entire Profound Jade Snake Cave rose into the sky from the rumbling dust. Under Fang Yuan's method, it shrunk and entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This was Fang Yuan's 11th super resource point. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if you don't hand over my clone, I will take all of Central Continent's major resource points. Fang Yuan did not forget to threaten her. But star constellation Immortal Venerable did not move. She was clearly determined to defend Celestial Court and revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. She would not be shaken by the outside world. Feng Yuan snorted coldly as he continued to attack. He arrived at the source of falling heavenly river. This river fell from the sky. The endless river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling of the water flow was like thunder. A huge amount of water vapor was produced, forming a thick fog that shrouded the surroundings. This river was formed because Bo Qing was trying to break through to the 9th transformation realm. Not only had the falling heavenly river created an inland ocean, but the river water had also opened up a path, forming the longest river that traversed the central continent. It slanted across the entire Zhongzhou state and eventually flowed out of the eastern part of the Zhongzhou state toward the East Sea. Even with the merging of the two heavens, it only slightly weakened the scale of the falling heavenly river. It was still vast and majestic, a magnificent sight to behold. After collecting the mysterious Jade Snake Cave, Feng Yuan arrived at the source of the falling heavens river. "I'll take it." Feng Yuan made his move. After a short while, the size of the falling heavenly river had shrunk by 60%. This 60% of falling heavenly river was kept into the sovereign immortal aperture by Feng Yuan. If the water level of the inland ocean at the source of the falling heavenly river dropped by several thousand feet, the water level of the middle and lower reaches of the falling heavenly river would definitely plummet, exposing the riverbed. This would negatively affect the vegetation, crops, temperature, and the lives of mortals around the river. Feng Yuan quickly left the falling heavenly river and arrived at the Spirit Marsh Spring. This was a super resource point controlled by Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect had once sent Yang Feng to guard this place, but Sleeping Old Man succeeded. But now, Yang Feng had already entered Central Continent's Celestial Court with a large group of Ancient Soul Sect's people. Feng Yuan easily broke the Immortal Formation and took away the Spirit Marsh Spring. After the Spirit Marsh Spring was the Pot River. This river was like a long jade belt. It was carved in the eastern part of Central Continent. The willows were green by the riverside, the wind was warm. The water of the Pot River always flowed gently like a beautiful song. The melody was gentle and melodious. There were many pot grasses growing in the river. Wind Cloud Manor controlled the Pot River and held a Pot River ceremony every year. But not long after, Feng Yuan moved the entire Pot River into his immortal aperture. Even if there was a Pot River ceremony in the future, it could only be held in the sovereign immortal aperture. After the Pot River ceremony was Hidden Dragon Cave. Hidden Dragon Cave had once imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Dizongxing. There were a large number of enslavement path and rule path Dao marks here, as well as the remnant immortal formation that the Celestial Court had set up. It had great reference value for most formation path Gu immortals. After Hidden Dragon Cave entered the sovereign immortal aperture, it was Lake Heart Mountain's turn. This was the headquarters of Spirit Affinity House. To be chosen by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent as their base, it was naturally a place of great talents. Lake Heart Mountain itself was a super resource point. It not only contains Secret Inheritance Peak, Mini Frost Peak, Passion Peak, Fierce Flame Peak, Heavenly Flower Peak, and other peaks. It also had Fairy Life Tablet Rooms, Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formations, and other facilities. Of course, the Life Tablet Goo in the Fairy Life Tablet Rooms were taken away, and the Immortal Goo in the Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formation were also taken away. But most of these facilities were still intact. They could be used after some repairs. Soon, Lake Heart Mountain became a scene in the sovereign immortal aperture. After Lake Heart Mountain was Mountain Tortoise Valley, then Prison Valley, Red River Beach, 100 Knot Forest, Phosphorescence River, Earth Chi Stone Forest, Quiet Rain Valley. Feng Yuan plundered Wanli without any restraints. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had retreated, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable guarded the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan had no resistance. His efficiency in plundering was extremely high. If someone like Giant Sun Immortal wanted to relocate these resource points, they could only use luck path or blood path methods to imitate other paths and relocate them painstakingly. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, he could use all sorts of methods. For moving caves, earth path was naturally the most suitable method. For plundering forests, wood path was naturally the most suitable method. And more importantly, Fang Yuan had many immortal goo, he had a huge reserve of them. Not mentioning rank 9 immortal goo, rank 8 immortal goo were as easy to refine as drinking water. Resource points after resource points were taken by him, the essence of Central Continent was being plundered greedily by him, he did not show any signs of satiation. There were still some resource points that Fang Yuan could not obtain for the time being. For example, Sorrowful Wind mountain range was too huge, Fang Yuan could not move the entire mountain range in a short period of time. He could move 1 or 2 mountains very quickly, but the mountain range spanned across the continent, it was not something that 1 or 2 mountains could compare to. Another example was Hairy Foot Mountain. Hairy Foot Mountain once had infallible blessed land. Fang Yuan was the first to go there, but it was destroyed by the Celestial Court. There was also Reincarnation Battlefield. This was a battlefield killer move that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally set up. It left its name in history, it was publicly recognized as the #1 battlefield killer move in history. Fang Yuan inspected it for a while before leaving. It was not that he could not take it, he just needed to inspect it and deduce it. This consumed a lot of time and energy, and the exact amount of time was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan was very experienced in plundering, he moved very efficiently. He left 40% of Falling Heavenly River behind, not because he was willing to, but because he had to expend a lot of time and energy. Rather than wasting it here, he might as well plunder other places. Central Continent fell into an unprecedented turmoil. Even during the Fate War, it was not this chaotic and turbulent. During the Fate War, it was mainly a battle between Goo Immortals, the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had to abide by their rules. But now, the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Goo Immortals had retreated, they guarded the Celestial Court to the death, Central Continent had become a defenseless place. Fang Yuan did not conceal his plundering and relocation of resource points, every time he did it, it would cause a huge commotion, everyone's hearts were moved. Venerables eat the meat, we can drink the soup, right? Even if it is just a mouthful of soup, it will be enough for us to drink. This is Central Continent, the 10 great ancient sects Goo Immortals have all left. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's too rare. The 5 regional walls no longer existed, the Goo Immortals of the other 4 regions started to move. Next were Central Continent's few demonic path Goo Immortals, Lone Immortals, and finally Central Continent's righteous path Goo Immortals. Central Continent's righteous path did not just consist of the 10 great ancient sects, there were also many superforces like Great Heavenly Sword Sect, Lightning Information Sect, Evil Expelling Sect, and others. Of course, these righteous path forces acted in the name of protecting Central Continent and helping the Celestial Court. These people naturally did not dare to appear in front of Fang Yuan, but Central Continent was huge, there were many resource points. Many resource points were not important to Fang Yuan, or were placed at the back of the plundering plan. These places were the stage for the Goo Immortals. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was also in chaos. The Goo Immortals were extremely busy. There had never been such a large scale of resource points being moved in. This was simply like a surging tide, it was endless. Most importantly, super resource points were everywhere, they occupied the majority. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Goo Immortals were extremely shocked. Master is mighty. He plundered the whole of Central Continent. This is the might of a venerable, this is Lord Fang Yuan. Very good, now that Lord Qi Si has been taken by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives successfully, his gains will be a barren Central Continent. The first ring of Wind Vein has been completed. The second ring of Light Vein has been completed. The first ring of Dark Path has been completed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very different from the outside world of the 5 regions. All sorts of Dao veins were rapidly built: Metal Path, Light Path, Dark Path, Poison Path, Rule Path, Enslavement Path, Transformation Path. The Goo Immortals worked through the night, after squeezing out all their energy, they continued to move towards the Liver Life Immortal Hall. Often, people would burn their liver to the limit, but it was not a problem. Many healing halls had been built in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At once, many Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture were like UZ, they had saltwater livers. A person would not get rich without a windfall. A horse would not get fat without grass at night. Fang Yuan's no-cost business allowed his Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development to reach an unprecedented efficiency. Central Continent was a land of war, but it was also a land with abundant resources. It was second only to Eastern Sea in the 5 regions. Eastern Sea had many waterpath resources, but Central Continent's resources were plentiful and comprehensive. They were not biased. Central Continent had been developed by the Celestial Court for over 3 million years. Its development had reached the limit. Almost every immortal level resource point was taken. These became Fang Yuan's targets for plundering. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, many Dao veins were constructed in one go. This was a great help in stabilizing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Thus, even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture annexed so many resource points, because of the completion of the Dao veins, it was more stable than before. With this foundation, Fang Yuan started to collect the primordial domain in Jewel Yellow Skies. He also started to annex blessed lands everywhere. He had always kept the primordial domain in Jewel Yellow Skies. He finally stopped concealing it. He started to absorb it all. There were many blessed lands all over Zhongzhou State. For example, flowing silver blessed land that was exposed due to the Qi tides, or Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land that Fang Yuan gave up after obtaining them. Chapter 2359. Star Constellation. Are the rumors in Jewel Yellow Skies true? Giant Sun Immortal fought with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable while contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only replied perfunctorily, "This is Fang Yuan's scheme. He is using it to make use of your determination." Giant Sun Immortal dodged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's counterattack as he probed. Right now, Fang Yuan is plundering Central Continent. Why is Star Constellation not stopping him? If you are willing to give up Central Continent's resources, why don't you join me to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Weren't you the one who wanted to eliminate Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, however, refused. Giant Sun, dear best, after I heal my injuries, I will help you. Giant Sun Immortal could only sigh. Truly a formidable star constellation, Immortal Venerable. Good plan, good plan. As a Venerable, after seeing that star constellation Immortal Venerable captured Qi Si Ancestor and hid in Celestial Court without leaving, she even gave up Central Continent's resources and summoned the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects back to Celestial Court. He had already guessed the truth. What else could make the Grand Celestial Court, the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, be willing to make such a sacrifice? The only way was to revive the Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. She did not reply. Giant Sun Immortal could only retreat. He did not fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable anymore. He transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I cannot lure Star Constellation Immortal Venerable out. The revival of the primordial beginning immortal was a foregone conclusion. Alas, now that I think about it, there were traces of this long ago. Do you still remember the battle in Crazed Demon Cave? Back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I worked together to suppress you, but we made a mistake and lost the opportunity. At that time, it was you who used Qi Si Ancestor to block her, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to go easy on her. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, replying, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in history. It is normal for my wisdom path attainment to be inferior to her. Moreover, what was the point of saying all this now? The only way to turn the situation around is if you and I join hands and attack the Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal stopped attacking and only dodged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, pulling apart the distance between them as he pondered. He furrowed his brows and thought quickly. From the looks of it, he was the biggest loser in the Heavenly Dao Dream Realm battle. Fang Yuan obtained the Heaven Path Dream Realm but lost Qi Si Ancestor's clone. but he also plundered a lot of Central Continent's resources. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed Central Continent's resources, she captured Qi Ancestor's clone. Once Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, she would be the biggest winner of this battle. Even if all the creatures in Zhongzhou State were slaughtered by Fang Yuan, it was still a profit. The addition of another supremacy would change the entire situation. No matter how much Zhongzhou State lost in resources and manpower, it was only a quantitative change. These were two completely different concepts. Even a fool knew what to do. As long as the two venerables of the Celestial Court worked together, they could easily suppress Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was impossible for Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, or Spectral Soul to refine natural Dao marks. Because once the two venerables of the Celestial Court attacked, anyone could only retreat in defeat. They could not refine Dao marks for a long period of time. Conversely, the Celestial Court only needed to send one venerable to harass them, while the other could easily refine the Dao marks. As time passed, the Celestial Court's advantage grew. After refining the natural Dao marks of the 5 regions, there was basically no space for other venerables to move around. Of course, in this situation, Giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and Spectral Soul would definitely work together. But could their combined strength compare to the combined strength of the Celestial Court's venerables? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind. He still had to rely on Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan to work together. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable himself had no confidence in this. This was clearly not possible. Be it tacit cooperation or the difference in ideals, these differences would be magnified in a battle of life and death. Not just that, there was also the 3rd generation Immortal King of the Celestial Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Once 2 venerables revive, the difficulty of reviving the 3rd Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable would plummet to rock bottom. Thus, the Celestial Court has reached the most crucial turning point. Giant Sun Immortal was very clear about this fact. This was like when Fang Yuan refined Gu earlier, he suffered the backlash of the venerable luck. As long as he could endure it, there would be a qualitative change. After gaining the upper hand, no matter what he did, the difficulty would be much lower than before. The reason why the venerables were in a stalemate was because they had either just revived or advanced to venerable. They were on the same starting line, or rather, the gap between them was very small. But if another venerable from the Celestial Court revived, this stalemate would be broken. Even if Giant Sun and Fang Yuan worked together, they could not match the Celestial Court. If I cannot stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, this might be the moment when the Celestial Court regains its dominance over the world and defeats the other venerables. Based on this understanding, after Qi was brought into the Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal's stance changed. He contacted Fang Yuan and set up a plan to disguise himself and continue to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is a pity that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can see through people's thoughts. I cannot deceive her. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was in Central Continent, Giant Sun would still have hope. After all, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the geographical advantage of Central Continent. She would not be as strong as she was in the Celestial Court. But now that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was holed up, Giant Sun Immortal could not do anything. Those who were good at fighting would not have outstanding achievements. At the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not try to expand her gains. She was also not affected by the reputation of the Celestial Court. She even bore the huge pressure of sacrificing and abandoning Central Continent's people. She made the correct choice. Luck Inspection. Giant Sun Immortal was unwilling to give up. He used his luck inspection method again. The result of the inspection disappointed him. The luck of the Celestial Court surpassed everyone else. It was even showing signs of increasing. Be it Giant Sun Immortal, Fang Yuan, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, their luck was suppressed by the Celestial Court. Other than that, Giant Sun Immortal did not see any huge changes that could affect the current situation. Giant Sun Immortal, what are you hesitating for? Fang Yuan urged again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. Fang Yuan, we have lost this battle. Accept this reality. We will have to go through a lot of trouble to enter the celestial court. Even if we fight our way into the celestial court, even if we cooperate without any ill feelings or guard against each other, can we be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, we won't be able to do it. On the contrary, if we attack rashly, we will fall into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trap, our strength will fall greatly. In my opinion, it's better to keep a useful body for the future. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was displeased. You have not worked hard enough. How can I accept this reality? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She could scheme against us so easily. In the future, with Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it will be even easier. What is the way to deal with Wisdom Path Gu Immortals? That is to eliminate them immediately. We cannot give Wisdom Path Gu Immortals time to make arrangements. Right now, our situation is the best proof. Giant Sun Immortal asked. Then, Fang Yuan, what do you think we should do now? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Plundering Central Continent and slaughtering all living beings, I don't believe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can sit still. Even if she can, when Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, there will only be a barren land. Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. This action was too cruel and demonic. It was not in line with his nature. Giant Sun Immortal had his reservations. If he did this, what if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable retaliated and slaughtered the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains? What could he do? Giant Sun Immortal had another thought. Fang Yuan is trying to lure me to stand on his side. If I participate in slaughtering Central Continent's living beings, there will be no way to resolve the conflict with the Celestial Court. My demonic path identity will be sealed. Without resolving the conflict, there would be no room to maneuver. In the future, the pressure of the two venerables would be on Giant Sun Immortal's shoulders. And he was not as cold and ruthless as Fang Yuan. He could not ignore the safety of his subordinates. I have my headquarters in Longevity Heaven. Even if the three venerables of the Celestial Court revive, I can defend my foundation. This is my bargaining chip. But Fang Yuan is all alone. He doesn't have a base. This is very disadvantageous to him. That is why he wants to drag me down with him. But if I do not participate in this, the Celestial Court will definitely target Fang Yuan in the future. I will have more time to cultivate. Everything is not set in stone yet. Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. But Giant Sun Immortal did not completely offend Fang Yuan. He said, I cannot bear to slaughter so many living beings. I advise you not to do it yourself. It is more suitable for someone else to do it. I will give him to you now. Coward! Fang Yuan scolded. You are just fishing for fame. Giant Sun Immortal was not angry. He could understand Fang Yuan's unwillingness and anger after being schemed against. He lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan landed in Central Continent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not like Giant Sun Immortal. He did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. He left Spectral Heaven and went on a rampage after arriving in Central Continent. This was within Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's expectations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were severe, but he could use slaughtering living beings and hunting soul beasts to heal himself and increase his strength. He had done this in Spectral Heaven earlier. He was doing the same now. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying attention to the two venerables' movements. When she saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtering all living beings in Central Continent, she sighed deeply. But when she saw Giant Sun Immortal leaving Central Continent and returning to Northern Plains, her eyes brightened and she felt joy in her heart. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals around her did not understand. Even if Giant Sun Immortal did not try to invade Celestial Court, he would at least plunder some resources in Central Continent, right? But he left just like that. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. She said to Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch, your actions back then were not in vain. You have already obtained the greatest effect. It turned out that Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch had once invited Giant Sun Immortal to visit Celestial Court. His goal was to recruit him and make him the fourth-generation immortal king of Celestial Court. This plan failed and was even used by Giant Sun Immortal to secretly leave behind a luck path method in Celestial Court. During the Fate War, this luck path method was activated and caused severe losses to Celestial Court. But in fact, Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch's actions were not completely unaffected by Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's mind, Celestial Court was willing to recruit him and even hand over the position of leader to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court could communicate and compromise with him. Chapter 2360. Hearing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's words, many Gu Immortals reacted. Now it seems that Giant Sun Immortal still has righteous path thoughts. He is indeed very different from Feng Yuan, be it in terms of actions or ideology. Feng Yuan is ruthless, he can casually sacrifice his subordinates and treat everyone as his tools. Giant Sun Immortal, however, does not do that. He is very protective of his subordinates and has deep familial ties. In my opinion, he has much more foresight than Feng Yuan. He knows that if he acts like Feng Yuan, he will have irreconcilable enmity with Celestial Court. There will be no reconciliation. He has already schemed to express his goodwill to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable in the future. In my opinion, this is all Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended Celestial Court to the death. She watched as Feng Yuan plundered Central Continent. To speak the truth, I was quite indignant about it. But now, it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not give Giant Sun Immortal any hope. It was just this scheme that lured Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. The results were shocking. Sigh, I really should not have used my shallow understanding to try and fathom Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom. Qi Ancestor's eyes were shut, he did not move, he floated in the air of Celestial Court like a statue. Above his head, Star Constellation chessboard slowly moved, a blue pillar of light shot out and enveloped him. After a while, Qi Ancestor's immortal aperture's entrance opened, causing the immortals to cheer. Next, rank 8 Heaven Qi Immortal Gu flew out of Qi's immortal aperture. Next was Earth Qi Immortal Gu, followed by all sorts of Qi Path Immortal Gu. The immortals were shaken. Even though Qi Ancestor is strong, in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he can only wait to be slaughtered. Self-detonating Immortal Gu is so easy, but Qi Ancestor, this pseudo-venerable, is already completely under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control. Even self-detonating Immortal Gu is an extravagant hope. Once Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, these Qi Path Immortal Gu can help him recover most of his strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan is truly flawless. The immortals exclaimed in admiration. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had clearly suppressed Qi Ancestor completely. She controlled his mind and used her own thoughts to replace Qi's thoughts. Thus, he could open the immortal aperture's entrance and suppress all the Gu worms inside. Of course, these Qi Path Gu worms belonged to Qi Ancestor. They were filled with Qi's will. It was much more difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of these wills in Immortal Gu than controlling Qi Ancestor's mind. Because these Immortal Gu did not have brains, to expel the Qi will in them, the most effective way was to directly refine these Qi Path Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not intend to do that. She only suppressed these Immortal Gu and prevented them from self-destructing, leaving them for her master Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable to deal with in the future. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was a Qi Path Gu cultivator. He could deal with these Qi Path Immortal Gu better than Star Constellation. After all the Immortal Gu were taken out, it was Hu Land's secluded domain of heaven and earth's turn. When Hu Land appeared in front of the immortals, the Celestial Court burst into cheers. This was a Qi Path mystic realm of heaven and earth. Spoils of war comparable to rank 9 Immortal Gu. Qi Ancestor was able to activate the killer move Hu Elevation because the core was Hu Land. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were hard to destroy, they were easier to obtain than Immortal Gu. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could suppress Qi Ancestor's Immortal Gu, It was only natural that she obtained Hu land. With this secluded domain of heaven and earth, even if Master did not leave any rank 9 immortal goo in Primordial Origin's secret treasury, he can use his chi path abilities. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied, but she did not forget to inspect these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Feng Yuan was vigilant, but she was also extremely vigilant. Even in the celestial court, she did not have any carelessness. After using all her methods to inspect over 100 times, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable confirmed that these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth had no problems. Finally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed these spoils of war into the immortal formation to suppress them. This was the final precaution. Feng Yuan was a refinement path venerable after all. He might have some methods that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through. But if these spoils of war were suppressed in the immortal formation, even if Feng Yuan's methods were activated, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would sense it immediately and have enough time to counterattack. Even if I cannot see through Feng Yuan's methods, they are definitely not powerful and can be suppressed by the immortal formation alone. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very confident in this aspect. She had even transacted immortal goo with Feng Yuan indirectly through He Fengyang. Was she not afraid that Feng Yuan would tamper with the immortal goo? Of course she had such concerns. But this concern was small. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confident that she could see through Feng Yuan's tricks. If it were any other venerable, like Giant Sun Immortal, they would also have such confidence. This was not baseless confidence. Refinement path was simply too widespread. The advantage was that refinement path was developed too well. Many refinement path goo worms had the qualifications to advance to rank 9. But the disadvantage was that everyone knew refinement path and understood refinement path. Celestial Court had been operating for over 3 million years. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path venerable. How could she not know the refinement method of fake goo? In the mortal goo master world, such fakes were common. If Feng Yuan directly created fake goo, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know refinement path, she would be able to see through it. Of course, if Feng Yuan was given enough time to develop, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to take the risk in this aspect. She would be extremely vigilant towards the immortal goo that Feng Yuan had. After Qi Si Ancestors Immortal Goo and Hu Land were taken out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took out some resource points from Qi Si's Immortal Aperture. Most of the Qi Path resource points in Qi Si's Immortal Aperture were kept. The resource points that were moved out had one similarity: they had a lot of non-Qi Path Dao marks. After doing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer moves. She created these Wisdom Path killer moves secretly. No one knew about them other than her. After more than 10 killer moves were used, Qi Si Ancestors' Immortal Aperture and Mind crumbled. All sorts of Qi Path resource points and his entire body turned back into Qi currents. A huge amount of Qi currents gathered together, forming the vague shape of the Qi harvest fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. She used 3 killer moves consecutively to get rid of Qi Si Ancestors' will, thoughts, and remnant emotions contained in the Qi harvest fruit. Qi Si Ancestor's soul was taken out and imprisoned in the Immortal Goo House Soul Suppression Hall. This Immortal Goo House had once imprisoned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was a waste to imprison a Qi Si soul. The Qi harvest fruit started to stabilize. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped using all sorts of wisdom path methods. She carefully moved Star Constellation chessboard away. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, the Qi harvest fruit became clearer and more stable. After inspecting it for a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed a little. Like she expected, the Qi harvest fruit was already connected to Primordial Origin's method. Her external help was no longer needed. She could not continue to interfere in case her good intentions led to bad results. After all, there were conflicting Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path, not Qi Path. The best way was for Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable to continue using his method and revive on his own. It has been 3 million years, but Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method is still effective. This is truly admirable. It's done. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival is just around the corner. It was my fault. Qin Ding Ling, who had just revived, had an ashamed expression. If I had not been foolish and lured Qi Si ancestor here to harvest the Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would have been the first Venerable to revive. The Immortals consoled her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also glanced over. Qin Ding Ling, don't blame yourself too much. You are not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Feng Yuan is crafty and sly. He had deceived everyone in the world. It is normal that you could not deduce Qi Si ancestor's true identity. Even I can make mistakes. Knowing your mistakes is the best way to change for the better. We should learn from our mistakes and work hard to move forward. That is what we should do. We will remember Immortal Venerable's advice. The Immortals replied in unison with solemn expressions. The Qi harvest fruit soon grew to the size of a mountain. Qi Si ancestor's Qi Path Foundation was transformed into the Qi harvest fruit. The stabilized Qi harvest fruit was even larger than the one that Feng Yuan had transformed earlier. As time passed, the Qi harvest fruit continued to grow. If it were in the past, the Celestial Court Immortals would be even more terrified. But now, the Immortals looked at the Qi harvest fruit with anticipation. Primordial Origin's revival process, which was interrupted by Feng Yuan, was continued by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She acutely sensed that the Qi harvest fruit's growth was slowing down. There seems to be something wrong. She hurriedly checked. The entire investigation process was done very carefully. 2 forceful investigative killer moves would affect Primordial Origin's revival process. The Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks that she refined were of great help to her. Soon, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found out the reason. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left behind many methods in the Celestial Court. Most of them were related to revival. For example, the Primordial Qi Wall. Master's plan should be to perfectly use the Qi harvest fruit produced by the Qi tides to revive himself. The Qi path methods set up in the Celestial Court are the backup. When the Qi harvest fruit is slightly lacking, these Qi path methods will be used to replenish the Qi harvest fruit. However, because of the previous battles, these Qi path methods were greatly damaged, causing the current Qi harvest fruit's growth to be lacking. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know how to make these Qi path methods return to their original state. But after thinking for a while, she thought of an ingenious way to avoid it. After all, the ultimate goal of these Qi path methods was to provide the Qi harvest fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately ordered for all the Qi path immortal materials in the Celestial Court's treasury to be deduced. Not long after, she obtained a Qi path immortal formation with a pale expression and sweat all over her body. The foundation of a Qi path immortal formation was Primordial Origin's Qi path methods. The immortal formation was soon completed under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's personal arrangements. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed a large number of Qi path immortal materials into the immortal formation. The immortal formation activated. The Qi path immortal formation was crushed. It was first turned back into Qi currents before being compressed into one stream that was injected into the channel of Primordial Origin's Qi path reverse filling Qi harvest fruit. With this help, the Qi harvest fruit grew rapidly again. However, good times did not last. The Qi path immortal materials in the Celestial Court were expended too quickly. They were about to run out soon. Chapter 2361. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression dimmed slightly when she saw that she did not have enough Qi path immortal materials. Celestial Court's foundation was also going to be depleted one day. In fact, she had already used up almost all of Celestial Court's Star Path True Inheritances when she set up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation and nurtured the immemorial Star Beasts. Recently, Celestial Court's members had been reviving frequently. The remaining immortal graveyard was only left with 1 to 2 acres of land. It could no longer support the revival of any Gu immortals. Celestial Court had been operating for over 3 million years. It had an extremely deep foundation, but after many battles, it suffered heavy losses. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escaped Celestial Court, he turned the entire immortal treasury upside down. Afterwards, Celestial Court had no choice but to open the treasury. It even secretly took out the 10 great ancient sects' treasuries. After persisting until now, Celestial Court's foundation was becoming more and more depleted. Of course, the main reason for this was because of the huge expenditure of immortal materials. In Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's original plan, the Qi harvest fruit's growth was mainly to absorb Qi tides. The Qi path methods he set up were only a backup to prevent any accidents and make it perfect. Qi tides were the main contributor to the Qi harvest fruit. But now that the Qi tides were gone, the Qi path methods were also damaged. Qi path immortal materials became the main source of income. Evidently, the more Qi path immortal materials were consumed, the larger the Qi harvest fruit, the stronger the revived Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would be. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to deduce again. She used her full strength again. Thoughts collided in her mind countless times, to the point where she was having a headache. She deduced a killer move again. After some testing, the killer move was slightly modified. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's aura was unstable. Her expression was pale as she opened her immortal aperture's entrance. Before the other venerables could react, she activated her killer move. Celestial Court's entrance was shrouded in a layer of profound light. It started to absorb the outside world's heaven and earth Qi. Heaven and earth Qi were huge. They surged endlessly, passing through the profound light of the entrance and entering the immortal formation. Heaven and earth Qi relied on quantity to win. With such an abundant supply, the Qi harvest fruit no longer had to worry. Celestial Court's immortals were shocked. They discussed among themselves. Why did Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly open Celestial Court's entrance? This is a good thing. The stronger the Qi harvest fruit, the stronger Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi Path Foundation will be when he revives. What if Feng Yuan takes the opportunity to attack? Haha, when he tried to fight before, he was no match for my Lord Star Constellation's divine might. Do you still dare to come? As expected, Feng Yuan did not come. Not just that, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not attracted here either. He wreaked havoc in Zhongzhou State, slaughtering hundreds of millions of living beings. His injuries recovered greatly. The soul mist surged violently. Wherever it went, the green mountains turned into stone mountains, the plants withered, and the corpses of wild beasts littered the ground. The soul howled and raised huge waves on the surface of the river. After the waves subsided, the surface of the water was densely packed with the corpses of fishes, prawns, turtles, snakes, and so on. A vast number of souls were devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was like a huge black hole that slaughtered. The injuries on his body healed rapidly. His body grew again. During this process, a wild immortal goo appeared in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Kill. This commotion attracted Feng Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal's attention. At once, the three venerables had different expressions. They all knew of a secret of the past. In the past, Spectral Soul wanted to create Killing Path, but after devouring Black Heavenly Spirit, he failed and created Soul Path instead. But who could have thought that when he was in a daze, he would show signs of creating Killing Path? Immortal Goo Kill was clearly the core Immortal Goo of Killing Path. It was not formed so easily. This was the Heavenly Tao Refining Goo. And most importantly, it was formed in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. This meant that even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a daze, he was getting closer to creating Killing Path. Killing Path is showing signs of being created. Giant Sun Immortal had already flown back to Northern Plains. He immediately ordered the Huangjin tribe's Goo Immortals who were going to Central Continent not to get close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They were also not to go after the super resource points, in case they encountered Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal did not go to Central Continent's resource points personally, but he did not give up. He sent his bloodline descendants. This way, even if the celestial court pursued the matter in the future, Giant Sun Immortal would still have a chance to salvage the situation. Giant Sun, if you cooperate with me, I am willing to split the central continent resource points that I obtain with you. Feng Yuan was still transmitting. He did not give up on convincing Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's tone of rejection became even more resolute. On one hand, he felt that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not reveal any flaws. This battle was already decided. It was not worth it to cooperate with Feng Yuan. On the other hand, he knew his own difficulties. Firstly, his eldest son, Emperor Light, was captured and taken away by Yu Tianguang in Longevity Heaven. He needed to find his eldest son. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal had used the Luck Path Killer move All Living Beings of the World twice. This move had a huge flaw. It would weaken Giant Sun Immortal for a period of time. Giant Sun Immortal needed to conceal himself and get through this period of weakness. If this flaw was exposed, the value of the killer move All Living Beings of the World would fall sharply in the future. Celestial Court. The Qi harvest fruit continued to grow. A huge amount of heaven and earth Qi, countless Qi path immortal materials, primordial Qi wall, and other methods were converted into Qi path Dao marks and added to the Qi harvest fruit. At the center of this Qi harvest fruit was a human-shaped fruit core. As time passed, the fruit core's appearance became clearer. It looked more and more like a human. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and immediately realized that Primordial Origin's revival method contained the profundity of human path. To think that Master's human path attainment is much higher than I expected. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. A scene from her memories surfaced in her mind. On the sickbed, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out blood. Master, what's wrong? Star Constellation quickly rushed over and used her methods to heal Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had just resisted a chaotic disaster and repaired the hole in the world. He was heavily injured and could not get up. Star Constellation used all her strength to help Primordial Origin stabilize his injuries. She had a surprised expression as she found that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's injuries were self-inflicted. Star Constellation frowned deeply. Master, you are injured to this extent, lying on the bed and unable to even walk. You are still taking the risk to create your own killer move. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, however, had a joyful expression. These injuries are nothing. I have already succeeded, my disciple. I grasped that inspiration and created a human path killer move. Using this move, we can use the immortal aperture to extend the lifespan of Gu immortals. Among all the lifespan extension methods currently available, this method has the best effect. Star Constellation pondered over the killer move's contents before showing a shocked expression. Her eyes shined as she realized the true value of this killer move. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed heartily. With this method, we no longer need to force human Gu immortal experts to join our celestial court. The temptation of extending lifespan is not small. From now on, as long as they contribute immortal apertures to celestial court, they will become a member of celestial court and enjoy the lifespan extension benefits of this human path killer move. Star Constellation nodded with joy on her face. Master, what name did you give this killer move? Cough, cough, cough. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable coughed a few times before saying nonchalantly, the name is not important. Give me an idea, I will name it however I want. Star Constellation quickly said yes. She loved giving names the most, she added. This name has to be loud and eye-catching. The more attention it attracts, the better. Let me think about it. My good disciple, go and think of a good name. I am old, I can't think straight anymore. After you think about it, tell me. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lay on his bed as he waved his hand at Star Constellation. Star Constellation nodded before saying with a solemn expression, Master, don't act recklessly. Your injuries are very severe. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed loudly. These injuries are far from my limit. I've suffered even more serious injuries. You know it too. At least 5 times, I've suffered even more serious injuries than this. Star Constellation stared. But you are already 25,000 years old, you should accept your old age. You have already done enough for the entire human race. Since you are injured, you should recuperate. I will take charge of the celestial court. With you here, why would I be worried? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed loudly before stopping, showing a desolate expression. Maybe I should also accept my old age. You won't. Star Constellation shook her head, showing an expression of, I have already seen through this old man, but I can't do anything about it. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was tickled by Star Constellation's expression. Before Star Constellation left, he even winked mischievously. Star Constellation told Primordial Origin to recuperate, so she took charge of the affairs of the Celestial Court. In her free time, she thought about the names of human path killer moves to relax. Star Constellation busied herself for 3 days, thinking about the names of human path killer moves, before finally getting some results. But she did not know at that time that she would no longer have the chance to tell Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable about this name. When she finally managed to free herself from the complicated affairs and went to visit Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, she saw Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lying quietly on his bed. His eyes were closed, he had a calm expression, but there was a hint of a smile on his lips. This leader of humanity, the first-generation immortal king of the Celestial Court, the legend who single-handedly raised the banner of humanity's counterattack and forced the variant humans of the world to retreat in defeat, was gone. He left calmly. He left calmly. He left with peace of mind. The main reason why he could be at ease was because of his disciple. The moment Star Constellation saw Primordial Origin, she understood. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's injuries were very severe, he was only hiding it. He was considering the big picture. After all, even though the variant humans retreated from Central Continent, they were still rampant in the other 4 regions. Even in Central Continent, many variant human forces were holed up in their blessed lands and grotto heavens. It was hard to find them. He knew that his injuries were incurable. He used the last bit of his strength to create a human path killer move to protect the future development of the Celestial Court. Star Constellation stood in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's bed. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke in a hoarse voice. Master, I thought of the name of this human path killer move. It is very suitable for this situation. It is called Above the Bed. The killer move above the bed could use the immortal aperture that the Gu Immortal contributed to the Celestial Court to form a bed. It could avoid the Gu Immortal's calamities and tribulations. It could also greatly extend their lifespan. At that time, this was the best lifespan extension method other than lifespan Gu. After that, Star Constellation created a human path killer move based on this move. It was called Other Person's Deep Sleep. The killer move Other Person's Deep Sleep could allow the members of the Celestial Court who had the effect of above the bed to fall into a deep sleep, reducing their life force and even the flow of time to a minimum. At the same time, the Gu Immortals could be extracted and transformed into human nature. It could be used to help Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resist Providence after she fused with the Tao. In the final moments of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's life, even though he was lying on his bed, he was still thinking about the Celestial Court and humanity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. To protect the Celestial Court, she was willing to sacrifice herself and fuse with the Tao. This master and disciple pair could be said to be of the same origin. And above the bed, Other Person's Deep Sleep, was the source of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Inside the Chi Harvest fruit, the human-shaped fruit core had already grown to the size of a normal adult. The skin of the Chi Harvest fruit had also undergone a mystical change. It turned into layers of primordial Chi walls, wrapping around the human-shaped fruit core. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival was nearing its end. The methods he used during this process made even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable feel amazed. She praised Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's exquisite Chi path methods in private. As time passed, a vast aura gradually seeped out of the Chi Harvest fruit. Heaven and Earth Chi, Chi path immortal materials, and other Chi path Tao marks continued to accumulate on the Chi Harvest fruit core. The human-shaped Qi fruit core already had primordial origin immortal venerables appearance. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were already kneeling on the ground. The members of the celestial court had tears in their eyes, they were inwardly excited. He was the first venerable in the world, he was the progenitor of all venerables, he also had the longest lifespan among all venerables. Without him, humanity would not have its current status, he was the founder of humanity's rise. He was the creator of Qi Path, he had left behind countless killer moves in his life. Primordial Qi walls, above the bed, and other methods protected the celestial court. He did not know how many mutant experts he had defeated, how many injuries he had suffered, and how many times he had bled. He built Emperor City, this was the embryonic form of Divine Emperor City. He was the first to contribute his immortal aperture, he gave up on building a clan, he went to recruit disciples and set an example for Central Continent's sect system. He worked hard, he racked his brains, he devoted almost his entire life to the celestial court and humanity. Even the variant humans who hated him to the bone had to admit his greatness. He was primordial origin immortal venerable. And now he was about to return. The Qi harvest fruit started to shake, a grand aura leaked out, creating rumbling air currents. The entrance of the celestial court's immortal aperture opened, this aura leaked out. At once, Qi currents in spectral heaven fluctuated, some swept over, some surged like tides, and some formed all sorts of Qi whirlpools. A phenomenon occurred, the 5 regions shook. Primordial origin immortal venerables revival was close at hand. Finally, star constellation immortal venerable breathed in deeply, she half knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple welcomes master." Northern Plains. Giant sun immortal, who was searching for traces, sighed. The outcome was set. Fang Yuan, however, looked at the celestial court with a frown, he had a look of anticipation. At the next moment, boom! Primordial origin immortal venerable exploded. Northern Plains. Giant sun immortal stood on the spot, looking at the direction of the celestial court with a shocked expression. But Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Chapter 2362. At present, the typos and bugs in 329 to 361 had been corrected. Among them, the main bugs were that Fang Zheng had the memory of the immortal formation. Congratulations to the new leader of this month. They were Feng Wei, Hong Xian, laughter to sorrow, anger to madness, and a horse treads on the Yellow River. Thank you to the readers who strongly supported the Venerable Gu team in the 515 event. Hong Xian, Shadow Moon, Desolate Year, Long Enough, The Dead Living, Nashel, Coconut 943, Colorful Number 2, Just Enough, Praise You like Jade Goldhouse, Reality Charm Life, Chen Fu, Su by Flame Amp, Ancestor, and the support of many readers. It is because of everyone's efforts that our Venerable Gu team rushed to the top 10 of this fan event. Who knew how many readers and friends received the title of Gu Immortal? Today's chapter was a 4,000-word chapter, and it was also the turning point of Fang Yuan's battle with the Celestial Court. Next, Fang Yuan would kill his way to the Celestial Court. After 7 years, Fang Yuan had finally reached this step. It was not easy. The book, Venerable Gu, had officially come to an end. It was certain that this book would be finished in a few months. Looking back on Fang Yuan's journey, there were too many hardships, too many lowly positions, too many dangers, and too many schemes. However, he persisted step by step and reached this point today. For 7 years, we have walked this path together. The Venerable Gu Zhenren would like to thank everyone for their company along the way and also appeal to everyone to subscribe to the original edition and accompany Fang Yuan to the peak. Please support the original edition as much as possible. Every original subscription is very important. Thank the society. Thank the country, thank the party, and thank Chidian Chinese Network. Thank the readers and many die-hard fans for their strong support. Cherish it as you go. Let us walk this last part of the road together. Chapter 2363. This huge explosion came too suddenly and happened too violently. At once, winds and clouds surged, the world changed color. Celestial court shattered. Large numbers of grotto heaven fragments flew everywhere like a volcano eruption. Only half of the immortal aperture's entrance was left. There were huge holes and holes everywhere. It was exposed in spectral heaven. Dust and smoke billowed. The scene inside Celestial Court could not be seen clearly. Countless Gu immortals died. But one thing was certain, the mountain-like Qi harvest fruit had already dissipated. Success. Central Continent. Feng Yuan looked towards Celestial Court as he let out a breath of air. Earlier, Feng Yuan had already thought about it for a long time. He was in a bad situation at that time. He was surrounded by danger. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was too fast. Feng Yuan needed to undergo tribulation. Even though he used the killer move Endless Future Trouble to delay the calamities and tribulations, the chaotic calamities could not be avoided using this move. Once Feng Yuan underwent tribulation, he would need to place the sovereign immortal aperture in spectral heaven and open his immortal aperture's entrance for some time. This would be a huge flaw. By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would definitely attack. Other than the danger of tribulation, Feng Yuan was also feeling hungry. This hunger came from the sovereign immortal body itself. The sovereign immortal body was transformed from the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Its weakness was that it had to devour the immortal aperture of a Gu immortal of the same cultivation level every once in a while. Feng Yuan was already a venerable now. He had to annex a rank 9 immortal aperture. These two dangers made Feng Yuan extremely worried. As the saying goes, a person without foresight will have immediate worries. Feng Yuan had foresight. He had already seen the future worries. Rather than letting these dangers arrive, he might as well start dealing with them now. Feng Yuan was not a passive person. He took the initiative to attack and gain the initiative to control the situation. This was what he liked to do. Feng Yuan knew one of primordial origin Immortal Venerable's revival methods. The reason was simple. Thieving Heaven's secret. Back then, Feng Yuan used the Gu Immortal Seed to undergo immortal ascension. Using natural inspiration and thieving heavenly secret, he learned all of the secrets of the Celestial Court. He naturally knew about the profundities of primordial origin Immortal Venerable's revival method using Qi harvest fruits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know the details of the Qi harvest fruit revival. But Feng Yuan could get to the bottom of the Celestial Court. At the same time, he had Qi Path Great Grandmaster attainment level and Wisdom Gu to help him make deductions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement in the starry sky calculation formation was extremely ingenious. It had to be linked with Embroidered Tower and Star Constellation chessboard to display its power and capture pseudo-venerables. This setup was so secretive that Feng Yuan did not know about it. But he did not need to guess to know that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely going to revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. If they were in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's shoes, anyone would choose to revive the two immortal kings of the Celestial Court first. It was difficult to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's movements were captured, that would be a clear flaw. The Celestial Court had a deep foundation. It had 3 generations of immortal kings. This was the strongest point of the Celestial Court, but in Feng Yuan's opinion, it was also their weakest point. Thus, Feng Yuan thought of sacrificing Qi Si Ancestor to let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable walk on the path of the Qi Harvest Fruit Revival. Even if Qi Si Ancestor was his clone, so what? For the sake of eternal life, what could he not sacrifice? How could Feng Yuan be willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good? Purposely sending Qi Si Ancestor to revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable as bait, this plan had a high possibility of success. But he lacked an opportunity. Feng Yuan could not sacrifice himself openly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Feng Yuan had experienced her many times in the past. Many of his plans were seen through by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable before they could be implemented. There was a clear example of this in Feng Clan. If he made it too obvious, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would sense it and even make use of it to make Feng Yuan suffer a huge loss. The opportunity soon arrived. Undeniably, the timing of the Heaven Path Dream Realm's appearance was too good. For Fang Yuan, even though the Heaven Path Dream Realm itself could raise his Heaven Path attainment level, he was not in a hurry. As long as no one could use the Heaven Path Dream Realm effectively, he could continue to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu in secret and increase his strength, widening the gap between him and the other venerables. The longer he delayed, the stronger Fang Yuan would become. But fighting for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm was an excellent excuse. It could conceal Qi Si Ancestor's scheme. Fang Yuan thought about it many times. He had to make a difficult choice. He could not make it too obvious. Everything had to be logical. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom was unfathomable. She was definitely an intelligent person. But this intelligence could sometimes be used by Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan sent Qi Si Ancestor into the Starry Sky Calculation Formation without doing anything else. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable helped Fang Yuan to complete Fang Yuan's arrangements and capture Qi Si Ancestor. During the entire process, Qi Si Ancestor was kept in the dark by Fang Yuan's main body. He did not know anything. Not just him, Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu were also the same. Just like how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court in order to obtain Lin Jianxing's sword path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan was even more ruthless. He even deceived himself. It was not enough to give away the Qi Si clone. To appease Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan gave her Qi Path Immortal Gu and Hu Land. So what if they were Qi Path Immortal Gu? As long as he could achieve his goal, Fang Yuan could even give her rank 9 Immortal Gu. Hu Land, what was a secluded domain of heaven and earth? As long as he could deceive Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a while, not just a secluded domain of heaven and earth, Fang Yuan could even give her 2 or 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth. In Fang Yuan's eyes, all of the Immortal Gu and secluded domains of heaven and earth, no matter how precious they were merely tools for him to pursue eternal life. Since they were tools, as long as there was value in sacrificing them, he would sacrifice them. Fang Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation towards this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only had a vague understanding of the Qi Harvest Fruit Revival method. But Fang Yuan knew it very well. He was a Refinement Path Venerable. He was proficient in revival methods. From the perspective of Refinement Path, Qi Harvest Fruit Revival was nothing more than using the main immortal material, the Qi Harvest Fruit, together with Qi Si Ancestors' arrangements in the Celestial Court to refine a new body and soul. Was there any difference between this and Gu refinement? There was no difference. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan had a lot of potential. He treated Qi Si Ancestor as a Qi Path immortal material and dealt with him in advance. Of course, Fang Yuan had already removed all of his memories from Qi Si Ancestor's body. This was like how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered the memories of those Gu immortals who entered the derivation formation. Qi Si Ancestor's entire body had problems, but these were the supreme profundities of Refinement Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find anything even after inspecting it many times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had Refinement Path attainment, but there were no problems with Qi Si Ancestor. Only when he was used as an immortal material would there be problems during the Qi Harvest Fruit Revival process. And as the revival continued to succeed, this problem would only get bigger. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have a complete understanding and control of the Qi Harvest Fruit Revival process. This gave Fang Yuan a chance to make use of this loophole. The plan has succeeded, but the results will depend on the progress. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the Celestial Court. He continued to move around Central Continent, searching for resource points while contacting Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, you are truly fortunate. There was a mistake in Primordial Origins Revival. It destroyed the Celestial Court instead. This is the best opportunity for us to do so. If we miss this chance and allow the Celestial Court to recover, both of us will regret it for the rest of our lives. Giant Sun Immortal saw the Celestial Court explode. After the shock, he had the thought of attacking the Celestial Court. Now that he received Fang Yuan's message, his thoughts wavered. Giant Sun Immortal hesitated. Should I attack the Celestial Court now? Is this really a mistake in the Celestial Court? Isn't this Feng Yuan's doing? Giant Sun Immortal recalled Feng Yuan's mysterious defensive method. He could not see through Feng Yuan. If it was Feng Yuan's doing, it was possible. Strange, I inspected the Celestial Court earlier. Why did I not notice such a huge change? Don't tell me, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable concealed the Celestial Court's method to guard against my luck inspection? If that is the case, it is truly ironic. And the thing that made Giant Sun Immortal hesitate the most was Emperor Light, his eldest son, and the rank 9 Wild Light Gu in Emperor Light's immortal aperture. Emperor Light was kidnapped by the two legendary immemorial beasts, Yu Tianguang and Zui Yi Hui. If Giant Sun Immortal did not rescue him, his life might be in danger. Of course, Giant Sun Immortal was also thinking about his blood sea. Since he could revive Emperor Light once, he could revive him a second time. This Giant Sun is still hesitating. Did he sense something? Feng Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal did not make a move. He tried to think about it. Feng Yuan did not know that Giant Sun Immortal tricked his eldest son. He also did not know about the weakness of the killer move all beings, world, self-centered. But he soon thought of a reason. After the explosion, Celestial Court's losses cannot be estimated. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's injuries are also unknown. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a huge advantage in Celestial Court. Her injuries are not heavy, but she is still a huge threat. This might be Giant Sun Immortal's consideration. In his opinion, my Chi-Si clone was captured, Celestial Court suddenly exploded, Primordial Origin's revival failed. I am the biggest suspect. At the same time, I should be the most nervous person. Because I do not have a base, if the two venerables of Celestial Court gather, my situation will be the worst. Giant Sun Immortal said that the situation is unclear. He is hinting to me to attack Celestial Court first. If Celestial Court falls into a disadvantage, he will definitely come and take a share of the loot. Giant Sun Immortal did not make a move. He decided to wait and see. This caused Feng Yuan's plan to fail again. In fact, rashly attacking Celestial Court at this time was indeed risky. Because even Feng Yuan did not know how serious Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's injuries were. But since Feng Yuan schemed to this point, how could he not have a backup plan? He turned his gaze towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was 10,000 li away. After this period of slaughter, his injuries had recovered by more than half. This is the best choice. Feng Yuan smiled as he activated his method. Totem killer moves flew out one after another, provoking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, successfully luring the confused Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into Celestial Court. Chapter 2364. With a light snort, Zhao Lianyun woke up in a pile of rubble. Qi currents were rumbling in front of her. It was a vast expanse of whiteness that seemed to cover the sky. Her ears were buzzing and she felt dizzy. What happened to me? Zhao Lianyun breathed roughly as she inspected her body. She was originally wearing a white palace dress. Her skin was snow white and her teeth were white. She was pure and fresh like a lily. But now, her face was black, her white dress was torn and could barely be worn. She was like a refugee in a famine. She was in a sorry state. After inspecting herself, Zhao Lianyun found that she was mostly unharmed, but she had no strength left in her body. Her body was soft and her heart was weak. What in the world happened? How did I become like this? Primordial Origin's explosion was too sudden and intense. Zhao Lianyun was dazed from the explosion. She almost lost her memories for a moment. But soon, Zhao Lianyun felt her dizziness weakening. She recalled. It was a terrifying explosion. Her pupils shrunk. She would never forget this scene in her life. It was too terrifying. A moment ago, she and the Gu immortals around her were looking at the mountain-like Qi harvest fruit excitedly. They were looking forward to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. But at the next moment, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable exploded. Among all the Gu immortals who were looking up with anticipation, Zhao Lianyun was at the periphery of the crowd, but she was still affected by the explosion. This explosion was too intense. The whole of Celestial Court was destroyed. Zhao Lianyun could not escape. Why did it suddenly explode? As her memories became clearer, Zhao Lianyun's breathing became rough. Unbelievable, I am almost unharmed. Is it because Love Gu protected me? I need to save someone. Zhao Lianyun's heart jumped. She thought of what she had to do now. She might be protected by Love Gu, but the others did not have such a rank 9 immortal Gu. Zhao Lianyun quickly set off, entering the vast expanse of white qi currents to search for the Gu immortals who were in trouble. Before the explosion, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were at the periphery, looking at the qi harvest fruit in groups of 2 or 3. The inner circle consisted of the members of the Celestial Court. Zhao Lianyun tried many investigative methods, but none of them worked. The white gas was probably the residue of the qi harvest fruit and the aftereffects of the explosion. It was filled with qi path Dao marks. It was not strange that a mere rank 6 Gu immortal like Zhao Lianyun could not inspect it. Unless she could use Love Gu. But Love Gu was not only a rank 9 immortal Gu, it was very special. Even venerables could not refine it, even though it belonged to Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had yet to touch it. Instead, he allowed the Love Gu to live on Zhao Lianyun's body. Zhao Lianyun did not refine Love Gu, but obtained its recognition. Thus, he could not use Love Gu as he wished. Sometimes when he wanted it to attack, it would bring Zhao Lianyun away. Zhao Lianyun wanted to protect herself, but it healed her instead. And every time Love Gu showed off, it would take away something from Zhao Lianyun's body. Sometimes even their lifespans. Zhao Lianyun entered the surging white gas, using her memories to search for the location with difficulty. A moment later, she cried out in shock, finding Bu Zhenzi. When the explosion occurred, Bu Zhenzi was standing beside Zhao Lianyun, talking to her. But after the explosion, the two were sent flying. They were no longer on the spot. But Zhao Lianyun was still the first to find Bu Zhenzi. Bu Zhenzi's injuries were terrifying. Half of his body had been blown up, leaving only fragile bones that barely protected his internal organs. And only 2 of these organs were left, the rest were turned into mush. Meanwhile, the other half of Bu Zhenzi's body had turned phantom. His arms, chest, organs and others seemed to be drawn by translucent threads. They were in a stable state. Zhao Lianyun wanted to save him, but found that she was helpless. Bu Zhenzi's injuries were too severe. Losing half of his body was not a big deal, not to mention the Celestial Court, Spirit Affinity House had many methods to regrow his bones, organs, flesh and blood. But most importantly, a large number of Qi Path Dao marks were engraved on Bu Zhenzi's body. The remaining half of his body was emitting white gas. Along with the white gas, the remaining bones and organs were turning into Qi and disappearing. Bu Zhenzi's life was hanging on the other half of his body that had turned phantom. When the explosion occurred, Bu Zhenzi used a phantom method. But even with a phantom method supported by a mini-invincible, he could not avoid the heaven-shaking qi explosion. Zhao Lianyun deduced the situation at that time. She sighed deeply, her brows were furrowed with worry. Bu Zhenzi's phantom half of his body was hanging on to his life, but it could not last for long. His phantom body was also covered in qi path Dao marks. It was also turning into qi and disappearing. Bu Zhenzi cannot last for long. Zhao Lianyun was helpless. She was getting more and more anxious. She tried to wake Bu Zhenzi up, but he did not wake up. Zhao Lianyun could not even move Bu Zhenzi. She was afraid that he would die. She could only give up on Bu Zhenzi for now. She remembered the location and went into the vast qi currents to look for help. Is anyone here? Come and help me. Zhao Lianyun moved in the vast white qi currents. She called out continuously. Alone, an intense sense of loneliness and helplessness shrouded her whole body. Even now, she could not believe it. When she had just arrived at Celestial Court, she looked at the grand Celestial Court with its many buildings. She felt admiration from the bottom of her heart. Celestial Court's deep foundation and long history made her feel insignificant, but at the same time, she felt an intense sense of security. And when she saw Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revive step by step, she felt that Celestial Court would rise again. But next, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable exploded. The change was too sudden, too intense. What happened? Did Fang Yuan or other venerables attack? What are the losses of Celestial Court? Is anyone here to help me? At least reply to me. Zhao Lianyun's footsteps suddenly stopped. There was a strong suction force in front of her. A large amount of the surrounding white qi currents were being sucked away. Zhao Lianyun barely stabilized her body as she got closer. The suction force was also weakening rapidly. Zhao Lianyun arrived at the source. Her pupils shrunk as she saw an immortal aperture's entrance. The immortal aperture's entrance was open. It was absorbing the surging white qi outside, stabilizing and forming a blessed land. Zhao Lianyun stood in front of the immortal aperture's entrance in a daze, not moving at all. She saw the scene inside the entrance. There was a river and a flowering tree. Due to the turbulence of the qi currents, flower petals fell from the tree branches and landed on the river surface, drifting along with the current. Carps often appeared in the river to devour the flower petals. This was the scene of Lady Lu Fang's immortal aperture. It was extremely beautiful and priceless. It was very famous in Spirit Affinity House. Lady Lu Fang was in charge of Secret Inheritance Peak. She was a neutral supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun remembered that when she first entered Secret Inheritance Peak, Lady Lu Fang did not personally receive her as per usual. After all, she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Afterwards, Zhao Lianyun and Lady Lu Fang's relationship was not good. Even though their relationship was cold, Zhao Lianyun's eyes turned red when she saw this immortal aperture's entrance. She felt an intense sadness in her heart. Lady Lu Fang was killed in the explosion. Even though she had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have powerful methods to protect herself like Phantom Path, nor did she have Love Gu. She was completely destroyed. Her immortal aperture landed in Celestial Court. Because Celestial Court was filled with providence and lacked heavenly spirit, Lu Fang blessed land absorbed the heaven and earth qi of the outside world, stabilizing itself and forming a blessed land. Zhao Lianyun forcibly restrained her emotions and continued to look for reinforcements. Along the way, she created many more immortal aperture entrances and was absorbing heaven and earth qi. The casualties were too severe. Not mentioning the members of Celestial Court, each of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects has more than 10 Gu immortals. Excluding those who were captured by the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, there are more than 100 Gu immortals from the 10 great sects in Celestial Court. And with this explosion, 80% of the Gu immortals were killed. Zhao Lianyun calculated and felt a chill in her heart. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had many Gu immortals. Before the 5 regions merged, Crane Gate had 12 Gu immortals. Crane Gate was one of the weaker sects among the 10 great ancient sections. After the 5 regions merged, the earth veins moved and qi surged, countless immortal materials were produced. This greatly increased the strength of the Gu immortals in the sect, and the foundation of the Gu immortal seeds became even stronger. During the immortal ascension tide, the 10 great ancient sects had Gu immortal seeds who successfully ascended to immortal realm. Not only that, there were also those they recruited from other sections. For example, Heavenly Lotus Sect's Supreme Elder Wu Zhang recruited 5 Virtues sects with Virtue Elder Mu Huai. The latter succeeded in his immortal ascension and was also a higher-up of 5 Virtues sect, which was created by Wu Zhang. He had the qualifications to join Heavenly Lotus Sect. This was the advantage of Central Continent's sect system. Previously, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable protected Primordial Origin's revival with all her might. To prevent Fang Yuan from taking revenge, she took the initiative to recruit all the elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects into Celestial Court. But who could have thought that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would be killed by Fang Yuan? This time, most of Central Continent's Gu immortals were killed. The backbone of Central Continent's righteous path collapsed. Such a severe loss made Zhao Lianyun's limbs go soft. It's over, Central Continent is finished. Maybe Celestial Court can revive them. This was Zhao Lianyun's only consolation. But she was not stupid. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this explosion was filled with the aura of a scheme. Central Continent had been set up. Celestial Court had suffered a calamity. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had also been schemed against. Even though Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 Love Gu, her current cultivation level was merely rank 6. What could she do? She could only ask for help and shout for help. Zhao Lianyun walked slower and slower. At this moment, she realized how weak she was. Don't be dejected, fairy of the current generation, Spirit Affinity House. Celestial Court is still here, we are still here. Right at this time, a lantern lit up in the vast white chi. The lantern was not bright, but it was very stubborn. It walked out of the white chi and arrived in front of Zhao Lianyun. This was an old Gu immortal, his body was covered in blood. One of his arms was blown away, his remaining hand was holding up the candle flame. Zhao Lianyun recognized him, it was Crane Gate's Kanyang Laojun. Chapter 2365. Kanyang Laojun was a famous expert in Central Continent. He had been famous since a long time ago. The moment Zhao Lianyun saw him, a series of information appeared in her mind. After she became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, because she could not undergo tribulation, her cultivation level could not rise, so she had to study other aspects. Thus, she had a deep understanding of all the people in Central Continent's Gu immortal world. Thus, Zhao Lianyun knew that Kanyang Laojun had immortal Gu remnant candle, and created the immortal killer move Life-Chasing Fire. It was very powerful and famous in Central Continent. Kanyang Laojun had been very inactive in recent years. He had been living in seclusion. His biggest action was many years ago when he went with Feng Jioge to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, and fought with Shadow Sect there. The latest news was that Kanyang Laojun had won against Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji was a Gu immortal of Black Heaven Temple. Even though he was not a famous expert, he had unique methods to counter fire. In the end, he still lost to Kanyang Laojun, who cultivated Fire Path. Kanyang Laojun's lantern was weak, but it injected warmth into Zhao Lianyun's heart. Many people were like this. When they were alone, they would be weak. But once they had someone of the same kind, even if this person could not help them, as long as they had companions, they would feel safe and warm. Zhao Lianyun had such a nature. She was an otherworldly demon. She was not a native of Gu world. Her nature had been nurtured long ago. This was also one of the reasons why she fell in love with Ma Hongyun after coming to the Gu world. Zhao Lianyun breathed in deeply. The dejected expression on her face disappeared as she asked Kanyang Laojun for help, telling him about Bu Zhenzi's situation. But Kanyang Laojun shook his head. I cultivate Fire Path. My understanding of Phantom Path is shallow, and I am not skilled in healing methods. I am unable to help. The moment he said that, Kanyang Laojun's body started to tremble visibly. His face quickly turned as white as a sheet. At the same time, his body started to emit white gas, especially from the wound on his arm, which was cut off at the base. The white gas was the thickest. Cough, cough, cough. Kanyang Laojun could not stop coughing. With each cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into white gas and quickly dissipated. Kanyang Laojun gritted his teeth and activated his technique. This situation lasted for more than 10 breaths before he was finally able to suppress his injuries. His face regained its color and he stopped coughing. His methods were only useful against himself or Fire Path Gu immortals. They were ineffective against Void Path Bu Zhenzi. In fact, it might even ruin things. Next, Kanyang Laojun and Zhao Lianyun traveled together. Along the way, they saw even more immortal aperture entrances. Almost all of them were wide open and absorbing white chi. They also saw the living. A giant ape fell to the ground like a half-collapsed hill. The ape's golden fur was shining like it was covered in golden armor, but now it was mostly black, like a defeated general whose golden armor had collapsed. His muscles were bulging and he looked majestic, but now he was lying on the ground. His body was covered in blood and flesh, his bones were exposed in many wounds, he could not even get up, he was paralyzed. The ape's large golden eyes were originally shining brightly, but now they were in a daze. After seeing Kanyang Laojun and Zhao Lianyun, he focused a little. He is Immortal Monkey King Shirley of Combat Immortal Sect. He cultivates Earth Path and Transformation Path. The killer move he is using now is his signature move, Immortal Monkey King Wang Lei Mountain Transformation. Zhao Lianyun's heart shook. He immediately guessed the ape's true identity. Shi Lei was publicly recognized as the #1 expert among Central Continent Rank 7 Gu Immortals. His battle strength was even higher than Kanyang Laojuan's. But he was closer to the center of the explosion than Kanyang Laojun. After the explosion, he did not have time to activate Immortal Monkey King Wang Lei Mountain Transformation. This was a compound killer move of 2 immortal paths. It expended a lot of thoughts. Shi Lei did not have a wisdom path foundation. He needed a long time to activate this move. He had used other methods to survive the explosion, but his injuries were too severe to heal. He could only use this move to transform into an ancient desolate beast. Using the ancient desolate beast's body that far surpassed humans, as well as its self-healing ability, he resisted the heavy injuries on his body, barely holding on. After seeing Kanyang Laojun and Zhao Lianyun, Shi Lei blinked his golden eyes as a greeting. He did not even dare to breathe heavily now. It would be bad if his injuries acted up. Evidently, Shi Lei could only barely protect himself. He could not help others. Cough, cough. Kanyang Laojun coughed again, vomiting blood. After a while, he suppressed his injuries again. Zhao Lianyun and Kanyang Laojun continued their journey. Not long after, they encountered Yang Feng. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect. He cultivated Transformation Path. He made the same choice as Shi Lei. He also transformed into an ancient desolate beast. However, the originally majestic giant wolf was now lying on the ground like a sick dog. However, his injuries were slightly lighter than Shi Lei's, and he could still speak a few words with Zhao Lianyun. It was not that he was stronger than Shi Lei, but the moment the explosion occurred, he subconsciously used his most familiar transformation killer move, turning into an ancient desolate beast. He cultivated Transformation Path. He was extremely familiar with this giant wolf transformation. It was as if it was carved into his bones. Moreover, this move was extremely fast. It could be used in an instant. The most severe injuries on my body are at my waist. If I exert any force, my waist will snap. After Yang Feng introduced his situation, he joined Zhao Lianyun and Kanyang Laojuan's group. The 3 continued to search and found Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend also had rank 7 cultivation level. His body was covered in lightning as he floated in the air. 3 lightning deities were supporting him and healing him. During the healing, lightning crackled and flickered. It was a huge commotion. I was very lucky. The moment before the explosion, I was observing while controlling lightning deities to move around me. I wanted to leave a good impression on Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After the explosion, only 4 lightning deities were left out of the dozen or so. In order to save his life, Vicious Lightning Fiend sacrificed another lightning deity to heal his injuries. Thus, he only had 3 left now. To him, this was an extremely disastrous loss. Lightning Deity is a killer move that Vicious Lightning Fiend created by referring to the remnant recipe of Blood Deity Immortal Gu. Chi tides surged, the 5 regions merged, immortal materials appeared, Vicious Lightning Fiend obtained the support of Myriad Dragon Dock. The number of lightning deities kept increasing. The dozen or so lightning deities all had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Thus Central Continent's Gu immortal world thought that among Central Continent's rank 7 Gu immortals, his battle strength was second only to Shi Lei. Zhao Lianyun recalled as he greeted Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend's temper was famous for being violent, but he was very polite to Zhao Lianyun right now. He saw that Zhao Lianyun's injuries were the lightest. He acknowledged her strength. This explosion killed most of the Central Continent Gu immortals. The ones who survived, besides having good luck, also had strong battle strength. But the awkwardness was also because of this. Gu immortals with strong battle strength usually did not specialize in healing. They were usually good at healing themselves, but they were not good at healing themselves. Thus, even though Vicious Lightning Fiend joined the group, they could not help Bu Zhenzi and Shi Lei who were left behind. As time passed, the vast white qi that filled the immortals' vision was no longer as dense as before. These white qi were qi path immortal materials, but the immortals did not have the mood to collect them. The blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by the central continent Gu immortals were absorbing a large amount of white qi. At the same time, the white qi flowed out of the celestial court that was full of holes. In short, the immortals' vision was expanding rapidly. Wait! Yang Feng, who had turned into a giant wolf and was about to stop to catch his breath after a few steps, suddenly spoke. The immortals were used to it. Along the way, Yang Feng would stop every short distance and lie on the ground to recover his strength. His waist was the most heavily injured. The wound was so large that his kidney could even be seen from the wound. White qi was constantly coming out of his kidney. Yang Feng, is your waist hurting again? Zhao Lianyun looked at him with concern. Yang Feng nodded. Of course my waist hurts, but more importantly, someone is coming from behind. Yes, there are quite a few of them. There are 3 of them. Kanyang Laojuan's expression changed as he sensed something. He had just said this when he started coughing again, vomiting blood. Are they our people? Vicious Lightning Fiend asked while his thoughts moved. The 3 lightning deities beside him quickly spread out and moved towards the back. Zhao Lianyun's group did not move, nervously looking at the surging white qi behind them. The 3 lightning deities were waiting in formation, but suddenly, one spun on the spot, one flew into the sky, and the last twisted his waist, dancing crazily as if he was electrocuted. Chapter 2366. Zhao Lianyun and the rest looked at Vicious Lightning Fiend with shocked gazes. Vicious Lightning Fiend's face turned red as he explained. Lightning deity was heavily injured by the explosion. Qi path Dao marks were carved in his body. He is hard to control. If I am careless, he will go crazy. The immortals understood now. They had been nervous earlier, thinking that lightning deity was attacked by some method. After a few breaths of time, Kenyang Laojuan's expression relaxed. They are our people. Soon, 2 rank 8 Gu immortals appeared in front of everyone. They were the rank 8 supreme elders of Heaven's Envy Manor and Spirit Butterfly Valley. The immortals saw each other and showed joy on their faces. They were rank 8 Gu immortals after all. The 2 supreme elders had rich methods. They helped Yang Feng, Kenyang Laojun, and the rest to stabilize their injuries, but the effect was not great. The immortals were discussing how to continue the search and rescue when suddenly, white qi surged, as if a blood-red giant beast was pushing them from behind. Next, a blurry blood figure appeared behind the white qi. This was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was controlled by Guiyue Fangjing. It immediately stopped when it saw the immortals. Demon Judgment Board shot out rays of blood light that enveloped everyone like a pillar of light. The immortals did not resist. They allowed Guiyue Fangjing to heal them. The immortals' injuries turned for the better, but they could not turn heavy injuries into light ones. Even though Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, it was specialized in investigative methods. Its combat and healing abilities were lacking compared to its investigative methods. Guiyue Fangjing thought about it. He said to the 10 children of human path inside the immortal Gu house, "The situation is terrible. I hope everyone can help in healing and searching." Lord Fangjing, please don't say that. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are all subordinate sects of Celestial Court. They are the same source. We will definitely do our best to save them. The 10 children of human path quickly expressed. They were fortunate enough to avoid the explosion because they had entered Divine Emperor City beforehand. Previously, Divine Emperor City was attacked by Xianxia and Lu Wei-yin, following which, it was promoted to the Celestial Court along with Fei He Mountain. He had no choice. If he stayed on the ground of Zhongzhou State, he would only be broken by Fang Yuan's real body. Genesis Lotus will control Divine Emperor City and was confident in resisting Xianxia and Lu Wei-yin, but facing Fang Yuan alone was a different matter. Divine Emperor City was the sacred land of human path. It had large numbers of mortals and Gu masters. The world of murals was the best soil for the development of humanity. During this period of time, there were many new results. The 10 children of human path had all become human path rank 6 Gu immortals. They received Star Constellation Immortal Venerables orders to enter Divine Emperor City's painting world to further their cultivation. Meanwhile, Guiyue Fangjing was dispatched by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Divine Emperor City. But he didn't comprehend the human Tao. Instead, he interacted with Genesis Lotus Will to comprehend the painting Tao. Guyue Fangjing had entered the derivation formation earlier and comprehended the essence of painting path. Thus, all sorts of blood path killer moves could be used through painting path and used by Demon Judgment Board. His battle strength rose sharply. This made Guyue Fangjing more interested in painting path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also saw his potential in painting path, thus she nurtured him generously. Even though Guyue Fangjing was from southern border, because of Fang Yuan, he was favored and nurtured by many leaders of the celestial court like Qin Ding Ling and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His cultivation level and strength had been growing rapidly. The 10 children of human path felt admiration and closeness towards Fangjing. Fangjing's strength surpassed theirs. He was the current generation Demon Judgment Board Lord. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was already a member of the celestial court and had many battle achievements. With his status and identity, he had always been a part of the 10 children of human path of the celestial court. Thus they admired him. As for closeness, it was because Fangjing's age was the same as the 10 children of human path. They were of the same generation. Thus, after Fangjing made arrangements, the 10 children of human path accepted them happily. They flew out of Demon Judgment Board and helped Zhao Lianyun's group. It is truly fortunate that you juniors only have rank 6 cultivation level. Staying in Divine Emperor City will save your lives. This is the method of human path? It is truly wondrous. No wonder the celestial court is focusing on developing human path. Human path has endless potential. Kanyang Laojun and the rest naturally knew the identities of the 10 children of human path. Initially, they still had the airs of seniors. But soon, their expressions changed, their attitude changed as they gasped in surprise. Human path was very unique. The healing methods of the 10 children of human path were all human path killer moves. They were very effective on Zhao Lianyun and the rest. Their injuries were severe to begin with. Even with the help of 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals and Demon Judgment Board's healing, they did not recover much. They only got better slightly. But now, with the effect of human path killer moves, their injuries changed rapidly. They were very effective now. Guyue Fangjing saw that the 10 children of human path took action and the injuries of the immortals healed. He nodded and sent Demon Judgment Board to the inner area. Along the way, they saw many immortal aperture entrances. Guyue Fangjing had a solemn expression. He had a heavy heart and was very worried. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals suffered heavy casualties. Only 1 out of 10 survived. The Celestial Court's immortal graveyard is almost depleted. How can they revive them? The current situation is unfathomable. The Qi Harvest Fruit's self-detonation was too sudden. There seems to be a huge scheme behind it. I wonder how are the injuries of the seniors of Celestial Court. The most important thing is still Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Her current condition will determine the direction of Celestial Court and the world. Guyue Fangjing had gone through many trials and tribulations. He had developed a discerning eye towards the situation. The white qi in the inner area was much thicker than the outer area. Guyue Fangjing was anxious. Demon Judgment Board moved even faster under his control. Soon he saw the immortals of Celestial Court. Fangjing's brows relaxed before frowning again. He found that most of the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were still around, but a few were missing. He did not know if the missing Gu immortals were alive or dead. The immortals of Celestial Court were strong after all. There were more than 10 of them gathered here. They gathered around Qin Ding Ling. Fangjing quickly came out of Demon Judgment Board and greeted the immortals. Qin Ding Ling nodded at him. She looked around and started to make arrangements. Her expression was haggard and cold. There were still traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her tone was subconsciously stern. The white qi obstructed the investigation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was missing. Qin Ding Ling immediately took up the responsibility of being the leader. After discussing with the immortals, she split them into 3 groups. One group was led by Ruan Dan. They continued to search for the surviving Gu immortals. At the same time, they gathered information and calculated the losses of Celestial Court. Another group was led by Duke Mei. They went deep into the center of the White Qi to visit star constellation Immortal Venerable. The final group was led by her. They included Che Wei, Wan Zihong, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, these Gu immortals with outstanding battle strength among the members of Celestial Court. Fang Zheng, because he had Demon Judgment Board, was also recruited by her. Her group's mission was to go out of Celestial Court and deal with the nearby enemies who might take the chance to invade. Master! Guiyue Fangjing brought Red Heart Traveler into Demon Judgment Board with a respectful attitude. Let me heal your injuries. Red Heart Traveler nodded. He sat down cross-legged and floated in the air. Guiyue Fangjing controlled Demon Judgment Board to fly out of Celestial Court while activating the board's methods to heal Red Heart Traveler. Red Heart Traveler's complexion was pale as paper, but with Guiyue Fangjing's full help, his condition rapidly improved and his aura stabilized. He was a Blood Path Gu Immortal, the previous board lord of Demon Judgment Board. Guiyue Fangjing also cultivated Blood Path. Their Dao marks did not conflict with each other, thus the healing effect was very good. While Red Heart Traveler was healing, Guiyue Fangjing told Red Heart Traveler everything he had seen and heard. Red Heart Traveler nodded with a heavy expression. This time, Celestial Court suffered extremely heavy damage. It is full of loopholes. Even the Fate War did not cause it to suffer such damage. Guiyue Fangjing asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Master, was this explosion man-made, or was it a mistake? Red Heart Traveler shook his head. How would I know? The resurrection method left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable has existed for over 3 million years. Maybe there is nothing wrong with it, but Celestial Court has gone through many battles and is already damaged. At the same time, the entire Gu immortal world has been unified into 5 regions. The universe has changed greatly. If it was plotted against, Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are the biggest suspects. Among them, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable is the most suspicious. Saying so, Red Heart Traveler looked at Guiyue Fangjing. Fangjing gritted his teeth and did not speak. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable was his elder brother. Regardless of whether it was plotted against or not, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Fangjing, you need to be prepared. Red Heart Traveler did not linger on this topic, instead instructing earnestly. Fangjing slowly nodded with a grim expression. Now that such a huge flaw had appeared in Celestial Court, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would most likely make a move. They would not let go of such a good opportunity. It could be said that Celestial Court had already reached an extremely dangerous juncture. Red Heart Travelers, be prepared. Fangjing was very clear that it was to be prepared to sacrifice oneself in battle. Fangjing was already aware of this. Not just him, all the Celestial Court's Gu immortals had such an awareness. Demon Judgment Board suddenly shook. Red light flickered intensely inside as it gave a warning. Red Heart Traveler and Fangjing's expressions changed. Demon Judgment Board was extremely proficient in investigation. It was the first to find the latest information. Only to see a series of totems fluttering in the air, provoking a pitch-black mountain-like monster that rapidly approached Celestial Court. It appeared. Fangjing shouted, "It is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." Soon, other Gu immortals also discovered this information. Qin Dingling and the rest gathered. Damn it, it was Fang Yuan who made a move. This despicable, shameless, sinister and cunning guy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was already muddled. Totem killer moves had already become one of Fang Yuan's trademarks. The situation was clear at a glance. The Celestial Court's immortals were extremely furious and furious. Qin Dingling contacted Duke Mei, but because of the surging White Qi, communication was rather difficult. The center of the explosion was filled with Qi Path Dao marks. Duke Mei and the rest moved forward with difficulty, but they had not found any traces of star constellation Immortal Venerable yet. Qin Dingling's expression was cold as ice, but her calm tone contained blazing heat. Even though Spectral Heaven is huge, we have Celestial Court behind us. We have nowhere to retreat to. Everyone, we need to use all our strength to destroy the totems and lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable away. Before she finished speaking, she charged forward without any regard for her own safety. There were no shouts or shouts. Wan Zihong, Che Wei, and Demon Judgment Board followed closely behind. Bam bam bam. Once the battle started, it entered a white-hot state. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were truly fighting with their lives on the line. They were already injured to begin with. Their injuries quickly worsened, blood splattered in the sky. The totems were destroyed by them. The result was shocking. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smelled the scent of Celestial Court. He shouted loudly as he charged into Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling and the rest resisted with all their might, but they were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They could not obstruct Spectral Soul Demon Venerable at all. At once, the Celestial Court's immortals were filled with despair. Chapter 2367. Take another step forward, even if it is just a small step. Duke Mei shouted in his mind. His whole body was covered in surging white qi. The qi path Dao marks were extremely dense. Even the great Celestial Court expert Duke Mei could not move forward. He had to use all his strength to take a small step forward. The immortal essence expenditure was intense. Duke Mei not only had to resist the white qi's vast impact, he also had to resist the corrosion of the qi path Dao marks. Senior Duke Mei, let me do it. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals behind him called out. Duke Mei gritted his teeth. After taking a small step forward, he stopped and stood firmly on the spot. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals behind him started to activate killer moves with all their strength. They went around Duke Mei and became the vanguard to open up a path. When this group of Gu Immortals finally arrived at the original location of the Qi Harvest Fruit, they found Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's clothes were disheveled, her hair was messy, blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth and eyes. She seemed to be in a daze. Duke Mei and the rest were uncertain. They had never seen such an expression on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's face. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Duke Mei shouted, using immortal methods to transmit his voice to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body shook slightly. She seemed to have reacted. At the next moment, starlight shone brightly, easily suppressing the surrounding white qi. Duke Mei and the rest immediately felt relaxed. It was as if many invisible mountains had been lifted from their bodies. Starlight continued to sweep away the white qi. In a few breaths of time, the rampaging white qi in Celestial Court was suppressed by the starlight. This is the might of a venerable. Duke Mei and the rest saw this and felt their hearts shake. When the explosion occurred, I remember that a star veil appeared in front of us. It protected us for a while. It should have been Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who blocked most of the explosion's power. Several Gu Immortals recalled. Next, their eyes widened as they looked at the human-shaped Qi Harvest Fruit core again. Even though the Qi Harvest Fruit was destroyed, the Qi Harvest Fruit core was still there. It was just that the human shape of the Qi Harvest Fruit core was no longer as lifelike as before. It was very blurry and unstable. It was constantly leaking Qi Path Dao marks. The vast white gas that filled the Celestial Court was caused by the Qi Path Dao marks leaking out of the Qi Gong Fruit core. Right now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was using her venerable ability to force these Qi Path Dao marks back into the Qi Harvest Fruit. Affected by this, the Qigong Fruit core stabilized once again, and its appearance gradually became clear. We still have a chance. Yes, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable still has a chance to revive. After realizing this, Duke Mei and the others were excited. In the blink of an eye, the starlight converged into a soft gauze of stardust, which wrapped around the human-shaped energy art fruit pit like a bandage. In the span of a few breaths, he was wrapped up in over 100 layers, wrapping him up beyond recognition. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air as she stopped her killer move. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this moment, bright red blood droplets began to drip from her nose. Blood continued to drip down as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned pale. The moment the Qi Harvest Fruit exploded, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated several killer moves. The advantage of Wisdom Path was that thoughts could be plentiful and swift. They could use more complex killer moves. Just this alone made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Her status was unshakable. On one hand, she tried to protect herself and the other Gu immortals, while on the other hand, she suppressed the Qi Harvest Fruit Core. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blocked most of the power of the Qi explosion, otherwise, the Celestial Court Gu immortals would have been wiped out already. And most importantly, she still had a trace of hope. Without her help, the Qi Harvest Fruit Core would have exploded, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival would have failed completely. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Blade Shaving Luck. Qin Ding Ling chased after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as she threw out a golden blade. The golden blade was initially the size of a finger, but as it flew into the air, it grew to the size of a horse carriage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The golden blade slashed continuously reducing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored the attacks. He was focused on getting into Celestial Court. The horse carriage-sized golden blade danced above his head, but compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's pitch-black body that was like a mountain, it was simply not worth mentioning. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's vast luck was greatly reduced by golden blade shaving luck. But compared to the overall amount, it was just a drop in the ocean. Qin Ding Ling felt a sense of helplessness. This feeling was equally intense in the hearts of Che Wei, Red Heart Traveler, and Gu Yu Fangjing. Even though Demon Judgment Board continued to shoot out blood pillars, it only broke a few of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms. In a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul's arms recovered to normal. The gap between rank 8 and rank 9 was so huge, Qin Ding Ling and the rest could not shake Spectral Soul Demon Venerable no matter how hard they tried. After a round of slaughter, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had mostly recovered. Normally, if Qin Ding Ling and the rest challenged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they would definitely be attacked by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main target was Celestial Court. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable filled Providence. He had once devoured Black Heaven's spirit and caused the two heavens to fuse together. He became the true lord of Spectral Heaven. Before this, he destroyed the Heavenly Chasm, Heavenly Pillars, White Heaven Grotto Heavens, like Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, and even destroyed the sun, to unify the two heavens. Celestial Court was a grotto heaven in immemorial White Heaven. In history, Celestial Court had devoured a vast number of immemorial Nine Heavens fragments. It was the greatest remnant of the original immemorial Nine Heavens. Celestial Court's existence was the greatest provocation to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter would not tolerate the existence of Celestial Court. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was like a huge black mountain. He directly charged into Celestial Court through a hole that was created by the explosion. The entire Celestial Court was shaking intensely. The Central Continent Gu immortals who were left in Celestial Court looked up, seeing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's demonic body that covered the sky. They all took in deep breaths. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable flew in the sky, casting a huge shadow. Tens of thousands of arms formed a terrifying forest of arms. Some were raised high, some were lowered, some were meandering, some were straight. They had the power to hold up the sky and grab the moon. They had the ability to grab the stars and dance in the wind. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were chasing after him. They were as tiny as mosquitoes. Even a rank 8 immortal Gu house like Demon Judgment Board was like a newborn mouse in front of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. One of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 3 heads suddenly roared. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Howl. He activated a Soul Path Killer move, creating a huge commotion. Wherever the commotion passed, it was like a tornado. The floor tiles of Celestial Court were sent flying. Zhao Lianyun and the rest felt a great calamity. Many people quickly took out their immortal Gu houses. At once, immortal Gu houses appeared. Star Scattering Camp, Fine Willow Camp, Wind Sweeping Building, Cloud Crossing Building, Sun and Moon Observatory, Spirit Affinity House, Myriad Dragon Dock, Heaven's Envy Manor, Ancient Soul Sect, Heavenly Lake, Illusion Garden, Canary Pavilion, Yuyang Palace, Heavenly Lake, Crane Gate. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had their own immortal Gu houses as foundation. The names of the 10 great ancient sects were basically the strongest immortal Gu houses they had. Among them, Heavenly Lotus sect was slightly special. They were created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They had a total of 5 immortal goo houses. They had the most number of immortal goo houses among Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. When the immortal goo houses were not in use, they were basically hidden in the immortal apertures of the sect's first supreme elders. Even if they were not first supreme elders, they were experts with authority. These people had basically all survived. The immortal goo houses of all sizes and shapes were like small boats. They shook intensely in the raging waves caused by the soul howl. It was not strange for them to capsize at the next moment. Some of the immortal goo houses let out goo immortal roars. These immortal goo houses had weak defenses against soul path attacks. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, several goo immortals' souls exploded from the howl. They died on the spot. These Central Continent goo immortals were not in peak condition. They were all injured. Some of the more heavily injured goo immortals survived the explosion, but they could not hold on any longer. They lost their lives. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were also swaying in the air, their lives hanging by a thread. They were all heavily injured. They had risked their lives earlier to quickly destroy Fang Yuan's totem killer move and persevere until now. It was already a miracle. The immortals were in danger. Starlight burst out like a vast sea, directly suppressing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The soul howl stopped abruptly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable felt like someone was strangling him. Spectral Soul, don't be arrogant here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression as she flew towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Black smoke floated around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast soul river. There were countless vengeful souls in the soul river. They surged and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the same time, countless pitch-black arms grabbed at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Many sinister ghostly claws moved like spears, piercing the air and causing ear-piercing screeches. The attack was so strong that even gods and ghosts were shocked. The starlight that suppressed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only lasted for a few breaths of time before dispersing. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dodge. She snorted coldly as star fog rose and seeped into the black smoke. As the black smoke dissipated, the star fog also disintegrated the vast soul river. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws reached into the star fog but missed. Even when he grabbed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter shattered. She was just a star phantom. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not resigned to this. He rampaged around in the star fog. His furious roars resounded in the whole of Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling and the rest landed on the ground. They hid in their immortal goo houses and used this chance to heal their injuries. Zhao Lianyun and the other Central Continent goo immortals watched the battle with fear. The battle between two venerables was extremely dangerous. As long as there was an aftershock, the immortal goo house would collapse and all the goo immortals inside would die. Fortunately, since the start of the battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been suppressing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She had been in control of the situation. This is the might of a Tao Lord. The Celestial Court is still here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is greatly amplified here. She can easily suppress Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Of course, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable does not have consciousness. That is a crucial factor. Unless the rank 9 fire goo on him activates, he will not be able to get out of this predicament. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield as he contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, what are you hesitating for? Primordial Origin's revival failed, but there is still a trace of hope. Now is the best time for us to cooperate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to destroy the Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal hesitated. Let's wait and see. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. If you are still hesitating, that means you have already cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If that is the case, I will not be able to stop Primordial Origin's revival. Then I will charge into Northern Plains and slaughter all of the Huangjin tribes first. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? You have Longevity Heaven. Star Constellation has the Celestial Court. You want to force me into a corner? How can I just wait for death? I will not let you off easily. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, showing a frenzied expression. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. Forget it, I will cooperate with you. We must destroy the Qi Harvest Fruit Core. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, praising, that is a wise move. Please act quickly, I will wait for you to join the battle. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, coming from northern plains. Fang Yuan was calm and unhurried. He slowly rose from central continent to remote heaven. Oh no, Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are approaching our celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Towers Gu Immortal transmitted this information with a trembling voice. At once, Qin Ding Ling, Guyue Fangjing, Che Wei, Zhao Lianyun, and Kanyang Laojuan's expressions changed. Even though they had expected this, when it really happened, they could not help but panic and fear. Chapter 2368. Intense winds blew, star constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair fluttered behind her head. She frowned slightly, her deep eyes reflected the scene of Celestial Court. In her memories, Celestial Court had never been in such a sorry state. The star fog became denser. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was trapped inside, roared in anger and madness, but he could not escape the star fog. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was bullying Spectral Soul Demon Venerable for not having any intelligence. If he had any, he would not do this. She was inside Celestial Court now. She was nurtured by a vast number of wisdom path Dao marks. She was superior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought to the death, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use her terrain advantage to kill him. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not feel joy. Because the moment the Qi explosion occurred, she knew that Celestial Court's greatest danger was not the delirious Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Among these two, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable posed the greatest threat. The Qi Harvest Fruit exploded. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any evidence, she was clear that Fang Yuan was the most suspicious. Fang Yuan would not miss this opportunity. And Giant Sun Immortal would not either. If Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revived, the balance of the three Venerables would be overturned. Giant Sun Immortal would not be happy to see this happen. He retreated earlier because there was no hope. But now was different. After the explosion, Celestial Court was full of loopholes. It was almost defenseless. The only thing that Giant Sun Immortal was worried about was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. But to protect the Qi Harvest Fruit Core, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had endured most of the force of the Qi explosion. She was already injured. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not force her back in a short period of time. This gave Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable a good chance to probe her. As expected, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Star Fog to trap Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable had already arrived. Not long ago, in the Battle of Spectral Heaven's Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had worked together with Giant Sun Immortal, but now, she was alone, facing the attacks of three Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quietly floated above Celestial Court, watching as Fang Yuan and Giant Sun flew over. Her gaze swept across Giant Sun's face, then she stared at Fang Yuan. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, you are indeed worthy of being a venerable through refinement Dao. Your trick finally caused the Qi Harvest Fruit to explode. But there's one thing I don't understand. How did you know so much about Master's rebirth arrangements in the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan was stunned at first, but he soon smiled and said, You overestimate me, fellow immortal star constellation. You must know that the current world is no longer the primordial era. The 5 regions have merged into one, and the 2 heavens have merged to form the nether sky. It would be strange if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left behind a rebirth method 3 million years ago, right? No matter what you think, I will not give you the chance to stall for time. Take this. Fang Yuan knew that he was the culprit. He still wanted to coax Giant Sun Immortal to cooperate with him. He would not give Star Constellation Immortal Venerable a chance to defend herself. The moment he stepped into the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan unleashed a powerful attack. Immortal Killer Move, Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. He placed Meng Qiuzhen in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and obtained Dream Armor Immortal Gu again. He could use this move again. At the next moment, waves of pink fog shot out of Fang Yuan's mouth and ears. They gathered above Fang Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. Mini Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely. Ding, ding, ding. It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was extremely clear. Mini Dang Hun Mountain erupted with waves of pink sound waves, spreading rapidly. The star fog that trapped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to suffer the attack of the pink sound waves. However, after the star fog tremor weakened by 30%, it stabilized. It continued to roll intensely, as if it had adapted to it. It forcefully resisted the attack of the pink sound waves. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and immediately came to help. Immortal Killer Move, Soft Gold Collision Pillar. Golden light flowed and turned into dozens of collision pillars that crashed into the star fog. Soft Gold Collision Pillar erupted with an intense collision force, causing the star fog's luck to shake intensely. Everything in the world had luck, even a blade of grass or a rock had it. This was the profundity of heaven and earth luck. When the star fog's luck was attacked, it would affect the star fog itself, creating a penetrative attack that would disrupt the operation of the star fog. Giant Sun Immortal had once used this move to attack Fang Yuan. Back then, he had not created it completely. It caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yuan. Now that he used it, it was clearly a success. However, under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, even though the star fog shook intensely, it still managed to endure the continuous collisions. This made Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's heart sink. If it were anywhere else, these two moves would have succeeded already. But in Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was strengthened by a vast number of Wisdom Path Dao marks. Her strength rose to a terrifying level. Star Fog was not her most powerful killer move, but with this move, she was able to resist Fang Yuan's compound killer move, as well as Giant Sun Immortal's new method. With me here, Celestial Court is invincible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said plainly. Her tone was filled with confidence and determination. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suppressed Giant Sun and Fang Yuan, two demon venerables, alone. That's right, all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks in Celestial Court have been refined by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No matter how pathetic my Celestial Court is, it is not a place that demonic path people can touch easily. After Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable passed away, she left behind 3 strategies to help Celestial Court resist the attacks of 3 demon venerables. Now that she has revived and is personally holding the fort, she will definitely be able to defend Celestial Court. The 3 demon venerables will not succeed easily. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were excited. The members of Celestial Court also showed joy. Earlier, almost everyone in the world knew about the battle in Spectral Heaven's Dream Realm. The Immortals saw that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strength rose sharply. They were overjoyed, their hopes rose. But at the next moment, the Immortals heard Fang Yuan snort coldly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Celestial Court is your strongest area, but it is also your weakness. Take this. Immortal Killer Move, Permitha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Explosion Wind. The fog spread, dragons and snakes roared. At the same time, Mini Dang Hun Mountain above Fang Yuan's head emitted pink sound waves again. Fang Yuan used 2 moves at once, but he did not target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He targeted the Chi Harvest Fruit Core instead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. She quickly blocked it. Fang Yuan's 2 attacks were dispelled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in midair, but he laughed heartily. He took the initiative. Giant Sun Immortal moved like lightning. He moved to the side and attacked the Chi Harvest Fruit Core from another direction. After the probing earlier, he understood how strong Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was. He and Fang Yuan might not be her match even if they worked together. But it was not important. Giant Sun Immortal was most wary of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable Rebirth. As long as he destroyed the Qi Harvest fruit core and retreated, he would achieve his goal. He would be the winner of this battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a passive state indeed. She had to focus all her attention on protecting the Qi Harvest fruit core. Even though she had great battle strength in the Celestial Court, she could only focus on defense. Central Continent's Gu Immortals saw this and gritted their teeth, cursing continuously. Truly despicable and sinister. To think that the great giant sun would be so despicable. Sigh, I really want to help Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but I am too weak. The aftermath of the battle between the Venerables continued to spread. The immortal Gu houses continued to retreat and retreat. Gue Fangjing was inside Demon Judgment Board, frowning deeply. His gaze was mostly on Fang Yuan. Zhao Lianyun was the same. Ma Hongyun, whom she had been thinking about, had died under Fang Yuan's armpit. And Fang Yuan had Ma Hongyun's soul. Even though Fate Gu was destroyed, Zhao Lianyun could not revive her lover alone. She had to take back Love Gu from Fang Yuan. Maybe by using Love Gu's power, I can steal Ma Lang's soul from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After all, Love Gu is a rank 9 immortal Gu. It has amazing and comprehensive power. It is almost omnipotent. Zhao Lianyun thought of this and became even more moved. The time is not ripe yet. I need to wait patiently. When Fang Yuan is at his weakest, when he has no time to care about anything else, I will make my move. Qin Ding Ling became even more restless. She had the killer move Luck Gamble. It was created to counter Giant Sun Immortal. She could not do anything to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but it was possible to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. She was also waiting for an opportunity. Fang Yuan, if you have any good methods, quickly use them. After attacking for a long time without success, Giant Sun Immortal became anxious. He urged. Fang Yuan's gaze quickly looked down at the Celestial Court. He saw many immortal Gu houses as well as a large area of ruins. He laughed ruthlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am going to kill all of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals here. If you have the ability, come and stop me.